The apocalypse has arrived, and poisonous snow blankets the city. In the extreme cold of minus several degrees, only 1 in 10 humans survives. Ordinary worker Chen Nanxing unexpectedly binds to the multiverse maid system. By collecting maids, he can obtain resources and supernatural abilities. While others struggle to survive, he controls resources within a warm room, his combat power skyrocketing. When chaos erupts outside and people turn against each other, he sits atop a legion of maids, fully armed. Flight attendants, female streamers, married executives, and wealthy young ladies flock to him, each with their own motives. Self-interest reigns supreme. He occasionally shows kindness, acting on a whim while climbing to the top. Hard work leads to wealth? What a colossal lie. Uffed. Chen Nanxing spat, shaking his sore arm from pushing the cart for too long. He didn't know which scoundrel lacked civic virtue and scattered nails on the ground. It punctured his tire. At 1 in the morning, who could he call for repairs? Who would even come? Alas, what a miserable life, a terrible existence. Back then, he shouldn't have believed in any nonsense about love. Listening to his ex-girlfriend's words, he sold his family's land to buy a house in the city. Now, it's even worse. His ex has heard about the mortgage and has run off with a playboy, leaving Chen Nanxing to struggle alone. By day, he toils at work, and by night, he delivers food to make a living. A handsome young man living worse than a dog. Damn this world, where some do nothing yet enjoy air conditioning, drink foreign liquor, and live in villas, while others work tirelessly just to afford 3 meals a day. In such a terrible world, shouldn't things change? Ding! The apocalypse is about to begin. Poisonous snow is about to fall. The fortunate master has bound the multiverse maid system, continuously collecting maids with a beauty score of 90 and above will yield endless rewards, including but not limited to living supplies, firearms, skills, and combat power. Considering the temperature will suddenly drop in 30 minutes, and poisonous snow will cover the world, the master is not fully prepared. To ensure the master can live normally, the following supplies are now issued: a set of adjustable temperature, plastic invisible house, 10,000 barrels of water, 100,000 bottles of master shoe mineral water, 100,000 loaves of bread, 100,000 cups of instant noodles, 1,000 bags of premium rice, 25 g each, 1,000 barrels of cooking oil, 5 kilograms each. Friendly reminder: items placed in the system space will never spoil. Chen Nanxing gasped for breath, wiped the sweat from his eyes, and listened to a series of lowly voices in his mind, unable to help but chuckle wryly. The pressure has really been too much lately. So much so that I'm hearing things. An apocalypse? Poisonous snow? Multiverse maid system. It's the middle of summer, and it feels like a steamer at night. Snow? The internet wouldn't dare to make this up. Chen Nanxing shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his mind. But the so-called system interface still clearly floated in his mind. He could even see a dazzling list of supplies and a shimmering extract option. Damn, this illusion is quite realistic. Chen Nanxing found it absurd, but pushing the cart was boring, so he might as well check if his stress was really that severe. Should he give up the treatment? Chen Nanxing chose to extract 2 bags of rice. If he could really take them out, he would eat the electric scooter, just as the thought crossed his mind. Bang! Clang! 2 heavy thuds sounded, and 2 bulging woven bags labeled premium rice, 25G appeared out of nowhere, crashing onto the back seat and footboard of the electric scooter. The already shaky old electric scooter couldn't bear the sudden 100-pound weight, tilting forward and crashing to the ground. Damn! Chen Nanxing was startled by the sudden change and quickly let go, staggering a few steps, almost sitting on the ground. He widened his eyes, incredulously staring at the 2 bags of real rice on the ground. Hallucination? Is this so real? Alas, I'm really ill. I should give up treatment and sell the house tomorrow, go on a trip, eat, drink, and enjoy. Life may not last long. After calming his eerie emotions, Chen Nanxing approached and bent down to try to lift the electric scooter. He lifted with all his might. The electric scooter shouldn't be this heavy. Could it be that the rice had weight, even in the hallucination? An absurd yet uncontrollable thought surged. Chen Nanxing fell into self-doubt. He trembled, extending his hand, and pinched his arm hard with his nails. The sharp pain made him gasp, and a clear red mark appeared on his arm. Not an illusion. Then this rice. Chen Nanxing suddenly stood up straight, his eyes filled with utmost shock and disbelief that he opened the system panel again, trying to extract master shoe mineral water. Thud! With a light sound, a bottle of mineral water appeared out of thin air, landing at his feet. Chen Nanxing bent down to pick it up. The cold touch through the bottle stimulated his sweaty palm. Chen Nanxing twisted off the cap and took a gulp. The icy, refreshing liquid flowed down his throat, instantly dispelling much of the summer night's heat and his previous fatigue. It's real. It's all real. The system is real. The supplies are real. Then, the apocalypse, poisonous snow. This thought felt like cold water splashing on his head, instantly waking him up, accompanied by a wave of immense panic. The apocalypse. Will there really be an apocalypse? Could the scenes inside become reality? But then, an even more rebellious thought emerged. If the apocalypse comes, does that mean he wouldn't have to pay the mortgage? Would he no longer have to toil like a beast, watching others' faces suffocated by life? After all, he now has so many supplies and that seemingly powerful system. He should be able to live well in the apocalypse, right? As Chen Nanxing's mind raced, he suddenly froze. The system's initial prompt. In half an hour, the temperature will drop suddenly and poisonous snow will fall. Right. Snow. It's about to snow. Here he is, pushing a broken cart down an empty street. If everything is real, then this snow is deadly poisonous snow, and the temperature is dropping. No, I absolutely cannot die. Chen Nanxing jolted, cold sweat instantly breaking out, having finally found hope for a turnaround. How could he die at the beginning of the apocalypse? With a thought, the 2 bags of rice on the ground were instantly stored back in the system space. He didn't even care about the electric scooter anymore. It was the apocalypse. Who cares if this broken electric donkey's wheels would be completely ruined? He definitely wouldn't need it anymore. He abruptly hopped on the scooter, twisting the throttle. The electric scooter emitted a creaking sound under the heavy load, lurching forward, the wheels grinding against the ground, producing a piercing creak that echoed far in the quiet night. Fortunately, there were no more accidents on the road. After more than 20 minutes, Chen Nanxing rushed to the bottom of his mortgage department just in time. He jumped off the scooter, didn't even glance at the worn-out wheels, casually pushed the scooter to the side of the road, and turned to dash towards the entrance. In the short sprint of just a few dozen meters, he clearly felt the oppressive heat in the air rapidly dissipating, an inexplicable chill beginning to seep in, causing goosebumps to rise on his exposed arms. Rushing into the elevator, Chen Nanxing desperately pressed the close door button and the floor button, praying not to lose power. The elevator slowly ascended. Through the narrow cabin, he could even hear the wind seemingly beginning to pick up outside. Ding! The 30th floor arrived. As soon as the elevator door opened, a wave of cold air, noticeably more piercing than downstairs, hit Chen Nanxing, who was only wearing a short-sleeved, sweaty shirt, making him shiver violently, his teeth clattering so cold. This is definitely not the temperature one should expect in the early summer morning. Bursting out of the elevator, Chen Nanxing fumbled for his keys to unlock the door, hurriedly slipping inside and immediately locking it behind him. Safe. For now, he is safe. But he rushed to the window in the living room, yanked open the curtains, and stared intensely at the pitch-black night sky outside, his heart pounding like a drum. Is it about to snow poison? Chapter 2 Boss. Even if you cut the knife, you still have to work. It seems to be to give Chen Nanxing an answer. After a few breaths, the sky began to sporadically drop some grayish-white things. At first, it was just a few scattered dots, like gray raindrops, but soon, they became dense, and their size gradually increased, making it obvious at a glance that this was snow. Within just a few minutes, the snowfall suddenly intensified, turning from sparse to overwhelming. The temperature was also dropping sharply. The glass windows quickly frosted over and emitted a slight cracking sound, as if they were about to shatter from the cold. Chen Nanxing couldn't help but hug his arms tightly, trembling uncontrollably. The apocalypse had truly arrived. It wasn't an illusion. It was freezing cold. Chen Nanxing shivered and instinctively wanted to rush into the bedroom to search for winter blankets and cotton clothes. The house had just been renovated, and to save on loan payments, he couldn't even afford to install air conditioning, let alone any decent heating equipment. At the moment Chen Nanxing turned around, a flash of light suddenly appeared in his mind. The adjustable temperature, flexible, invisible house. How could he forget this? Chen Nanxing slapped his forehead, almost jumping up in excitement. Although the cold made his movements appear quite stiff, he immediately focused his mind and communicated with the system. Sure enough, at the top of the dazzling list of resources, there was a particularly eye-catching option: adjustable temperature flexible invisible house, and used. Extract it, use it immediately, Chen Nanxing commanded in his heart. There was no earth-shattering sound, nor did any physical substance appear. But at the moment his thoughts settled, an invisible, yet palpable membrane quickly permeated outward from him, extending and adhering to the walls, ceiling, and floor of the entire house. The process was so fast it was unbelievable. What temperature should it be set to? Hiss. Cold. Let's set it to 25 degrees. Once the temperature was adjusted, the warmth around him stabilized instantly. Comfortable. Chen Nanxing incredulously touched the wall beside him, It felt no different from when he touched it yesterday. Yet everything was different. At least it wouldn't be hot enough to sweat profusely anymore. With the crisis averted, Chen Nanxing's mood became incredibly relaxed and pleasant. He strolled to the soft sofa and comfortably sank into it. Life shouldn't just be about busyness. It should also be about enjoying life. Oh, right at this moment. There should be some sunflower seeds, peanuts, red wine, and steak. Alas, why is this steak so rare? It's too rare to eat, too rare to eat. Chen Nanxing put away the steak and opened the red wine, pouring himself a glass. This is what life is about. What kind of days had he been living before? Rubbish. Just missing a woman by his side. Chen Nanxing glanced out the window, a vast expanse of white. Perhaps in a few days, beautiful women would come knocking. Just wait. After all, social order had not yet collapsed, and the little fairies had not yet experienced the fear of death. Chen Nanxing picked up a grape and tossed it into his mouth. It was sweet and juicy, with a rich fruity aroma. Completely different from the discounted grapes he used to buy. He then picked up a piece of golden mango, sweet and soft, with an excellent texture. Leisurely leaning on the sofa, he crossed his legs, enjoying the sweetness of the top-quality fruits while looking out through the frosted window, constantly being bombarded by grayish-white snowflakes. An extreme sense of contrast arose. Apocalypse? What a fine apocalypse! Chen Nanxing's mind conjured images of that leader in the company, who had a beer belly, often drew up grand plans and scolded people, yet climbed up the ranks through connections. The rich second generation who easily stole away his ex-girlfriend with his BMW. And those successful people living in high-end neighborhoods, drinking red wine while perhaps at that moment embracing someone else's wife. Weren't you all rich? Didn't you have power? Didn't you like to look down on others, treating them like cattle? And now? That damn weather, that deadly poisonous snow, can money still buy warmth? Can a villa withstand this extreme cold? Chen Nanxing wanted to see how, with the apocalypse here, those people would continue to exploit and enjoy themselves. Having been suppressed for too long, a near-pathological sense of exhilaration surged in Chen Nanxing's heart. Once, he had been the cornerstone at the bottom of society's pyramid, suffocated by life and whipped by reality. And now, with the apocalypse arriving, the former exploiters and the exploited seemed to stand on a brand new starting line. No, his starting point might even be higher. As Chen Nanxing's thoughts raced, the phone screen he had casually tossed on the sofa suddenly lit up. The WeChat message notification chimed in succession. Out of habit, Chen Nanxing instinctively opened the work group. In this usually lifeless group, where apart from the boss's notifications and colleague spam, no one spoke, the information was now exploding, with a speed that was astonishing. Admin Shaoli, damn. What is going on? It's suddenly ridiculously cold. My windows are about to freeze and crack. Sales Wang Ge, it's not just cold. You guys look outside. It's snowing. Is it summer or winter? Am I still dreaming? Finance Zhang Jia, it's really snowing. So much snow. But why does the color of this snow look grayish? So weird. Planning Xiao Lu. A blurry photo of the snowy scene outside. It's real. And when the snow falls, it feels like the streetlights outside have dimmed a lot. Receptionist Yi. So cold. I'm shivering in my blanket. The air conditioning seems useless. The temperature 1T rise at all. Sales Wang Ge. Who has thick blankets? I only have an air conditioning quilt at home. Frozen like a dog. Finance Zhang Jia. Spectacular? Xiao Lu. You're really optimistic. I'm worried about power and water outages. At this temperature, if the pipes freeze, it's over. Receptionist Yi. Boo-hoo-hoo. I'm scared. It seems like the phone's signal has worsened. Admin Shaoli. Everyone, where's the boss? Are we still supposed to work tomorrow? No, today? Going out in this damn weather will kill someone, right? Planning Xiao Lu. What the hell, work? The roads must be buried. But aside from the weirdness, the snowy scene is quite spectacular. Boss Money Zhang. Everyone, why aren't you sleeping at night? Don't say it's snowing. Even if it's a knife fall, you still have to be on time for work tomorrow. Anyone late will have 1,000 deducted from their salary. Everyone fell silent. Looking at Boss Money Zhang's unreasonable notice, a surge of suppressed anger flared up. Chen Nanxing's fingers flew across the screen, sending out a message almost without thinking. Salesman Nanxing, Boss Money Zhang, screw your work. Zhang, are you blind? Or did your brain get squeezed by the door? Can't you see what is happening outside? With this much snow and the terrifying drop in temperature? Making people go out in this weather is no different from murder. Chapter 3. The first batch of poisoned snow victims. The group instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Chen Nanxing's sudden outburst. This Chen Nanxing, usually submissive, working the most overtime and taking the harshest scoldings, actually dared to confront the boss directly? And he cursed so harshly, so satisfyingly. A few seconds later, the messages burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Admin Shaoli. Shock emoji. Sales Wang Ge, damn. Nanxing is awesome. Voice breaking. Planning Xiao Lu, Brother Xing. My God, you said what I dared not say. Receptionist Yi, Brother Nanxing is so handsome. We really can't go out. It's deadly. Finance Zhang Jia, Salesman Nanxing. Your words are rough, but not unreasonable. Although Xiao Qin got a bit excited. This situation really isn't suitable for work. Safety first. Sales Wang Ge 1. Support Nanxing. Admin Xiao Li, 10,010. Boss, think twice. Planning Xiao Lu. ID number. The screen was instantly flooded with various support, likes, and wants. The long-suppressed workers, under the fear of the apocalypse and the stimulation of Chen Nanxing leading the rebellion, had their emotions ignited in an instant. Although no one dared to directly curse like Chen Nanxing, the supportive attitude was exceptionally clear. Boss Zhang, who made money, obviously did not expect that the usually submissive Chen Nanxing would dare to retaliate, let alone that almost everyone in the group would echo him. It was simply a challenge to the authority of the big boss. Boss Zhang, Chen Nanxing, do you not want to work anymore? How dare you speak to me like this? You're going against me. Boss Zhang, you're fired. Right now? Get lost. Boss Zhang, no salary at all. Your performance and bonuses for this month are all deducted. Boss Zhang, and you all. Anyone who follows him to make a fuss will also have their pay deducted and be fired. If you don't want to work, speak up now. Immediately after. Message notification, you have been removed from the group chat by Boss Zhang. Chen Nanxing looked at the prompt that popped up on his phone screen. Stunned for a moment, then laughed in anger. Fired? Deducted pay? Ha ha. Chen Nanxing shook the wine glass in his hand, but his gaze gradually turned cold. Zhang, you still think this is the era where you can act domineeringly? Chen Nanxing downed the wine in his glass. But the rich liquid could not suppress the fierce anger in his heart. He remembered this debt. If he could leave the community one day, he would definitely settle the score with Zhang. Exiting the now-defunct work group interface, Chen Nanxing swiped his finger and opened another extremely lively group chat. Baiwa Happy Community Owners Group. The messages inside refreshed like crazy, scrolling so fast that it was dizzying. Building 12, Room 1503, Moneyless Grandpa. I'm freezing. The radiator is ice cold. Does anyone have an electric heater? I'll borrow it. Even willing to buy it at a high price. Building 8, Room 902, Chubby Ant. The water pipe seems to be frozen. There's no water at all. What do we do? Building 3, Room 601. Please call me Fairy. Does anyone have extra thick quilts? The child is crying from the cold. Please. Property Manager Wang. Everyone, don't panic, it's just snow. This message was instantly drowned out by countless new messages. No one paid attention. Building 15. Room 2004, Irritable Bro. How can we not panic? We're going to freeze into popsicles. Building 10, Room 701, Observer. This snow is strange. Why is it gray? It's making me uneasy. Building 17, Room 1201, Luban Assistant. Shut up. You guys' messaging is affecting my gameplay. If I can't get a pentakill this round, I'm going to blow up. Chen Nanxing glanced roughly at these messages, most of which were complaints about the cold and requests for help. With not much specific information about the abnormal snow itself, he pursed his lips, feeling a bit bored, and was about to put down his phone to pour another glass of wine when a message filled with extreme panic suddenly jumped out. Building 7, Room 504. Sister Lu, help. Is there anyone who is a doctor? My husband just came back from taking a taxi, and after walking a short distance upstairs, he got a bit of snow on him. Now he is suddenly convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and has fainted. No matter how I call him. T1T, wake up. The emergency call can't get through at all. It's always busy. Please, who knows first aid? Come help me. Everyone, this message was like a drop of ice water thrown into boiling oil, instantly causing the group to explode. Building 12, Room 1503, Moneyless Grandpa. God. Fainted from getting snowed on. Building 8, Room 902, Chubby Ant. Sister Lu from Building 7, try CPR. Chest compressions. Building 19, Room 3001. Please call me Fairy. Could it be that he secretly drank alcohol and got drunk? Before everyone could recover from the shock of this message, another even more chilling message immediately followed. Building 11, Room 1802, Sweetie, Woo, my best friend is gone. We just came out of the bar. And when we got to the community gate, she slipped and fell, with her whole face and hands pressed into the snow. She immediately started convulsing like she was electrocuted, foaming at the mouth. Her eyes rolled back to just the whites. I wanted to pull her. But she was so hot, like boiling water. Then she just stopped moving, her body stiffened. What do I do? All the rescue calls can't get through. I'm so scared. Attached is a mosaic-covered photo that still shows a human shape and surrounding gray snow. Building 6, Room 1805, Patrick Starr. What the hell? Is this for real? This snow can kill? My dog just went outside to pee in the snow, and now its paws are rotten, howling and bleeding everywhere. Probably licked its paws. Building 2, room 704. Please call me Fairy Sister. Aw, my hand. I just curiously touched the snow on the windowsill. And now it's red and swollen with lots of blisters, burning and painful, like being splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. Building 13, room 2101. Well-informed person, everyone. Don't go outside. Don't touch the snow. The official emergency notice has been issued. This snow has strong corrosive and neurotoxic properties. Contact with skin can cause severe burns and ulcers. Inhalation or entry into the body can quickly lead to organ failure and death. One bloody example after another, accompanied by official warnings, completely confirmed the horror of the gray snow. Chen Nanxing took a deep breath, feeling a slight chill down his back. Although the system had already warned him, witnessing its power firsthand felt entirely different. This snow could indeed be deadly. Chen Nanxing murmured to himself. The last glimmer of luck vanished, replaced by a cold clarity. At the same time, a strong sense of relief welled up. Thank goodness he ran fast. If he had been a few minutes late last night, the consequences would be unimaginable. Turning off the group chat interface, Chen Nanxing lay back on the sofa. Chaos and despair were temporarily unrelated to him, unless a beauty with a score of 90 or above appeared. Otherwise, he was just a spectator. After all, when he was in suffering, the whole world did not extend a helping hand. After a few glasses of wine, Chen Nanxing unknowingly fell asleep. He slept particularly soundly, and it wasn't until 10 o'clock the next morning that he naturally woke up. Outside the window, it was still a gray haze, and the toxic snow showed no signs of stopping, but rather covered the entire world even more tightly. Chen Nanxing stretched lazily. He picked up his phone. After a night of fermentation, what bad news would there be today? Chapter 4. Toxic water clicking into the owner's group. It indeed exploded again. But the topic had shifted from yesterday's cold and deadly snow to another more urgent crisis. Water. Building 12, room 1503, moneyless grandpa. Damn it. The tap water is toxic. I got up this morning and washed my face with cold water, and now my face is itchy and painful, red over a large area. And it's starting to peel. Building 8, room 902, chubby ant. Me too. I washed my hands with tap water, and now my hands are covered in red spots, like they're on fire. What is going on? Did the water plant poison us? Building 3, room 601. Please call me Fairy. Woo. The baby wiped his body with water, and now he is crying nonstop. He has rashes all over. What do we do? Building 13, room 2101. Well-informed person, everyone. It's the snow. The toxic snow has melted into the reservoir and water sources. Although the concentration may be lower than direct contact with the snow, it still has corrosive and toxic properties. You absolutely cannot wash or drink tap water. Building 15, room 2004, irritable bro. Damn it. We can't even use water? Are they trying to kill us? Building 17, room 1201. Lubon assistant. I've been playing games all night, always above 07. I'm dying of thirst and have no water at home. Does anyone have some to spare? Chen Nanxing raised an eyebrow. The water problem had indeed exploded. Without food, people might be able to endure for a few days. But without water, the average person definitely couldn't survive for 3 days. Chen Nanxing leisurely walked into the bathroom, concentrated, and took out several buckets of bottled water from the system space. He wasn't lacking in this regard, so there was no need to deprive himself. After washing up, he snuggled back on the sofa, taking out fragrant toasted bread and milk for breakfast, eating while continuing to watch the drama. In the group, a sense of despair is spreading. Building 10, room 701 observer. Is there any way to purify it? Can distillation work? Building 13, room 2101 informed person. Theoretically, yes, high-temperature distillation can separate water from most pollutants. But there probably aren't many people with distillation equipment at home. And even if you distill it, there might still be volatile toxic substances in the water. Drinking it would probably be uncomfortable, but at least the mortality rate is lower than drinking tap water directly. Building 6, room 1805 Patrick Star. I tried. Boiled it in a pot and collected the condensed steam. Damn it. I worked hard to get a little less than half a cup. After drinking it, I got dizzy. My throat felt like it was cut by a knife, but at least I won't die. At this moment, someone with the username, Building 3, room 601 please call me Little Fairy, spoke up again. Building 3, room 601 please call me Little Fairy. Everyone, does anyone have extra food and water at home? I haven't eaten since last night. I'm so hungry and thirsty. Can you sell me a little? The price is negotiable, pitiful expression, soon. Someone with the ID, Survival Expert, responded. Survival Expert, I still have some rice at home. 100 huaxia coins per pound. If you want it, transfer the money. I only deliver to the same floor. The group was instantly in an uproar. Building 8, room 902, slightly chubby ant. 100 huaxia coins per pound? Why don't you go rob it? The best rice usually costs only 3 or 4 huaxia coins per pound. Building 15. Room 2004, irritable brother. Making a profit during a national disaster? Are you even human? Survival expert. Building 8, room 902, slightly chubby ant. Building 15. Room 2004, irritable brother. Take it or leave it. If you think it's expensive, don't buy it. Don't you know the situation now? When will the snow stop? When will rescue arrive? Is this rice being sold with my life? 100 per pound is already a conscience price. It might be 1,000 per pound tomorrow. Don't push it. Building 3, room 601, please call me little fairy. Oh dear, brother, why are you like this? We are all neighbors and should help each other. 100 huaxia coins is too expensive. Can you lower the price? How about 3 huaxia coins per pound? And can you deliver it to my door? It's snowing so heavily outside. I'm a girl and I'm afraid to go out. Acting cute expression. She seems to think that acting cute will solve everything. Survival expert. Get lost. 3 huaxia coins. Delivered to you? Are you dreaming? Starve yourself. Building 3, room 601, please call me little fairy. You. How can you be so unsympathetic? Cold-blooded. Selfish. Scumbag. Everyone. Are there any kind-hearted brothers or sisters with food and drink? I'll pay 11 times the usual price. But it must be delivered to my door. The group fell silent. No one responded to her. In this situation, food and water are life. Who would risk their life to cross the toxic snow-covered corridors and streets to deliver for a negligible markup and a vague thank you? After a while, a kind-hearted ant appeared. Building 9, room 302, warm-hearted Sister Zhang. Building 3, room 601, please call me little fairy, dear. I still have some compressed biscuits and a few bottles of mineral water at home. I can share some with you. I want to take your money. But you have to come pick it up. I'm in room 302 of building 9. Good people like Sister Zhang are already rare. However, little fairy's reply left all the lurking owners dumbfounded. Building 3, room 601, please call me little fairy. Huh? Building 9? That's so far away. I'm still doing my nails. Sister Zhang, you're so nice. Just be a good person to the end and deliver it to me, or let your family deliver it for me. I can give you a bit more money. How about 12 times? Little fairy's outrageous statement almost made Chen Nanxing spit out the milk in his mouth. What time is it now? And there are still people doing nails and waiting for others to serve them. Has this sister been pampered too much by simps before the apocalypse? As expected, Sister Zhang also fell silent and didn't reply for a long time. Building 3. Room 601, please call me little fairy. Where is everyone? Sister Zhang? Why aren't you talking? 13 times. 13 times should be okay, right? Hello? Little fairy was still being relentless. At this moment, a user with a starry universe as their avatar, nicknamed Ruashi, tagged Sister Zhang. Ruashi, building 9. Room 302, warm-hearted Sister Zhang. Hello, sorry to disturb you. I'm a flight attendant. I often work outside and really have no food reserves at home. I saw that you were willing to help a neighbor, and I'm very touched. Could you spare me some of those compressed biscuits and mineral water? I'm willing to pay 5 times the usual price. Of course, I will come to pick it up myself. I won't trouble you to deliver. The tone was polite, and the attitude sincere, forming a stark contrast with little fairy. Building 9, room 302, warm-hearted Sister Zhang. Ruashi dear. You don't need to pay that much. Just come pick it up, I'll share half with you, no charge. Let us help each other as neighbors. Just be careful, go through the underground garage, it's relatively safe. Ring the doorbell at room 302 when you arrive. Ruashi, thank you so much. I'll come from the underground garage right away. Building 3, room 601, please call me little fairy. Ruashi, building 9, room 302, warm-hearted Sister Zhang. What does this mean? I asked first. Why is she getting it and not me? I'll pay 15 times. Sister Zhang, sell it to me. That flight attendant. Don't you understand first come, first served? Do you have no shame stealing from others? Little fairy exploded, starting a random attack. Chen Nanxing's gaze fell on that starry avatar. Flight attendant? He felt a slight stir in his heart and clicked on Ruashi's avatar. Chapter 5. The first woman who meets the maid conditions. The avatar was a half-length selfie facing a mirror, the background resembling a hotel room. The woman in the photo wore a neatly pressed dark blue flight attendant uniform, standing tall, with an elegant scarf around her neck. Her appearance was bright, with delicate features. Although the angle of the photo was casual, it was still evident that she was a stunning beauty. TSK, Chen Nanxing's eyes lit up. This quality definitely far surpasses his ex-girlfriend, who ran away with someone. System, scan this avatar for a rating. Master, sorry, only in person can the system rate. Must it be in person? Then let's go take a look. Chen Nanxing immediately rummaged through his things, pulling out a cheap cotton coat, he bought last year. A sweater from the year before, and a base layer from the year before that, layering them on. He also put on a hat and mask, wrapping himself up like a ball. Even so, the moment he opened the door, the biting cold still made him gasp. Fortunately, the elevator was still working, so he didn't have to climb the 30 flights of stairs. Arriving near the entrance to the underground parking lot of Building 9, Chen Nanxing found a hidden corner to wait quietly. The parking lot was empty and cold, with only emergency lights casting a dim glow, and the distant sound of bursting pipes added a touch of eeriness. Not long after, hurried footsteps approached. He saw a figure in a long white down jacket, wrapped in a thick scarf, with a low hat brim appearing. Although tightly bundled up, the tall and slim figure still hinted at a beauty. It must be her. Chen Nanxing's heart stirred, and he immediately thought. System, scan the target. Name, Lin Ruoxi. Age, 23 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Measurements, 87-61-90. Emotional status, unmarried. In a romantic relationship, combat level, LV0. Ability detection, none. Appearance rating, 93 points out of 100. Remarks, disciplined, rational, possesses a high degree of professionalism, strong vigilance, emotionally reserved. Due to long-term work as a flight attendant, developed a habit of reading people and is very sensitive to unfamiliar environments and social interactions. 93 points? Chen Nanxing's pupils constricted, and his breath hitched. Is this level of woman only 93? What kind of beauty is 100? Chen Nanxing stepped out of the shadows. Miss Lin, can we have a chat? Lin Ruoxi suddenly turned around, her back against the wall, showing no concealment of her defensive demeanor. Who are you? How do you know my name? Chen Nanxing raised both hands to signal that he meant no harm. My name is Chen Nanxing. I live in Building 30. I saw you asking for help in the group just now, so I wanted to give you a few reminders. Reminders? What reminders? Confirm you're not trying to take advantage of me? Chen Nanxing neither confirmed nor denied. He not only wanted to take advantage, but also wanted to take Lin Ruoxi as his maid. Miss Lin, don't be so hostile. I'm a civilized person and would never do anything against a woman's will. I'm here today just to propose a deal. A deal? Lin Ruoxi was taken aback. What deal? Very simple. I see you're in a tough spot, and there's no food at home. In this terrible environment, a beautiful woman like you will soon become prey in others' eyes. Chen Nanxing paused, his gaze sharp. I can offer you a completely safe place to stay, unlimited food and clean water, and protect you from any harm and harassment. In exchange, you need to become my maid. Maid? Lin Ruoxi felt as if she had been pricked by a needle, her voice instantly rising. Are you crazy? What era is it now still maids? Pervert. Filthy. Lin Ruoxi was shaking with anger, her cheeks, which had been pale from the cold, turned red. I would rather starve to death or freeze to death than agree to such insulting terms. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll call for help. Chen Nanxing was not surprised by Lin Ruoxi's reaction and was not angry, because anyone with self-respect would go mad hearing such a proposal. But in the apocalypse, how much is self-respect worth? How long can people hold their proud heads high? Chen Nanxing's mind had even begun to imagine the scene of this beautiful woman lowering her proud head, putting on a maid outfit, and carefully serving him. That contrast would surely be very, well, since you reject so decisively, I'll act as if I didn't say anything. Chen Nanxing took a step back, clearing the way. My group nickname is Nanxing. I live in Building 30, room 3001. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. Of course, my condition is that you remain as you are now, not having been spoiled by anyone else. Chen Nanxing no longer looked at Lin Ruoxi, turned around, and left directly. Lin Ruoxi was stunned for a moment, then became even angrier, muttering a few more curses at the madman and the filthy jerk. Holding the small amount of food and water she had just received from Sister Zhang, she hurried back to her own building. Another day passed. The toxic snow showed no signs of stopping, and instead, it grew heavier, completely freezing the entire city. The messages in the owner's group became increasingly desperate and chaotic. Building 8. Room 902, Chubby Ant. It's over. The water has completely stopped. There isn't even toxic tap water. What should we do? Building 15, Room 2004. Irritable brother. Damn it. What good is rice? Can't cook. Chewing it raw makes my teeth ache. Building 12, Room 1503. I don't lack money. Who still has food? I'll pay a high price. Fair to all. Building 17, Room 1201. Luban assistant. Who can deliver some food to me? I will definitely sell out my teammates to get them. Building 3, Room 601. Please call me Little Fairy. Boo-hoo. I'm so hungry. Boyfriends, where are you? Attached a selfie with 10-level beauty enhancement. Building 15, Room 2004, Irritable brother. Building 3, Room 601. Please call me Little Fairy. 1 bottle of mineral water, 1 bread, in exchange for you to be my girlfriend for a day, can kiss and hug. What do you say? The group fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted. Building 8, room 902, chubby ant. Oh my. What time is it? Still thinking these dirty thoughts. How shameless. Building 12, room 1503, I don't lack money. Dude, you're awesome. That price is great. But I like it. Little fairy, think about it. Follow me. And maybe there will be food in the future. Wink. Building 10, room 701, observer. Humanity really can't stand the test. Building 3, room 601. Please call me little fairy. Building 15, room 2004, irritable brother. You can go to hell. Disgusting. Filthy. I would rather starve to death or jump down from the building than agree to you. Do you think I'm that easy? Building 15, room 2004. Irritable brother. Building 3, room 601. Please call me little fairy, pretending to be so noble. Yesterday you were begging for delivery, and today you start selling your looks? I'm offering a clear price, much better than those who want to eat for free. Whether you agree or not, just wait to starve. 2 more days passed painfully. In the owner's group, despair rose higher and higher. Building 8, room 902, chubby ant. Property manager Wong. When will the water come? There is not a drop left at home. The child's lips are cracking. How are we going to live? Building 15, room 2004, irritable brother. Same question. No water, we're going to die of thirst. When you were collecting fees, you were so active. Where are you now? Did you all die? After a while? Property manager Wong finally replied late. Property manager Wong. I understand everyone's feelings. But look outside. The snow hasn't stopped at all, and it's highly corrosive. Our maintenance team's master tried to go out to inspect, and his protective suit was corroded, almost causing a big accident. In this situation, it's impossible to work. The snow won't stop, and we can't start repairs. Everyone, bear with it a little longer. These words were like adding fuel to the fire, instantly igniting everyone's anger. Chapter 6, Barter, Building 12, Room 1503, I don't lack money. Bear with it? You're sitting in the office, of course. You can say that. Why don't you come to my house and bear with it? Did I pay the property fee for nothing? Building 6, Room 1805. Patrick Starr, taking money and doing nothing. Useless. Filthy property. Building 3, Room 601, please call me little fairy. Exactly. You're of no use at all. Just making excuses. I want to complain about you. Property manager Wong. Helpless expression, I really can't do anything. This is no longer an ordinary natural disaster. Everyone fend for yourselves. I don't have water either. After sending that message, Manager Wong completely went silent, letting the group rage and insult without showing up again. Building 10, Room 701, observer. Stop cursing him. It's useless. In this situation, official help is probably difficult to come by. Let us ask when official rescue will arrive. Building 13, Room 2101, informed person, rescue? Don't count on it. I just contacted a friend in a relevant department, and he said this is a global disaster. Transportation is completely paralyzed, and official resources can't even cover key areas. It's impossible to rescue every community. We are now an isolated island. We can only rely on ourselves. The news of hopeless official rescue was like the last straw, crushing many people's remaining hope. The group fell into a deathly silence, filled with suffocating despair. Finally, a proposal broke the silence. Building 19, Room 1102. I haven't been a big brother for many years, neighbors. Since the water has stopped. It won't be long before the electricity stops as well, and with no hope for rescue, we can't just sit and wait to die. I propose that we hold a small trading fair in the underground parking lot. Let us barter, take what we need. It's better than struggling alone. If you agree, reply. After a brief silence, responses flooded in. Building 8, Room 902, chubby ant. I agree. I have some sewing supplies. Want to trade for food. Building 12. Room 1503, I don't lack money. I agree. I'll bring a cigarette, trade for water. Building 17, Room 1201, Lubon assistant. I agree. Wait for me to finish this game, and I'll come. Building 3, Room 601, please call me little fairy. I agree. I'll come too. Almost everyone agreed. In desperate situations, huddling together indeed helps one survive longer. But in desperate times, never overestimate humanity's moral bottom line. Chen Nanxing, who had been eavesdropping, smiled slightly at this point. An underground trading fair? Bartering? Interesting, I might as well check it out. Perhaps I can find a qualified maid. Donning heavy clothing again. Putting on a hat and mask, Chen Nanxing stepped out. As for supplies, he didn't need to trade. The closer he got to the parking lot entrance, the louder the voices became. The once cold and empty underground parking lot had now transformed into a noisy, primitive marketplace. People spontaneously gathered around their vehicles or simply spread a cloth on the ground, displaying items for trade. The scene was even more primitive and frenzied than Chen Nanxing had anticipated. Currency had completely lost its meaning, with cries of prices, arguments, and pleas echoing everywhere. Half a bottle of water, only in exchange for cold medicine. Is there anyone with cold medicine? A pack of biscuits. I'll trade it for a 30-meter-long big knife. Is there a knife? Who has a lighter? I'll trade this gold necklace for it. I have children's fever medicine. I'll trade it for 3 bottles of water. Not a drop less. Big brother, I only have this little bit of cosmetics. Can I trade it for half a loaf of bread? Please, get lost. This thing is too hard to even wipe with. Everyone wore expressions of anxiety, vigilance, or madness. The past dignity and order had vanished in the face of survival. Chen Nanxing weaved through the chaos, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. High-quality women were few and far between, let alone those who would catch the system's eye. He felt thoroughly disappointed. Just as Chen Nanxing was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of that tall figure, Lin Ruoxi. She was standing beside a load-bearing pillar, quietly conversing with a middle-aged woman. Chen Nanxing quietly moved a few steps closer, wanting to hear what they were saying. Upon listening, Chen Nanxing was slightly taken aback. The woman was none other than Sister Zhang, who had generously helped Lin Ruoxi a few days ago. But now Sister Zhang's face was waxy and haggard, her eyes sunken, her lips cracked and peeling, looking dispirited. She tightly clutched a small cloth bag, presumably containing about half a jean of rice, her fingers appearing somewhat withered from lack of water. Sister Zhang, how did you end up like this? Didn't you have a lot of water stored at home? I remember when I visited, there were 2 big barrels of tap water in your kitchen. Drinking should be fine. How could you be so thirsty? Sister Zhang raised her head, and upon seeing Lin Ruoxi, a complex look flashed in her murky eyes, soon drowned by immense grievances and helplessness. Yes, Ruoxi. Don't mention it, Sister Zhang sighed heavily. Because everyone in the group knows I have supplies, they keep coming to knock on my door. At first, they were polite, begging me to share a little, but when they saw I refused to give more, they started to curse, saying I was hoarding water and food, and not helping those in need. It was really unpleasant. Later on, some people simply forced their way in. Forced? Lin Ruoxi frowned. Yes, they knocked on the door, kicked it, and blocked it. I was home alone, scared and could only let them do as they pleased. This half a jean of rice was something I secretly hid in the corner of my wardrobe. These past few days, I've been chewing on these few grains to get by. I'm not too hungry, but I really can't stand the lack of water. My throat feels like it's on fire. I thought I could trade this half a jean of rice for a little water. Lin Ruoxi's face instantly grew icy. These beasts, how can they steal things? Is there no justice, no law? Sister Zhang's waxy face revealed a bitter smile, even more unpleasant than crying. Justice? Law? Ruoxi, look at today's world. Snow can kill, water can take lives, official aid is nowhere in sight, and neighbors have turned into robbers. What justice or law is there now? What remains is probably just the instinct to survive. Lin Ruoxi's delicate body trembled slightly. She instinctively looked around. In the dim light, people were fighting for half a biscuit, a sip of clean water, their faces flushed and fierce. The instinct of animals to survive. Lin Ruoxi fell silent for a few seconds, the anger in her eyes gradually replaced by clarity. She stopped speaking, silently opened her backpack, and carefully took out a bottle of mineral water, still half full. This was her last and most precious resource. Sister Zhang, take this to quench your thirst. Sister Zhang's eyes lit up at the sight of the clear liquid. Ruoxi, are you really willing to trade? No need to trade, big sister. You helped me before. If it weren't for those compressed biscuits and water you gave me, I might not have made it this far. This bottle of water is still what you gave me before. It's only right it returns to its owner. Thank you, Ruoxi. You're such a good girl. Sister Zhang spoke incoherently, as if she had grasped the only lifeline in the darkness. No, you're the one who is good. Just as Lin Ruoxi finished speaking, a tall figure suddenly reached out and grabbed the mineral water and rice bag. Ladies, I haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. How about you trade the rice and water with me? Chapter 7. Complete breakdown of order. The man was in his 30s, wearing a dirty down jacket, with a grotesque scar running from his brow to the corner of his mouth, adding a few more points of ferocity to his already fierce appearance. Sister Zhang was startled by the sudden robbery, but her instinct for survival made her blurt out, No trade. The flesh on the scarred man's face twitched. No trade? You old hag, are you asking for it? Trading requires mutual consent. Sister Zhang's voice trembled, and she tried to reason with him. But isn't reasoning with a villain just asking for death? I'd rather you die. The scarred face, driven by hunger, had little patience. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Sister Zhang hard in the stomach. Ah! Sister Zhang let out a painful scream. Like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the cold, load-bearing pillar. The half bottle of life-saving water and a small bag of rice also fell to the side. The scarred man didn't even glance at Sister Zhang, quickly bending down to pick up the water and rice. He weighed them with satisfaction and spat on the ground. Old hag. You think you can refuse a toast and end up drinking a penalty instead? Humph. Having obtained the supplies, the man quickly disappeared into the chaotic crowd. This scene happened too quickly, too suddenly. There was a moment of silence in the entire underground parking lot, as everyone was stunned by the brazen act of violence and robbery. But soon, the silence was replaced by an even more terrifying atmosphere. The struggle in many people's eyes vanished, replaced by a madness that discovered new rules. Since stealing is possible, why trade? Just steal. Someone shouted, igniting a powder keg. The entire market instantly fell into utter chaos. Just moments ago, people were haggling. Now, they rushed towards the supplies they had set their eyes on, with shouts, snatches, and fights erupting everywhere. The last shred of humanity's shame was completely torn apart, and the jungle law of the survival of the fittest was vividly displayed at this moment. Chen Nanxing watched the escalating chaos with cold eyes, his gaze under the brim of his hat showing no signs of fluctuation. After all, he and T brought supplies. Who would rob him after eating their fill? As for robbing others? Forget it. He didn't need that little bit. It was better to leave this dangerous place early. However, as his gaze swept over the scene, it stopped. Lin Ruoxi was still standing there. Unlike others who frantically fled or joined in the looting, she stood rigidly in place, as if frozen in time. Her gaze was fixed on Sister Zhang, who lay motionless against the load-bearing pillar. Chen Nanxing frowned and stepped over, stopping beside Lin Ruoxi. It's dangerous here. Why aren't you leaving? Lin Ruoxi seemed not to hear Chen Nanxing's words, still standing there stiffly. Her face was terrifyingly pale, and her body trembled slightly. After several seconds, she slowly turned her head to look at Chen Nanxing. Her eyes were hollow, filled with disbelief and near-collapse confusion. Her lips moved a few times, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible, trembling violently. Is Sister Zhang okay? Chen Nanxing shook his head. She probably won't survive. A steel bar in the load-bearing column went straight through Sister Zhang's chest. Is it because of me? If I hadn't gone to find her for food that day, if she hadn't been exposed for helping me, would she still be alive today? Chen Nanxing frowned slightly. She would have died anyway. So many people knew she had food. The principle of having something precious brings trouble applies at any time, especially in this world where people eat each other. The only difference is whether it happens a few days earlier or later. The bloody analysis plunged Lin Ruoxi into despair and confusion. The chaotic world had begun. How could one survive? Miss Lin, do you understand? Here, food and water are resources. Weapons are resources, and women, especially beautiful ones like you, are the most sought-after resources. Once these people have robbed all the food and drink and come to their senses, guess what your fate will be? Lin Ruoxi suddenly shivered, as if waking from a nightmare. Chen Nanxing's words were like a sharp knife, precisely cutting through the terrifying future she had always dared not face. Her survival instinct instantly overwhelmed her collapsing emotions. Almost reflexively, she fearfully glanced at the increasingly mad and greedy gazes around her, then took one last look at Sister Zhang's cold corpse. I'm sorry, I can't collect your body. Lin Ruoxi turned abruptly and ran with all her might towards her residence. She didn't dare take the elevator. The enclosed space was too risky, and the consequences of being blocked by someone were unimaginable. She plunged into the dim emergency staircase, relying on the faint light of her phone, rushing up 2 steps at a time. The cold air pierced her lungs, but Lin Ruoxi dared not stop. This woman actually lives in the same building as me? Right downstairs. Chen Nanxing stood at the corner of the stairs, watching this scene with a hint of surprise. He had bought a house here 3 years ago and had lived here for a year, yet he had never seen this neighbor. What bad luck. But then he thought it through. During the day, he was a company workhorse, and at night, a delivery guy, exhausted day and night. The other party was a flight attendant, often flying in the sky with an irregular schedule. It was normal for 2 equally worn-out workers to have no interaction in this indifferent urban jungle. At this moment, Lin Ruoxi's hands trembled violently, and she struggled to align the key with the lock. She nervously turned around and just happened to see Chen Nanxing leisurely walking up the stairs, standing not far away. Watching her, startled like a frightened rabbit, she abruptly turned around, pressing her back against the cold security door. Are you following me? What do you want? Chen Nanxing stopped, spreading his hands. Don't be nervous, just passing by. I also live in this building. 3001, you're above me. Lin Ruoxi's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Right. How could she have forgotten this? A few days ago, Chen Nanxing had told her he lived in 3001. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. And thank you for your reminder earlier in the underground parking lot. You're welcome. I'm just helping you. I don't want my future maid to be mistreated by others. Lin Ruoshi's previously calmed emotions were ignited again, her pale cheeks flushed with anger. She glared at Chen Nanxing through gritted teeth and slammed the door shut with a bang. Huh, quite the temper, little maid. Just wait for my training. Just back in her warm room, her phone began to vibrate wildly. Chen Nanxing picked up his phone and opened the Baihua Happiness Community Owner Group. The group was already in chaos, with messages flooding in faster than ever before. Filled with panic and violence. Building 15, Room 2004, Angry Brother. Damn it. The underground parking lot is completely chaotic. It's gone mad. I just traded half a cigarette for half a bottle of water, and then some bastard robbed me. He even punched me. Building 8, Room 902. Chubby Ant. Call the police. Hurry and call the police. Attached with a photo of her man's bruised face. Building 12, Room 1503, Grandpa doesn't lack money. Call the police? Is the phone even working? With all that noise, someone probably died. I think I saw Sister Zhang from Building 7 lying there motionless. Building 17, Room 1201. Luban assistant, dead? Is that true? Just for a bit of rice and water? Better than a game. Building 6, Room 1805, Patrick Starr. It's over. All over. Who would dare to take out anything to trade in the future? This is outright robbery. Building 3, Room 601. Please call me Little Fairy. Woo-woo, so scary. I almost got caught by a nasty man just now. His eyes were terrifying, saying he wanted to trade me for 3 days' worth of rations. Chen Nanxing read through the messages, his frown deepening. He knew the order would collapse, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly and thoroughly. Sister Zhang's death was like a death knell, announcing the end of the warm, neighborly era, and the brutal law of the jungle had arrived. Sigh. Just having resources isn't enough. Without the power to defend them, you're just a fat sheep. Chen Nanxing felt a sense of urgency. He had to quickly secure Lin Ruoshi and obtain more rewards, whether by enhancing his strength or acquiring firearms. Otherwise, once people discovered he was living better than others, trouble would surely follow. Just as he was about to open his contacts to find and add Lin Ruoshi's WeChat ID, a new message notification suddenly popped up at the top of his phone screen. Ruoshi requests to add you as a friend. Chapter 8. The Emergence of Community Forces. Offering herself up? Interesting. Chen Nanxing immediately clicked agree. What does this woman want? Almost the moment the friend request was accepted, the other party's message came through. Ruoshi, is this Chen Nanxing? Nanxing, absolutely. So, have you made up your mind? Ruoshi, do you really have a lot of resources? Nanxing, enough to support you and your little mouth comfortably. The other side was silent for a moment, seemingly digesting the information in Chen Nanxing's words, or perhaps engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Ruoshi, can you give me some? I can buy it with money or trade with things. I still have some jewelry and designer bags. Nanxing, money? That's just worthless paper now. Bags. Can they warm you up? Or can they be eaten? Ruoshi. Then what will it take for you to give me resources? Looking at the words on the screen, Chen Nanxing could almost imagine Lin Ruoshi's desperate and struggling expression on the other end of the phone. He quickly typed his response with conviction. Nanxing, I said before, the only trade is for you to become my maid. There is no second option. After sending the message, the phone screen fell into silence. The other side did not reply again. Chen Nanxing waited for a few minutes, the screen still dark, with no new message notifications popping up. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Was this woman still struggling? How troublesome. But in these resource-scarce days, who could resist the temptation of good food? Chen Nanxing immediately took out a few items from the system space. A shiny red apple, a bunch of crystal-clear grapes, a cup of delicious milk, and several individually packaged exquisite chocolates. Picking up his phone, he found a good angle. With a snap, he took a picture of this luxurious afternoon tea in the apocalypse. He sent the photo directly to Lin Ruoshi. Nanxing. Image. Nanxing. This is the life. Not long after sending the image, the chat interface at the top immediately showed the other party is typing. After a long while, a message finally came through. Ruoshi, I just finished the last bit of compressed biscuit crumbs at home, and there isn't a drop of water left. My throat is so dry it's almost on fire. Mr. Chen, can you really not spare me a little? Even just a bottle of water or a piece of bread. As long as you give me a bit. I will forever remember your kindness. Nanxing. Miss Lin, it seems you haven't fully grasped the situation, have you? How much do you think your kindness is worth in terms of bread? Don't even think about it in this peaceful world, in today's apocalypse. Not even a dog would believe that. If you want food, you need to trade me something I need the most. Ruoshi, I can work for you. I can exchange labor for food and water. I can clean, organize, and learn to cook. This should be acceptable, right? Nanxing, labor? A shaking head emoji, Miss Lin. You need to understand that the last thing we lack now is people looking to trade labor for a meal. But what I need is not an ordinary nanny, but an absolutely obedient maid. Ruashi, you. Chen Nanxing couldn't be bothered to waste more words with Lin Ruashi. He needed to give this woman a sense of urgency. Let her understand that he wasn't relying on her. He directly exited the chat interface and opened the already blowing up Baiwa Happiness Community Owner Group. His fingers flew over the screen, and he sent out a very eye-catching message that was completely out of sync with the group's atmosphere of despair. Nanxing, all members. Looking to recruit a beautiful maid, must have top-notch looks and figure, be obedient and sensible. Treatment, meals and accommodation provided, absolutely safe, plenty of supplies. Interested parties. Please DM with photos and information, serious inquiries only. The group instantly fell into a brief silence. The next second, messages erupted like a volcano. Building 15, room 2004. Irritable brother, damn. Brother, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Recruiting maids? Why don't you just go to heaven? Building 8, room 902. Chubby aunt, the world is going downhill. People are not what they used to be. Everyone is struggling to get by. How can you have such a filthy thought? Building 3, room 601. Please call me fairy. Huh? Obscene. Disgusting. Perverted. Do you think having a few stinky snacks makes you something great? What do you take us women for? Building 12, room 1503. I don't lack money. Dude, while I understand you, your approach is a bit hard to swallow, right? Be a little more low-key. Chen Nanxing looked at the stream of insults and accusations, his expression unchanged, and calmly typed a reply. Nanxing, everyone, how am I being lewd? At least I'm clear about the price, and it's voluntary. Compared to what happened today in the underground garage, directly robbing, killing, and forcibly dragging women home, I'm practically a living Buddha. The group suddenly became much quieter. Many recalled the bloodshed and chaos in the parking lot earlier, as well as certain unspeakable events, and for a moment, they couldn't refute him. Building 10, room 701, observer, let us all tone it down. What happened today has had a significant impact. Such things can't happen again. Building 12, room 1503, I don't lack money. To put it plainly, it's a breakdown of order, and no one is suppressing it. As long as someone can maintain order, everything can be discussed. Building 19, room 1102, I haven't been the big brother for many years. You're right. I propose we elect a spokesperson for our community to unify resource management. Property manager Wang. Everyone, please don't panic. Our property management is still here. We are willing to step up and organize everyone to get through this tough time. As soon as Wang's message was sent, it was immediately met with fierce criticism. Building 19, room 1102, I haven't been the big brother for many years. Property manager Wang, stop with the nonsense. What use is your property management? You act like dogs when collecting money, but hide like worms when something happens. When we asked you to fix the water and electricity, what did you say? Now you want to step up and act like a boss? Why should we listen? Property manager Wang, I haven't been the big brother for many years. Please show some respect. We are also trying our best to maintain order in extreme difficulties. Besides, the riot in the underground garage was started by you, right? If you hadn't killed Sister Zhang first and robbed her, would the situation have spiraled out of control? You are the culprit. Wang was clearly willing to risk it all, directly tearing off the facade. Building 19, room 1102. I haven't been the big brother for many years. Yes. I did it. So what? It's survival of the fittest. It's only natural. I have the bigger fist, so I have the right to speak. Brothers, are you all here? Tell these property management dogs who the real boss is. As soon as the message was sent, several people in the group responded immediately. Building 9, room 502, Tiger. Big brother, I'm in. Let's take down these property guys. Building 14, room 1601, Haonan. Brothers from the Qingling gang, chime in. Let's go to the property office and have a chat with the big brother. Building 11, room 903. Little Knife, I've been unhappy with these sons of bitches who take money and do nothing for a long time. Let's kill them. At least a dozen people chimed in, clearly forming a power faction led by I haven't been the big brother for many years. They had previously been involved in the underworld, but later had to go straight due to the national crackdown on organized crime. Now that order had collapsed, wasn't it their time to shine? Property manager Wang, what do you want to do? Is there no law? Security team, come out. Someone is trying to storm the property office. Arm yourselves. Several security personnel from the property management also responded, preparing for action. The group was suddenly filled with tension, with the two factions on the brink of confrontation. Just then, someone else spoke up. Building 10, room 701, observer, enough. We don't need anyone to be our leader. Who knows if things will be worse with you in charge? I suggest each building manage itself. Each building elect a leader. First coordinate internally, then communicate equally between buildings. This is the most feasible solution right now. The proposal immediately received a lot of support. Building 8, Room 902, Chubby Ant. I agree. We in Building 8 will elect our own leader. Building 12, Room 1503. I don't lack money. No problem for Building 12. It's better than being managed by those thugs or useless property management. Building 17, Room 1201. Luban Assistant. Brothers from Building 17, create a small group. Let us elect a leader who can lead us to victory. The group quickly split, with residents from each building starting to take action, forming small groups, and discussing potential leaders. The standoff between property management and the Qinglang gang was momentarily sidelined, as the overall situation seemed to fall into a new, building-based fragmentation. Chen Nanxing watched the rapidly changing situation with a cold gaze, a hint of a mocking smile on his lips. The more factions there were, the more chaotic it became. The true riot in Baihua happiness community had begun. Hopefully, Lin Ruoxi wasn't a fool and would make her choice soon. Chapter 9. Lin Ruoxi under surveillance. Lin Ruoxi curled up on the cold sofa, wrapping her thin blanket tightly around herself. Yet she still trembled. The events of today were repeatedly assaulting her nerves. Chaos, robbery, murder, dragging women back home sweetly. The community had completely lost control. The so-called election of building leaders was merely a new round of survival of the fittest. For someone like her, who lived alone, had no supplies, and lacked the means to protect herself, what would her fate be in such an environment? She didn't dare to think too deeply. She must find a reliance. The thought was stronger than ever. But should she turn to Chen Nanxing to be his maid? Just the thought of being like a dog in front of Chen Nanxing filled Lin Ruoxi with intense humiliation. She had received a higher education and had a decent job. How could she become someone else's plaything? Moreover, wouldn't that be a betrayal? The figure of her boyfriend flashed through Lin Ruoxi's mind. The man who always wore a white shirt, smiled brightly, and worked as a project manager at a decent company. They had been dating for over a year, and their relationship was always good. Her boyfriend was very caring towards her, but during that date before the apocalypse hit, he insisted on staying over at her place. And she rejected him, saying she wasn't ready yet. At that moment, his expression soured a bit, but he still managed to maintain his composure. After that day, when the poisonous snow fell, he never contacted her again. The few messages she sent to check on him disappeared into the void, with no response at all. A man just because I refuse to sleep with him. He doesn't care if I live or die. Lin Ruoxi's heart ached. In the face of life and death, such a seemingly beautiful relationship turned out to be so fragile. Maybe it's better not to have a boyfriend like this. The instinct to survive finally overwhelmed her last hesitations and pride. Compared to being mistreated by countless people, submitting to one person seemed to be the only visible way out. At least, Chen Nanxing didn't seem like a vicious person, and he appeared to have plenty of supplies. Lin Ruoxi trembled as she opened the chat interface with Chen Nanxing. Ruoxi, Mr. Chen, about the maid you mentioned before. If I really agree, can you guarantee my safety and have enough food and water? How much of your supplies do you have? Can I see them? Or we could change the terms, like, I could be your girlfriend? Wouldn't that be more acceptable? Lin Ruoxi cautiously sent this message, trying to make one last struggle. The message was sent, and it showed as delivered at the top. Then there was nothing. Time passed second by second, and the silence on the other end was deafening. Chen Nanxing didn't even bother to reply. He saw it, but couldn't care less. Lin Ruoxi's heart sank little by little. An indescribable sense of grievance and anger surged within her. What does Chen Nanxing mean? Leaving her hanging? Ignoring her? Was she so insignificant in his eyes? Or did he simply not lack women and was just toying with her? Bastard! Lin Ruoxi cursed under her breath, angrily tossing her phone aside. She had pride too. Since he had that attitude, then forget it. If she starved, so be it. However, at that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated wildly, and messages from Building 30 Neighborhood Mutual Aid Group, 99, popped up on the screen continuously. This newly formed group was bustling with activity. An ID named Building 30 Unit 802 Dominator was speaking with an arrogant tone. Building 30 Unit 802 Dominator. All members shut the hell up. What more is there to choose from, building leader? In this building, we have 4 brothers from the Green Wolf gang. We fight the hardest. From now on, Building 30 will be decided by us. Who agrees? Who opposes? Following that were several messages of agreement, obviously from the other 3 accomplices. Building 30 Unit 1201 Ironhead. Dog brother is right. If anyone is unconvinced, come up and talk to us now. Building 30 Unit 1503, I'm your grandpa. We're doing this for everyone's good. Unified management is the only way to survive. The other residents in the group fell silent. No one dared to speak up. Fear spread in the silence. Building 30 Unit 802 Dominator. No one opposes? Then that means everyone agrees. Alright, now for the first thing. Everyone hand over all the food, drink, and supplies at home to 802. We will distribute them. Anyone who dares to hide anything, don't blame me for being rude. It won't just be about handing over things then. Building 30 Unit 1201 Ironhead. Did you hear that? Be sensible. Don't wait for us to go door to door. Building 30 Unit 1503, I'm your grandpa. Secondly, us brothers are feeling lonely at night and need a warm bed. If there are any pretty girls in the building, come forward voluntarily. If we have to call you out, it won't be pretty. Everyone's heart tightened. Suddenly, a message was directed at Lin Ruashi. Building 30 Unit 602 Oldly. Ruashi, I remember 2901 has a flight attendant living there, right? She's quite a looker. Brother Xiong, what do you think? Building 30 Unit 802 Dominator. Flight attendant? Oh, I remember. She's the one with the pretty avatar in the group, right? Ruashi, yes, it's you. Pack your things and come to 802 immediately. Bring your food too. Building 30 Unit 1201 Ironhead. Huh? Flight attendants are great. I've never had a flight attendant before. Building 30 Unit 1503, I'm your grandpa. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. In less than 10 minutes, we'll come up to help you move. Boom. Lin Ruashi's mind went blank in an instant. A huge fear gripped her heart like a cold hand. They called her out. They were coming to get her. What to do? What to do? Call the police? The phone couldn't get through. Where are the officials? Asking for help. Who in the group would dare to help her? Run? Outside was the deadly poisonous snow. Where could she escape to? In utter despair, the instinct to survive made Lin Ruashi suddenly spring up from the sofa. She rushed out the door like a madwoman, stumbling towards the stairwell. Up the stairs. Only up the stairs. That man who was annoying but seemed capable of protecting her. Lin Ruashi practically climbed the stairs using both her hands and feet. Bang, bang, bang. On the 30th floor. Chen Nanxing had just put away his phone, a hint of a mocking smile still on his lips when he heard a knock on his security door. His brow furrowed instantly, and his eyes became sharp and alert. Who would come knocking on his door at this time? And from the sound, it didn't seem like someone was just visiting casually. Chen Nanxing quietly approached the door, not opening it immediately, but looking through the peephole. He saw Lin Ruashi, her face pale as paper, looking disheveled, glancing back towards the stairwell as if a ghost were chasing her. Chen Nanxing, open the door. Please, open the door. Save me. They are coming for me. Chapter 10, Maid Rules. Click. The door lock opened. Lin Ruashi felt like she had grabbed a lifeline and was about to rush in. However, what awaited her was not a warm sanctuary. Chen Nanxing suddenly yanked her into the entryway with one hand, while the other held a kitchen knife precisely against her slender neck. The blade was pressed against her skin, seemingly ready to sever her head at any moment. Ah! Lin Ruashi gasped, her soul nearly leaving her body, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she looked at the cold-faced man in front of her. What are you doing? Put the knife down. I'm here to seek refuge with you. Chen Nanxing starting from her back. He pressed firmly on every corner of the down jacket with his palm, under the armpits, lower back, hips, outer thighs, and ankles. The movements were professional, devoid of any unnecessary emotions, as if he were inspecting an item. You, Lin Ruashi, felt the force and touch on your body, and your cheeks instantly flushed red, both out of anger and shame. Don't move. Chen Nanxing's voice was devoid of emotion. After confirming that there were no hidden weapons on her back, he commanded, turn around. Lin Ruashi slowly turned around in humiliation, facing Chen Nanxing, her eyes red and biting her lip tightly. Chen Nanxing's gaze was sharp as an eagle, meticulously searching her front. From her neck to her chest, abdomen, and even her thighs. Lin Ruashi's body trembled slightly from shame and anger, but she tightly closed her eyes, not daring to resist or speak. In the end, Chen Nanxing confirmed that besides her phone, she indeed had no threatening items on her. After confiscating her phone, Chen Nanxing withdrew the knife that had been poised at her neck, but his gaze remained vigilant. Come in. He stepped aside to clear the passage. Lin Ruashi felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and stumbled into the room. The moment she stepped into the living room, Lin Ruashi was stunned. It was so warm. Outside, it was over -40 degrees, and even hiding indoors, the biting cold could still be felt. Yet, the temperature in Chen Nanxing's home was surprisingly comfortable. It was like spring or autumn, and wearing a heavy down jacket, she even began to feel a bit hot. How is this possible? Doesn't the community have heating? The air conditioning doesn't seem to work. Chen Nanxing, how is your home so warm? Lin Ruashi instinctively took off her down jacket, incredulously looking around. Frost thickly coated the windows, proving that the extreme cold outside was not a lie. Chen Nanxing closed the door and locked it, Securing the kitchen knife. How I did it is none of your business. You just need to know that this is one of my abilities. Also, from the moment you step through this door, we are no longer in an equal relationship. You are the servant, and I am the master. Understand? Lin Ruashi's body stiffened, and her cheeks burned again. I understand. Since you understand, what will you call me? The word master rolled on Lin Ruashi's tongue, but she found it difficult to utter. Chen Nanxing did not urge her, merely watching quietly, his gaze indifferent. It seemed that as long as she did not call him by a satisfactory title, he would throw her out. Thinking of the gang downstairs that was watching her like hawks, Lin Ruashi shivered. Ultimately, extreme fear overwhelmed her dignity, and she whispered in a voice that was almost inaudible. A master. The voice was too soft to be heard. Moreover, the tone was wrong, not respectful enough. Lin Ruashi took a deep breath, and her humiliating tears finally fell. But she raised her voice, trying to sound obedient. Master. Chen Nanxing was barely satisfied. Remember this title and your identity. If you dare to regret it, or have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, I won't. I don't dare? Lin Ruashi quickly shook her head. You better not dare. Because you've already seen my secret. If you don't want to stay, then you can only keep quiet forever. As Chen Nanxing spoke, he took a printed A4 paper from the drawer of the coffee table and handed it to Lin Ruashi. This is the Maid's Code. Read it carefully, remember it. And every rule must be strictly followed. Lin Ruashi trembled as she took the paper and saw that it listed a series of harsh regulations. Maid's Code. 1. When in the master's house, you must kneel and speak to the master. 2. Unconditionally obey all of the master's orders, without any hesitation or resistance. 3. You are not allowed to enter the master's bedroom without permission. 4. You are not allowed to touch the master's personal belongings without permission. 5. Responsible for indoor cleaning, organizing, cooking, and all chores, ensuring a clean and comfortable environment. 6. Always pay attention to the master's needs, maintaining a respectful attitude. 7. You must not inquire about the master's secrets in any form. 8. You must not contact the outside world or disclose any information about the situation inside the house. Warning: violating any of the above will result in punishment, depending on the severity of the offense, up to death. Reading the terms on the Maid's Code word by word, Lin Ruashi felt a suffocating sense of oppression. This completely stripped her of her basic rights and dignity as a person, especially the part about speaking while kneeling. But when she looked up and saw Chen Nanxing's cold gaze that allowed for no negotiation, and felt the hellish temperature difference between inside and outside, thinking of the gang that could break in at any moment, Lin Ruashi tightly clenched her fists but ultimately released them weakly. Slowly, she knelt down. I am the maid. I will comply. Lin Ruashi's body trembled slightly, but she tried hard to maintain her submission. The coldness in Chen Nanxing's eyes softened a bit. This woman was somewhat sensible, which saved him a lot of trouble. Are you hungry? Lin Ruashi cautiously looked up, her abdomen giving a slight spasm at the right moment. She hadn't eaten anything decent in days, and the compressed biscuit crumbs could barely keep her alive. I'm hungry, master. Wait. Chen Nanxing did not choose to directly take items from the system space. That would be too shocking and could easily reveal his trump card. He walked into the storage room and transferred a small but astonishing amount of supplies. Then he picked up several individually packaged breads and a few boxes of milk and returned to the living room. Eat. Lin Ruashi's eyes widened instantly, and she instinctively covered her mouth to prevent herself from exclaiming. Really? Chen Nanxing actually had food, and it was bread and milk, which were considered luxurious items in the current situation. She trembled as she accepted the food, eating the bread and drinking the milk in small bites, cherishing every morsel, even carefully picking up the crumbs that fell and putting them in her mouth. After finishing half a loaf of bread and half a box of milk, Lin Ruashi stopped. She carefully put away the remaining half of the bread and half a box of milk. Chen Nanxing frowned. What are you doing? If you're not full, keep eating. Why are you putting it away? Master, I've had enough for now. It's not that I'm very hungry. The leftovers. I'll eat them next time when I can't stand it anymore. Chen Nanxing immediately understood Lin Ruashi's thoughts. She was afraid of running out of supplies. He sneered. Put away your pathetic little thoughts. I said, as long as you do what a maid is supposed to do, I won't let you starve even a bit. These things aren't worth you saving. Now, I command you to eat your fill. Lin Ruashi was stunned. In this apocalyptic world, what could be more touching than a man saying to a woman, I command you to eat your fill. But master, those supplies. Lin Ruashi still couldn't help but want to retort, wanting to remind Chen Nanxing of the cruelty of the apocalypse. Chen Nanxing's gaze turned cold, and his voice deepened. Have you forgotten the Maid's Code you just read? What is the second rule? Do you need me to remind you again? Lin Ruashi's body trembled, and she immediately recalled the content of the second rule of the Maid's Code and the bloody death warning at the end. She dared not hesitate any longer and quickly lowered her head. I'm sorry, master. I was wrong. She knelt again, though she hadn't really gotten up. Then quickly tore open the instant noodle packaging and began to eat in small bites, not daring to hold back at all. Only when she burped did Chen Nanxing nod in satisfaction. Full? Full, master. Lin Ruoxi answered honestly, and with food in her stomach, she felt more energetic. Since you're full, go wash up. You're covered in sweat and dust. Lin Ruoxi was shocked again as she looked up. Wash up? Now, outside. Even drinking water had become a deadly poison, and every drop of clean water was worth its weight in gold. And Chen Nanxing actually wanted her to use it to take a bath? What? Does my command need to be repeated a second time? And no, I don't dare. Lin Ruoxi didn't dare to ask more. Although she felt this command was extravagant to the point of madness, she still obediently stood up and walked towards the bathroom. When she pushed open the bathroom door, she saw more than 20 huge barrels of bottled water neatly stacked in the corner. She was completely stunned. Each barrel was 185 liters, so how much was that in total? It could last for a long time, right? Chen Nanxing's voice came from behind, tinged with impatience. Use the bottled water to wash. The showerhead can't be used. Just use the bathtub. No need to conserve. Lin Ruoxi felt that her worldview was being completely overturned. However, Chen Nanxing had already started pouring water into the tub, stopping only after filling it with 8 barrels. Feeling that the water temperature was a bit low, Chen Nanxing directly turned on the local heating in the room, stopping only when the water temperature reached 40 degrees. All right, you can wash now. Lin Ruoxi stood at the bathroom door, her eyes fixed on the bathtub full of clear water, steaming slightly, her mind blank. In the outside world, people were killing each other over a bottle of water, and here they were using bottled water for a bath. And they used a full 8 barrels at once? How extravagant. Didn't they fear being struck by lightning? She stiffly turned her head to look at Chen Nanxing, her lips trembling, but she couldn't utter a word. The man's actions were completely beyond her comprehension. Seeing Lin Ruoxi frozen for a long time, Chen Nanxing reminded her, what are you still dawdling for? Do you need me to help you undress? Lin Ruoxi came back to her senses, her cheeks instantly turning red, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest. Her voice barely above a whisper. Master, could you please step out first? I need to take off my clothes. Chen Nanxing not only didn't leave, but took a step closer, his tall figure bringing a strong sense of pressure. Step out? Lin Ruoxi, don't you realize the situation? You are my maid. Every hair on your body belongs to me. In front of me, what right do you have to feel shy? What right do you have to demand privacy? Chen Nanxing reached out and lifted Lin Ruoxi's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Remember your identity. Don't make me say it a second time. Lin Ruoxi's heart raced, almost bursting from her chest. Humiliation, panic, and a hint of indescribable excitement. After a few seconds, she bit her lip hard, resignedly closed her eyes, and slowly reached for her clothing buttons. 1, 2. The sweater was removed, revealing the snug thermal underwear underneath, outlining her full and undulating curves. Then the thermal underwear came off, followed by the long pants. With each piece removed, her skin was exposed more to the air and under Chen Nanxing's scorching gaze. Her skin was fair, shoulders rounded, collarbone delicate and sexy, waist slim, and her legs long and straight. Bare air was strong. He must have never lacked honey before the apocalypse. Every curve was just right. Too much would be plump, too little would be thin. Coupled with her tightly closed eyes, trembling eyelashes, and flushed cheeks, it created an extreme pure desire that was irresistible. Gulp. Chen Nanxing clearly heard himself swallow. A wave of wicked fire surged in his lower abdomen, sweeping through his body, making his blood seem to boil. TSK, no wonder she was rated 93 by the system. Perfect. But it seemed this woman hadn't bathed properly in a while. Although she didn't look as disheveled as those outside, if you sniffed closely, you could still faintly smell sweat and dust. Judging her on the spot seemed a bit of a mood killer. And it wouldn't do justice to the bathtub full of clean water and her flawless body, suppressing the nearly bursting desire. Chen Nanxing took a deep breath and walked out of the bathroom. He pulled out a sunflower seed and started cracking it. 20 minutes later, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. After a moment, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Amidst the hazy steam, Lin Ruoxi walked out. Having washed away her weariness and dust, her beauty appeared even more radiant. The long-suppressed flames within Chen Nanxing could no longer be contained. He strode forward, and amidst Lin Ruoxi's startled exclamation, he picked her up horizontally. Master? Lin Ruoxi's voice was tinged with panic. Chen Nanxing didn't answer, only responded with a fiery gaze. Heading straight for the bedroom, he gently laid her on the soft bed and leaned down. Next is the VIP reading section, 100,000 words. Over an hour later, Chen Nanxing walked out of the bedroom, satisfied, gently closing the door. The living room was still warm, mirroring his now pleasant mood. Lin Ruoxi, however, lay exhausted on the bedroom bed, fast asleep. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully acquiring the first maid with a beauty rating of over 90. Reward distribution in progress. Total quantity of all supplies, food, water, etc., multiplied by 10. Newly added cooked food. 10,000 portions of various dishes. Cold weapons. 10,000 pieces, multiple models. 1,000 sets of thermal underwear, multiple models. Can withstand cold of minus 100 degrees. 10,000 pieces of ordinary clothing, multiple seasons and models. 100 firearms of various models, with unlimited bullets. Martial power level system activated. Currently enhancing the Master's body, cleansing and refining, expelling impurities, immunity to all poisons. Martial power level directly upgraded to level 5. Enhancement about to begin. Please prepare, Master. Chapter 12, Strength Enhancement. Rewards for the Little Maid. A series of system prompts rang in Chen Nanxing's mind. He was first taken aback, then ecstatic, as if magma were erupting from within him, almost breaking through the top of his head. Supplies multiplied by 10. With that huge base number multiplied by 10, he would never go hungry in this lifetime. Guns. And unlimited bullets. In this chaotic apocalypse, this was the true hard currency, the foundation of power. What made his heart race even more was the martial power level. Cleansing and refining? Immunity to all poisons? Level 5 martial power. Chen Nanxing was so excited that his fingers trembled slightly. As soon as the thought settled, an indescribable surge of energy instantly flooded into his body from the void. Ugh! Chen Nanxing couldn't help but let out a suppressed roar, feeling as if every cell in his body was being torn apart, shattered, and then reassembled in a more perfect and powerful way. The intense pain surged like a tide. Yet it also brought an extreme pleasure akin to a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon. He could clearly feel his meridians widening, bones becoming denser and tougher, and muscle fibers being rewoven under the energy, containing explosive power. At the same time, a thick, foul-smelling, dark viscous substance was forcibly expelled from every pore of his body, quickly covering his surface. In just a few breaths, he had become as if he had been pulled out of a sewage pit, reeking. Damn, it stinks. Chen Nanxing was almost overwhelmed by his own odor, but he forced himself to endure, carefully experiencing the upheaval occurring inside his body. His senses became unprecedentedly sharp. He could clearly hear Lin Ruoxi's steady, long breaths in the bedroom, and through the frost-covered window, he could hear the soft sound of snowflakes falling outside. His strength, speed, and neural reactions were all rapidly enhancing. The process lasted about 10 minutes. When the last trace of energy merged into his limbs, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Body enhancement completed. Current martial power level, LV5. Gained passive ability. Immunity to all poisons. Can resist most known toxins and pathogens. A powerful sensation filled his body, as if he could crack the floor with a gentle stomp, and with a slight exertion, he could crush steel. Is this the feeling of power? So wonderful. Chen Nanxing was so excited that he almost forgot the filth on his body. He couldn't wait to test just how strong this LV5 martial power was. He rushed to the kitchen, his gaze sweeping over an ordinary porcelain bowl on the counter. It was the most ordinary white porcelain bowl, not particularly thin. Chen Nanxing extended his right index finger and suddenly jabbed it. Puff! A soft sound, like breaking through a layer of window paper. His finger effortlessly pierced through the porcelain bowl, leaving a smooth-edged round hole in the bowl's wall. Chen Nanxing's eyes suddenly brightened as he withdrew his finger and looked at the cold concrete wall beside him. Again, he pointed his finger like a spear, restraining most of his strength, and gently poked the wall. Sizzle! His finger, like a red-hot iron, plunged into the snow, encountering almost no resistance, and sank completely into the hard concrete wall. Pulling back his finger, a deep finger hole was left on the wall, the edges neat, without any crack spreading. Ha! Good. 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 Chen Nanxing looked at his finger, then at the hole in the wall, unable to help but burst into loud laughter. The laughter echoed in the warm and safe house, filled with the exhilaration of controlling his own fate. From now on, he not only had enough supplies to survive the apocalypse, but was also the master of his own destiny. The bedroom door was gently pushed open a crack, and Lin Ruoxi, still half asleep, poked her head out, her face still showing signs of lingering fatigue and a hint of surprise. Master, are you okay? Is everything all right? Chen Nanxing turned back, seeing Lin Ruoxi's cautious and concerned demeanor, which lifted his mood even more. I'm fine. He suppressed his laughter, but the corners of his mouth still rose high. I'm just happy. Very happy. He walked to Lin Ruoshi's side. Given that today, I'm in a good mood. I'll grant you a privilege. Lin Ruoshi blinked, a bit confused. Privilege? Chen Nanxing nodded, casually saying, from now on at home. You don't have to kneel and speak to me all the time. Lin Ruoshi was completely stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Just 2 hours ago, this man had pressed a cold blade against her neck, forcing her to kneel with the strict maid code, emphasizing the master-servant distinction. How could it be different now? Was it because he had obtained her, and since it was his first time, he was particularly lenient? Lin Ruoshi's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart a mix of emotions. But more than anything, she felt a sense of relief. Finally, she wouldn't have to kneel at home and could live more like a person. Thank you, master. Chen Nanxing was in a great mood and opened his arms to give her a hug. However, Lin Ruoshi instinctively took half a step back, her small nose crinkling slightly, and blurted out, Master, you smell a bit. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately realized she had misspoken. How could she complain about her master? She hurriedly lowered her head to apologize. I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean it. Lin Ruoshi's heart raced, fearing that her sudden offense would incur severe punishment. Chen Nanxing was also taken aback and lowered his head to sniff the odor that was comparable to a latrine. He couldn't help but laugh. It's fine, you're stating the facts. He waved his hand, appearing unconcerned. I just finished exercising and expelled some impurities. I'll go wash up. Chen Nanxing turned and walked toward the bathroom, leaving Lin Ruoshi standing there, unsure if she had been so easily forgiven. When Chen Nanxing came out of the shower, feeling refreshed, Lin Ruoshi was already up. She wasn't sitting on the sofa but quietly standing in the middle of the living room, her hands clasped in front of her. Her posture tense. Although the maid code did not explicitly prohibit sitting, in her past understanding and the habitual thinking formed in just half a day, as a maid, it seemed she shouldn't be too casual in front of her master. Chen Nanxing looked at Lin Ruoshi, who wanted to sit but didn't dare, and found it somewhat amusing. He walked over, naturally wrapping his arm around her slender waist, guiding her to the sofa to sit together. Lin Ruoshi's body stiffened slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable with this sudden intimacy and overstepping. Relax. Since you've become my maid, your initial performance has been satisfactory, so you can consider this your home. There's no need to be so restrained, just remember to listen to me. Lin Ruoshi's heartstrings were gently plucked. She looked up at Chen Nanxing. His side profile was distinct. Just out of the shower, with damp hair tips carrying a hint of moisture, less cold and more casual, resembling what her dream husband should look like. Thank you, master. Lin Ruoshi leaned closer and quickly kissed Chen Nanxing on the cheek. Chen Nanxing was slightly taken aback, then touched the spot where she had kissed him, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smile, but he didn't say much. Ruoshi, you've been injured today, so take a day off. You don't have to work. What do you want to eat? You can order. Chapter 13. Lin Ruoshi's home was smashed. Order food? Lin Ruoshi's eyes widened instantly, as if she had heard something unbelievable. In a world where even clean water had become a luxury, one could still order food? This was simply, what? Don't believe me? Chen Nanxing raised an eyebrow. No. Lin Ruoshi quickly shook her head, cautiously testing. Then, can I have sweet and sour ribs and stir-fried broccoli? After speaking, she nervously looked at Chen Nanxing, fearing that these two requests were too much. Sure. Chen Nanxing stood up, looking like he was about to showcase his skills. You go sit in the living room and snack. You're not allowed in the kitchen. Chen Nanxing walked into the kitchen and closed the door. He took out his phone and leisurely leaned against the counter, scrolling through the news. Outside, it was indeed completely chaotic. Estimating the time was about right. He directly retrieved the steaming 3 dishes and a soup from the system space. It was exactly the sweet and sour ribs and stir-fried broccoli that Lin Ruoshi had ordered, plus a portion of braised pork he casually grabbed and a bowl of tomato and egg soup, along with 2 bowls of crystal-clear white rice. The aroma instantly filled the air. He carried the tray out of the kitchen. When Lin Ruoshi saw the tray filled with colorful and fragrant dishes, especially the 2 dishes she had just named, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning and was completely petrified on the sofa. How is this possible? Even before the apocalypse, making these 2 dishes fresh wouldn't have been this quick. Moreover, with the water and gas cut off, could an induction cooker really cook this fast? How did her master do it? This master of hers seemed to have more secrets than she had imagined, and they were astonishing. At that moment, the last bit of unwillingness and humiliation deep within Lin Ruoshi was diluted by the incomprehensible miracle before her and the enticing aroma of the food. Becoming this person's maid. As long as she didn't bring trouble upon herself, perhaps she could really live well in this damned apocalypse. What are you dazed for? Eat. Chen Nanxing set the food on the coffee table. Oh, master, can I eat with you? In the maid code, maids were not allowed to eat with their masters. Of course, do you want to eat leftovers? No, I want to eat with master every day. Lin Ruoshi came back to her senses and hurriedly stepped forward to help. The two sat on the sofa, enjoying the luxurious hot meal in the apocalypse. Chen Nanxing didn't eat much, spending most of the time watching Lin Ruoshi eat. At first, she was a bit reserved, taking small bites, but soon she couldn't care less about her image, stuffing her cheeks full, clearly starving and craving food after a few days. Watching her, Chen Nanxing felt a strange warmth in his heart. Indeed, being alone for too long was not good. Having a woman by his side made the cold apocalypse feel a bit warmer. Most of the food ended up in Lin Ruoshi's stomach. After finishing, she proactively cleared the bowls and chopsticks, taking them to the kitchen to wash carefully. Although using precious bottled water, she didn't speak out this time, just silently and diligently doing her work. After everything was done, Lin Ruoshi dried her hands and returned to the living room, standing in front of Chen Nanxing, her hands nervously wringing together, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Chen Nanxing looked at her. Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath, gathering her courage, and quietly said, Master, can I have my phone back for a while? Oh, what do you want the phone for? I want to check the surveillance at home. Lin Ruoshi quickly explained. I want to see if anyone from the Qinglang gang has broken in. If not, I want to go down and get a few pieces of clothing. Her voice became softer as she spoke. I only have this outfit on me. It's really a bit inconvenient. Of course, if you're afraid I might use my phone to contact the outside and leak the secrets here, I can do without it. Really. Anyway, it's not cold here. I can wear this outfit in different ways, and it can serve as several outfits. Take it away. You don't have to collect it in the future. Earlier, Chen Nanxing took Lin Ruoshi's phone because he didn't have enough strength to deal with the trouble she might bring by contacting others. But now, there's no need at all. The worst that could happen is wasting a few bullets. Moreover, if Lin Ruoshi really dares to contact others and bring trouble to him, then they can all be killed together. We don't have to hand in our phones anymore. Lin Ruoshi felt a warmth in her heart. This was not just about returning her phone, but also a form of initial trust. Thank you for your trust, Master. Hehe, is it easy to gain the Master's favor? Lin Ruoshi couldn't wait to turn on her phone and immediately opened her home surveillance app. The footage loaded to reveal a mess in the living room. The drawers of the cabinets were all pulled open. Things were thrown everywhere, clearly ransacked violently. The front door was smashed and deformed, and the lock was completely broken. At the same time, her phone buzzed with notifications from the 30-building neighborhood mutual aid group, where 4 members of the Qinglang gang were still arrogantly messaging her. 30 building 802 dominating one side. Ruoshi, where the hell are you? If you're smart, come to 802 yourself. Don't wait for us to drag you out. It won't be so easy to talk then. 30 building 1201 Ironhead. Flight attendant, huh? Delicate and tender. My brothers will definitely take good care of you. 30 building 1503 I'm your uncle. 10 minutes. Last 10 minutes. If we don't see you, we'll search layer by layer. Let's see where you can hide. Lin Ruoshi looked at the filthy language in the group and the tragic situation at home. Her face turned pale, and her fingers trembled slightly. She instinctively looked at Chen Nanxing, her eyes filled with worry. Master, they smashed my house and are still threatening in the group. She turned her phone screen towards Chen Nanxing. Chen Nanxing only glanced at it, his expression unchanged, and slowly took out his phone to open the group. The scum in the group, not receiving a response from Lin Ruoshi, turned their attention to the only resident in the building who had not expressed himself, him. 30 building 802 dominating one side. Nanxing, you upstairs. You're the only one who hasn't said anything. Playing dead? Where are your supplies? Hurry up and hand them over. 30 building 1201 Ironhead. Damn it, that kid from 3001. I heard he used to be a poor delivery guy, probably doesn't have much to offer. 30 building 1503 I'm your uncle. Even a poor guy has to hand something over. That's the rule. If you don't speak up, we'll smash your door. Chen Nanxing frowned slightly. Did they really think he was a coward? Nanxing. 30 building 802 dominating one side. 30 building 1201 Ironhead. 30 building 1503 I'm your uncle and another coward. You 4 scum. Listen up. Nanxing. First. Why should I give you my stuff? What do you think you are? Nanxing. Second. You smashed my maid's, Ruoshi's, home. I will remember this debt. Nanxing. Third. Clean your necks and wait. I will come to find you. By then, you will all die, one by one. The murderous message was sent out, and the group instantly fell silent. Everyone was shocked by this direct, brutal, and murderous reply. Lin Ruoshi was also stunned. She didn't expect Chen Nanxing to respond so directly and forcefully, even declaring he would take their lives. She quickly grabbed Chen Nanxing's arm. Master. No. They are many and ruthless, and they have a history of violence. It's not worth completely offending them for me. Chapter 14 First Strike. Kill the building leader? Offend them? Chen Nanxing put down his phone, his gaze calm but filled with a reassuring confidence. To me, they are already dead. If I don't show some strength, any cat or dog would dare to mess with me. Lin Ruoxi shuddered in fear. But, Chen Nanxing, there's no but, Lin Ruoxi. As my maid, you must follow me to conquer the peak of the world. If you don't have the courage to fight alongside me, you can leave now. I don't need a cowardly maid. Lin Ruoxi felt a tightness in her heart. If Chen Nanxing didn't want her anymore, where could she go? Leaving here meant facing freezing and hunger, as well as people more terrifying than the poisoned snow. Chen Nanxing, although strong and ruthless, was powerful, mysterious, and willing to provide her with protection and sustenance. Master, please don't drive me away. I'm not a coward. She turned to put on her old, dirty down jacket. Wait. Chen Nanxing stopped her. Your clothes are dirty and not warm enough. Since you are my maid, you cannot look shabby when going out. He walked into the storage room, focused his mind, and took out 5 sets of black thermal underwear from the system space, along with 2 sets of well-made, thick fabric-made outfits. One set was a classic black and white, another was deep blue with trim, and there were several stylish winter outfits suitable for going out. When Chen Nanxing came out holding a pile of new, high-quality clothes, Lin Ruoxi was once again left in a daze. These clothes looked expensive and were completely new. Where did Chen Nanxing get them? Was his storage room a treasure trove? Chen Nanxing handed the clothes to Lin Ruoxi in one go. When he handed her the thermal underwear, he explained, "This is specially made thermal underwear. It won't freeze you even at -100 degrees. Lin Ruoxi was no longer surprised by these unreasonable things. As long as she knew, Master is extraordinary. Lin Ruoxi hugged the clothes and went to the bathroom to change. The thermal underwear was thin and skin-tight, and once she put it on, she felt no chill. Instead, she was warm all over. After putting on the maid outfit and a cream-colored long slim coat, her aura instantly transformed. Chen Nanxing also quickly changed into a set of men's thermal underwear and black tactical pants, combat boots, and topped it off with a black windbreaker. He instantly looked tall and sharp, with a hint of killing intent. When Lin Ruoxi saw Chen Nanxing's appearance as she stepped out, stars appeared in her eyes. Her master was so handsome. Chen Nanxing glanced at her and nodded. Not bad. Let us go? The two opened the door, and the cold air rushed in but had no effect on them. Chen Nanxing locked the door, took Lin Ruoxi, and walked straight to the elevator. Their target was clear, room 802. As they reached the door of 802, they heard loud noises and curses coming from inside. A rough male voice was especially loud. Damn it, that bastard from 3001. How dare he tell me in the group to clean my neck? I'm going to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Another voice chimed in. Iron Brother is right. A delivery guy waste dares to be arrogant? Brothers, grab your weapons. There was also a woman's sharp voice fanning the flames. When Brother Xiong captures that flight attendant, we must teach her the rules well. Chen Nanxing's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he raised his foot. Bang! With a loud crash, the sturdy security door and its frame were kicked in and twisted, collapsing inward with a roar. Debris flew everywhere. The commotion inside came to an abrupt stop. The scene in the living room came into view. 4 scruffy-looking, fierce men were surrounding a coffee table drinking, with a number of looted food and bottled water on the table. 3 young women cowered on the sofa, dressed thinly, their faces showing fear. 2 other women were sitting beside a scar-faced man, looking obsequious. There were piles of rice, flour, canned goods, and other supplies on the floor. Clearly, these 4 men are the scum of the Qinglang gang. While the 3 cowering women were coerced into coming here, the other 2 might be voluntarily attached, or their women. The sudden door crash stunned everyone. The 4 men abruptly stood up, looking toward the door with a mix of shock and anger. Damn! Who the hell dares to kick my door? Don't they want to live anymore? The men's gazes passed over Chen Nanxing and immediately landed on Lin Ruoxi, who was standing behind him, wearing a trench coat, tall and with a beautiful appearance. Their eyes instantly lit up with unabashed greed and lewdness. Oh, a gift delivered to our door? The tall, skinny man, Taitu, licked his lips with a strange smile. Little lady, you are quite perceptive, knowing to come find your brothers. The man with the yellow hair, I am your uncle, rubbed his hands and was about to step forward. Xiong Baifeng directly pointed at Lin Ruoxi. Bring her to me. The nearest man to the door couldn't wait to reach for Lin Ruoxi's arm. Just as his hand was about to touch the fabric of Lin Ruoxi's trench coat, a cold flash shot through like lightning. Uft! Ah! The hand reaching for Lin Ruoxi was severed at the wrist. Blood sprayed everywhere. Before anyone could react, the cold flash struck again. Crack! A head filled with shock and fear flew into the air, blood gushing from the neck over a meter high. The headless body shook and fell heavily to the ground. The entire process was so quick that until the body hit the ground, the screams seemed to linger in the air. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this bloody and terrifying scene. Chen Nanxing was holding a broadsword that had appeared in his hand at some point, its tip angled toward the ground. Blood dripping from the blade's groove. His cold gaze swept over the remaining 3 men and 5 women. Just now, who cursed me? The remaining 3 men's faces turned pale, instinctively taking a step back. However, relying on their numbers and ferocity, Xiong Ba Yifeng forced himself to calm down. Shouting with a fierce but weak voice, "Who the hell are you? Dare to kill us? Don't you fear offending my Qingling gang? Me?" Chen Nanxing's lips curled into a cruel arc. "I am the 3001 owner you said you would chop up and feed to the dogs, Chen Nanxing. Damn. It's you, kid." The yellow-haired man, the tall, skinny man, and the 2 formerly fawning women suddenly grabbed fruit knives, beer bottles, and other items from the table, screaming madly as they charged at Chen Nanxing. "Kill him. Avenge our brother." Chen Nanxing's gaze showed no fluctuation, raising his sword to strike. The blade flashed again, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Crack. Uft. Ah. Accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking, the sound of blades entering flesh, and brief screams. The 4 who charged in were all turned into broken corpses within seconds. Blood instantly stained the floor, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. In the living room, only Xiong Ba Yifeng and the 3 cowering women remained. At this moment, Xiong Ba Yifeng was completely terrified, his pants soaked. He dropped to his knees with a thud, bowing his head repeatedly. "Big brother. Grandpa. Spare me. Spare me. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great mountain. All the supplies, I'll give them to you. All the women, they're yours. Spare my dog life." "Spare you? If I were weaker than you, would you spare me?" "No, not only would you kill me, but you would also take my supplies and claim my maid." So the knife rises and falls. After dealing with the last man, Chen Nanxing finally turned his gaze toward the 3 surviving women. "You 3, who are these 4 guys' women?" Chapter 15. Why make it hard for women? 2 of the women almost simultaneously raised their hands, pointing at the woman in the red sweater in the middle. "It's her. It's her. She is Xiong Gu's woman." A short-haired woman shouted, eager to clear her name. "Yes, it's her. We were coerced." Only she willingly followed them. Another slightly plump woman quickly echoed, her face pale. The woman in red instantly felt like she had fallen into an ice cave, trembling violently. Rolling off the sofa and kneeling in front of Chen Nanxing, her forehead heavily knocking on the blood-stained floor. No, big brother. Grandpa, please let me explain." The woman in red was tearful and incoherent. "I was forced to. They coerced me. I didn't want this at all. Please, spare me. I am willing to do anything. I can serve you. I'm very skilled. Please don't kill me." Chen Nanxing looked at the woman in red with indifferent eyes, showing no sign of emotion. "Don't worry, big sister. I want to kill women now." Hearing this, the woman in red suddenly raised her head, her face bursting with joy from surviving. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for sparing my life. I will be yours from now on. I'll work like a cow or horse to repay you." The woman in red knocked her head repeatedly, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. However, Chen Nanxing's next action made her smile freeze on her face. Chen Nanxing extended the still bloodied broadsword toward Lin Ruoxi, who was standing behind him. "Ruoxi, take it. She. And the 2 over there who identified her. You handle them." Lin Ruoxi's body trembled violently, her face turning as pale as paper. She stared at the cold hilt being offered to her, still smeared with warm, sticky blood, her stomach churning. "Master, I've never killed anyone. Make her kill?" This is far crueler than she imagined. It is not what she envisioned at all. She only wanted to be the woman behind her big brother, not the executioner. The relief the woman in red had just felt shot back up her throat, and she looked at Lin Ruoxi in terror, pleading again. "Sister. No, please, I beg you. Spare me. We are all women. Why make it hard for women? I am also a victim. If you spare me, I will be your maid and serve you for life." The other 2 women also reacted, dropping to their knees and banging their heads desperately. Yes. We were all coerced. Sister, please spare us." Lin Ruoxi looked at the 3 women pleading in front of her, her hand gripping the hilt trembled violently. She indeed hated those who helped the tyrants, but ending another person's life with her own hands. In the moment of inner struggle and hesitation, a sudden change occurred. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the woman in red. Suddenly, she pulled out a gleaming dagger from her boot and lunged at Lin Ruoxi like a mad dog, shouting, "You bitch, if you don't speak. It means you don't want to spare me, right? In that case, die." Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. The sharp dagger stabbed toward Lin Ruoshi's abdomen. Lin Ruoshi's mind went blank, the shadow of death pouring over her like icy water, making her limbs stiffen, even forgetting to perform the most basic avoidance. She could only watch as the cold gleam in her vision rapidly enlarged. Just as the tip of the dagger was about to touch the fabric of her trench coat, buzz! A blurred shadow moved at a speed beyond human visual capture. Arriving just in time, it was Chen Nanxing. He didn't even use his sword, just seemingly casually lifted his foot and, as fast as lightning, accurately kicked the wrist of the woman holding the dagger. Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking rang out clearly. The woman let out a piercing scream. The dagger flew from her hand, clattering as it dropped to the ground far away. Chen Nanxing's movements showed no sign of slowing. The foot that had kicked down became the pivot, and his other leg swept out like a steel whip, striking the woman in red on the temple. Bang! With a muffled sound, the woman's head snapped to the side at an unnatural angle, her eyes still filled with disbelief. But her body had already slumped to the ground. After twitching twice, she was completely silent. The living room fell into dead silence once again. Only the thick smell of blood lingering in the air. Lin Ruoshi stood frozen in place, her heart racing, her back instantly soaked with cold sweat. She looked at the red-dressed woman who had just died on the ground, then turned to Chen Nanxing, who stood with his legs crossed and a cold expression. The fear and relief of having survived intertwined. Her lips trembled as she instinctively said thank you. Thank you, master. However, before her words of gratitude could finish, a crisp and loud slap suddenly landed on her face. The force was so great that Lin Ruoshi was caught off guard, her whole body tilted to one side, and a clear 5-finger red mark instantly appeared on her fair cheek, stinging painfully. Lin Ruoshi was stunned from the slap, covering her face, and looked at Chen Nanxing in disbelief, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Chen Nanxing's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. What I need is not your thanks. I saved you because you are now my property, not because you are worth saving. This is the apocalypse. It's not a first-class cabin cocktail party of your airline. Here, mercy and hesitation are the paths to death. The slightest pity you show to the enemy today will turn into a knife stabbing your own or my heart tomorrow. Useless. A waste like you. Even with the best resources and the safest shelter, one T survive. Not only will you endanger yourself, but you will also implicate those around you. Tell me, how do you want to die? Chen Nanxing's harsh scolding pierced through all of Lin Ruoshi's hopes and the fleeting warmth she had just felt. The pain on her cheek was far less than the impact and humiliation of his words. But strangely, that feeling of grievance quickly dissipated, replaced by a cold clarity and intense fear. The master was right. If it weren't for the master's quick action, she would already be a corpse. Her hesitation was the most fatal weakness in the apocalypse. Not only would it lead to her own death, but if she really caused trouble for the master because of her, she dared not think further. Plop. Without any hesitation, Lin Ruoshi knelt straight down in the cold, sticky blood. Master, I was wrong. I was too stupid and naive. I let you down. I promise I won't be foolish again. Please give me another chance. Lin Ruoshi heavily knocked her forehead against the ground, producing a dull sound. This time, she was genuinely afraid and truly understood. Chen Nanxing said nothing, only looked coldly at Lin Ruoshi. He had no intention of training Lin Ruoshi to be an emotionless killing machine. But he also didn't want her to be a saint in the apocalypse. Seeing that Chen Nanxing did not respond, Lin Ruoshi's heart grew even more anxious. The master must be extremely disappointed in her. Would he abandon her? If she had never seen the light, she wouldn't fear the darkness. Lin Ruoshi had experienced good days with Chen Nanxing, and she didn't want to return to the past of freezing and starving. Master, I was wrong. Please don't abandon Ruoshi. Forgive me this time, okay? Lin Ruoshi dared not stop, forcefully knocking her forehead against the cold, sticky floor. Bang bang. The muffled sound of her knocking her head was particularly clear in the silent, bloody living room. Soon, her smooth forehead turned red and even slightly swollen. The blood and dust that had splattered on her face mixed, and with this knock, it spread further, making her look disheveled and pitiful. Chen Nanxing watched Lin Ruoshi's appearance and finally spoke lightly. Enough, no more knocking. First, finish what you haven't done. Chapter 16, The Female Anchor. The lazy little Sue, the two women, like cats whose tails had been stepped on, erupted with their last desire to survive, crying out as they crawled towards Lin Ruoshi. No, please, spare us. We were really forced. We didn't do anything. Sister, please help us plead. We are willing to be your servants. We can help you with chores, cleaning, laundry, anything. Don't kill us. Lin Ruoshi looked at their desperate pleas. Her heart tightened again. But this time, The thrilling image of the red-dressed woman attacking suddenly flashed in her mind, along with Chen Nanxing's cold words and that stinging slap. Mercy and hesitation are the paths to death. She took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort in her heart, and tried to make her voice sound cold. You say you were forced, did nothing? The two women desperately nodded. Yes, yes. We were captured by them. Lin Ruoshi pointed at the scattered resources on the ground and the empty wine bottles and leftover canned food from the men, then what they ate and drank. Aren't those from your neighbors in the building? Did you ever think about whether those who were robbed would starve or die of thirst while you enjoyed these spoils with them? The two women were instantly speechless. Their faces pale. You enjoyed the resources they robbed, tacitly permitted, and even possibly assisted their atrocities. Now that they are dead, you say you are innocent? There is no such logic in the world, so you are not wronged. Lin Ruoshi's knife fell. After dealing with the two, she forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit and walked with her head down to Chen Nanxing. Master, it's done. Chen Nanxing glanced at her, offering no comment. He looked around at the room filled with various resources, food, bottled water, canned goods, and even some cigarettes and alcohol, which piled up to a considerable amount. He casually took a few pictures and then opened the 30-building neighbor mutual assistance group. Nanxing, all members, picture. The few scraps from 802 are dead. The resources here now belong to me. The group was silent for a few seconds before it exploded. 30 building 602, Old Lu. What? Brother Xiong and the others are dead. 30 building 401, Sister Wang. Belong to you? Why? There's still rice and oil from my house that were robbed in there. 30 building 2204, keep going up. Yeah, those are the cans I saved. Those are my resources. They were just temporarily stored with them. Immediately, many people agreed, claiming that the resources were theirs and that Brother Xiong and the others were merely holding them for safekeeping. Their words full of an attitude of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Nanxing, safekeeping? 30 building 2204, keep going up. Do your cans need to be stored in someone's stomach? 30 building 401, Sister Wang. Was your rice and oil voluntarily given to 802 for them to hold? Do you want me to send some pictures of them drinking and eating canned food just now to show you? This is called safekeeping? The group was instantly silenced. Chen Nanxing sneered and continued typing. Nanxing, don't say useless things. Now these things are my spoils of war. Who wants them? Fine. Introduce me to a beautiful maid. Must be top-notch in looks and figure, obedient and sensible. Whoever introduces a maid that satisfies me can take whatever they want from these resources. The group immediately erupted in curses, but most were indirect. 30 building 1701, clear wind. Using everyone's resources to exchange for a maid? Isn't that a bit too much? 30 building 601, queen pa? Despicable. Shameless. Do you think everyone is like you? We would rather starve than engage in such flesh trading. 30 building 602, Old Lu. That Nanxing boss, I do know one. Not sure if she meets your requirements. Nanxing, speak. 30 building 602, Old Lu. There's a female anchor live streaming on the Yuyo platform over in building 28. Very beautiful, good lifestyle. Although many big brothers give her gifts and want to date her, she has never met any big brother privately. A female anchor who can't even be dated by the top big brother? Chen Nanxing became a bit interested. Nanxing, oh? Interesting. 30 building 602, Old Lu. Come to 802 and tell me in detail. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a thick cotton jacket and shrinking his neck appeared at the door of 802, trembling. When he saw the horrific scene and the corpses inside, he was so scared that his legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. But soon he adapted. Nanxing boss. Old Lu's voice trembled, not daring to look up. Chen Nanxing looked at Old Lu, who had a bald head and greasy appearance. He seemed to be an honest man. Don't worry, I'm not a murderer. I only kill those who deserve it. Now let's talk about that female streamer. Old Lu calmed down a bit, but still dared not glance around. Yes, I've been following her for quite a while. The classical dance she performs is particularly captivating. I saved up my salary for 3 years and gifted her quite a lot, becoming her #1 fan for 2 days. Just so I could chat with her for a few moments. Chen Nanxing was taken aback. What kind of brand of fool spends 3 years' worth of salary just to chat a couple of times? Even Fei Yangyang would call him an ancestor. Ha ha ha, bro. You're not trying to chat. You're trying to pursue her, right? Old Lu instantly turned red with embarrassment and stammered, big boss. Who wouldn't want to pursue such a beautiful woman? Chen Nanxing remained non-committal and pointed to Lin Ruoshi, who was beside him. Her face still stained with blood, but still beautiful. How does she compare to my maid? Old Lu finally dared to take a closer look at Lin Ruoshi. And a flash of amazement and greed crossed his eyes, but he quickly thought of Chen Nanxing's ruthlessness and lowered his head. In the camera, that female streamer is extremely beautiful. but she must have used beauty filters. If she didn't use filters, she should be about the same as you. Each with their own merits, right? Chen Nanxing became increasingly interested. If she could match Lin Ruoshi's quality without filters, she would definitely be worth taking in. What is the streamer's nickname? Do you have any contact information? Her nickname is by Lan Xiaosu. I don't have her contact info, but I know her WeChat nickname is probably the same, and she's in our homeowners group in the Happy Community. Chen Nanxing immediately searched the homeowners group and indeed found someone with the nickname by Lan Xiaosu, with a profile picture of someone in Hanfu holding a pipa. The scene was very beautiful. He decisively clicked to add as a friend, with a simple and direct note, looking for a maid, providing food, warmth, and safety. As for when the other party would agree, or if they would agree, Chen Nanxing was not in a hurry. With his current strength and resources, he already had a foothold in this apocalypse, and he had plenty of time. He also casually took a few close-up photos of the supplies, especially those canned goods, self-heating rice, and bottled water, and sent them to the homeowners group. Nanxing. All members, looking for a maid, full board. Requirements, beautiful and clean. Interested parties can directly send photos or private message me. Chapter 17. Chen Nanxing's tenderness. The Happy Community Homeowners Group was instantly flooded with various messages. Building 7, Room 1102. Desperate housewife. Nanxing, big brother. Please, my child hasn't eaten for 2 days and is crying hoarsely. I don't want much. Just a pack of biscuits or a bag of milk powder. I beg you. I'll bow to you. Crying emoji. Building 19, Room 303. Ruthless person. Nanxing, kid. Don't be too arrogant. Just because you have supplies doesn't mean you're amazing. Let me tell you, there are plenty of brothers in our building too. If you're smart, hurry up and share the stuff, or when we come knocking, it won't be so easy to talk. Building 5, Room 902. Please give the elderly a seat. Nanxing, young man. This is a time of crisis. We should help each other and get through this together. How can you take advantage of the situation and make such a despicable request? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Hand out the supplies for everyone to share. That's the right way. Various other pleas, threats, and enticing messages quickly scrolled by. Almost simultaneously, Chen Nanxing's WeChat friend request notifications started ringing one after another. He accepted them all without hesitation. As soon as he accepted, various photos flooded the chat box. There were photos of elderly women with wrinkled faces trying hard to smile. There were those as thin as bamboo poles posing in tight clothes. There were those weighing over 200 pounds, their double chins visible even with heavy beauty filters. And even one uncle with a beard sent a shocking photo of himself in a maid outfit with a wig, captioned, "Brother, look, I can be both masculine and feminine, sweet and salty, and I promise to be obedient." Chen Nanxing felt his stomach churn and his blood pressure rise. What the hell are these monsters? He quickly operated his fingers, deleting and blocking all these bizarre figures in one go. Not a second longer should be spent on these phones. Who knows? They might bring a virus. People in the group immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Building 3, Room 601, Sister will forever be 18. Nanxing scammer. You are just a fraud. Added me and then deleted me? Don't tell me you have no supplies, just playing with people. Chen Nanxing sneered and immediately tossed the ugly photo sent by Sister will forever be 18 into the group. Nanxing. Building 3, Room 601, Sister will forever be 18. Auntie. At your age, you could be my grandmother. What are you even trying to join in for? Why not just enjoy your retirement? Building 3, Room 601. Sister will forever be 18. You. I was very beautiful when I was young. I'm still well-maintained now. What do you know? Nanxing. Just then, a familiar ID sent a friend request. Building 3, Room 601. Please call me Little Fairy. Chen Nanxing raised an eyebrow and accepted the request. The other party quickly sent several retouched photos, and the woman in the photos appeared to be in her early 20s, fully made up, wearing a cute plush pajama. Her looks were decent, probably around 75 points. Considered a small beauty before the apocalypse, but still far from Chen Nanxing's maid requirements. However, her first message made Chen Nanxing's jaw drop. Please call me Little Fairy. Humph. You seem quite capable, but I have to make it clear in advance. Even if I come over, we are equal. You must respect me, take care of me, and cannot force me to do things I don't like. Supplies must be prioritized for me, and you must only be good to me. No other women allowed. You have to do at least half of the housework. Because I am a little fairy. Of course, if you perform well, this fairy might consider giving you a chance to pursue me. What do you think? Isn't it tempting? The sheer audacity of this little fairy left Chen Nanxing dumbfounded. This is the apocalypse. Where did this little fairy get such a big ego? Chen Nanxing couldn't even be bothered to reply, skipping the screenshot entirely, and decisively blacklisted and deleted this little fairy as well. What a freak, especially today. Chen Nanxing complained silently, and put away his phone. He then turned to the trembling old Lu beside him. Old Lu, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Throw these corpses out the window. They're an eyesore. Then move 2/3 of the supplies in this room to 2901, which was originally my maid's room. The remaining 1/3 will be your reward for your hard work. If Bai Lan Xiaosu is as good as you say, and I'm satisfied, the rest will also belong to you. Old Lu's old face instantly beamed with joy. Thank you, Big Boss Nanxing. Thank you. I promise I'll work efficiently. Xiaosu is definitely beautiful. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. After speaking, Old Lu immediately transformed into a diligent mover, first straining to drag several corpses to the window, pushing open the window that was partially frozen, and throwing them out with all his might. He then began to transport boxes and bags of supplies to 2901. 2 hours later, Old Lu was drenched in sweat, but looking at the large pile of food and water left for himself in the corner, he felt overjoyed, gratefully carrying away his share. Meanwhile, in room 2901, the previously broken door had been simply repaired and reinforced by Chen Nanxing using found tools and materials. Though not as good as new, it was enough to keep out ordinary people. Inside the room, a pile of supplies was stacked, enough for one person to last a year if rationed. Lin Ruoshi watched all this with a complex expression. Upon returning to 3001, the warm air enveloped her. Without any hesitation, Lin Ruoshi walked straight to the center of the living room and knelt down before Chen Nanxing. Master, Ruoshi knows she was wrong. Today I was foolish and weak, almost causing a disaster and betraying your trust and guidance. Please punish me, Master. Chen Nanxing looked at her swollen forehead and the bloodstains that had not yet been wiped clean from her face, and asked lightly, Do you hate me in your heart? Do you hate me for forcing you to kill? Hate me for hitting you? Lin Ruoshi suddenly raised her head, her tone urgent. No, absolutely not. It's right for the Master to hit me. I deserve it. The Master is teaching me how to survive in the apocalypse. If it weren't for the Master, I would have died twice by now. I only feel grateful, not a hint of resentment. Her answer was firm, and her eyes were clear, showing no signs of insincerity. Chen Nanxing stared at her for a few seconds and nodded. Get up. What happened in the past is in the past. Just remember the lesson. Thank you, Master. Lin Ruoshi finally breathed a sigh of relief and carefully stood up. Go wash yourself clean, especially the wounds on your face. Yes, Master. Lin Ruoshi obediently walked towards the bathroom. When she finished her bath and came out in clean pajamas, she saw Chen Nanxing sitting on the sofa, holding a tube of ointment. Come here. Lin Ruoshi walked over as instructed, feeling a bit at a loss. Sit down, lift your face up. Lin Ruoshi's heart raced slightly as she obediently sat on the sofa beside Chen Nanxing, tilted her face up, closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly with nervousness. Chen Nanxing used a cotton swab to scoop some cool ointment. His movements were not particularly gentle, but very careful. The cool sensation of the ointment dispelled the fiery pain. And Chen Nanxing's unexpected action sent ripples through Lin Ruoshi's heart, like a stone dropped into a lake, creating layers of complex waves. She quietly opened her eyes and looked at Chen Nanxing's focused side profile, suddenly feeling that this decisive, cold, and powerful master seemed to have a bit of humanity after all. All done. Be careful these next few days. Chen Nanxing put away the ointment, his tone returning to normal. Go rest. Lin Ruoshi was taken aback. Master, can I rest beside you? Chapter 18. The understanding little maid Chen Nanxing looked at the delicate little face in his arms, his finger unconsciously stroking it. You can now, but not at night. A flicker of subtle disappointment crossed Lin Ruoshi's eyes, but quickly dissipated. After spending most of the day together, she was already clear that Chen Nanxing was vigilant and suspicious. It was only natural for him not to trust her since she had just started following him. After all, no one can guard against a knife in the back when they are asleep. I understand, Master. Lin Ruoshi naturally turned to her side, resting her head on Chen Nanxing's sturdy thigh, curling up in the spacious sofa like a cat that had found a comfortable nest. Chen Nanxing naturally raised one hand and placed it on Lin Ruoshi's belly, experiencing what was called bouncing fun. With the other hand, he picked up his phone, opened the Yuying live streaming platform, and entered Lying Little Sue in the search bar. The homepage loaded, and the avatar indeed matched the ancient-style silhouette on WeChat. Scrolling down, there were some live replays and short video clips. Chen Nanxing casually clicked on the most popular dance video. In the video, a woman dressed in a modified hanfu, her face covered with a light veil, danced gracefully to the melodious music. The flowing sleeves and soft waist, every gaze seemed to carry hooks, combining classical charm with modern sensuality. Especially a certain hip twist move, pure yet seductive, full of tension. TSK, the twisting is indeed quite good. Lin Ruoshi, resting on Chen Nanxing's thigh, slightly tilted her head to watch the phone screen, then glanced up at Chen Nanxing's focused side profile, and quietly asked, "Does the master like watching dance?" Chen Nanxing admitted openly, his eyes still glued to the screen, especially this kind with a bit of energy. "It's fun to watch. I can do a little too." Lin Ruoshi added with a hint of subtle flattery, "I practiced some simple dances for the airline company's annual meeting before." "Oh." Chen Nanxing's interest was indeed piqued. "You can? Show me." Lin Ruoshi's cheeks turned slightly red, and she got up from Chen Nanxing's lap, standing barefoot on the warm floor. After tidying up her nightgown a bit, she took a deep breath, recalling the dance steps in her memory. Without any music, she softly hummed to herself to keep the rhythm. At first, her movements were a bit stiff and shy, but soon, the training from her flight attendant days revealed itself. Her limbs were soft and expressive, and several simple spins were smooth and beautiful. Although not as good as a professional dancer, combined with her outstanding appearance and figure, it presented a unique charm. Chen Nanxing watched, and his interest gradually turned into a burning flame. This woman was constantly challenging his self-control. Before Lin Ruoshi could finish her dance, Chen Nanxing suddenly stood up and swept her up in his arms. "Master?" Lin Ruoshi exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Chen Nanxing's neck. "You danced well, but now, the master wants to experience a duet." Without any hesitation, Chen Nanxing strode toward the bedroom. What follows is a 2-hour duet dancing session, filled with various content and ups and downs. 2 hours later, Chen Nanxing leaned against the headboard, lit a post-coital cigarette, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes carrying a hint of saint-like indifference. The body, after being thoroughly exhausted, felt beyond imagination. Lin Ruoshi had long been unable to bear the dancing fatigue and had fallen into a deep sleep, her breathing even, clearly worn out. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Nanxing refreshly walked out of the bedroom and into the kitchen. Following the same method, he took out a steaming 3-dish 1-soup meal from the system space: braised fish, garlic baby bok choy, stir-fried chili meat, and seaweed egg drop soup, plus 2 bowls of rice. The rich aroma of the food gradually filled the air. He walked to the bedroom door and knocked on the door. "Get up, it's time to eat." Lin Ruoshi on the bed groggily responded with a sound, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times before she struggled to open her eyes. The soreness and fatigue of her body surged like a tide, but the enticing aroma of food that wafted into her nostrils forced her to perk up. She struggled to sit up, rubbed her eyes, and looked at the tall figure of Chen Nanxing at the door, seemingly unaware of fatigue, her voice still carrying a hint of sleepiness. "Master, what time is it?" 8 o'clock. Have something to eat before sleeping." Chen Nanxing answered succinctly. "Oh, okay." Lin Ruoshi walked to the dining table, looking at the steaming dishes, her eyes brightening slightly. "Master, you're amazing. Others don't even have leftovers, and you can still change flavors to eat." Changing flavors, otherwise it gets bland." Hee, the master thinks so thoughtfully." That was a compliment from the little maid, providing Chen Nanxing with enough emotional value. Seeing that Chen Nanxing's face was not stern, Lin Ruoshi's courage also grew. "Master, I think I'm not a qualified maid." Chen Nanxing was surprised. "Why do you say that?" "Because I haven't served you at all." Chen Nanxing immediately understood what Lin Ruoshi meant. "Then how do you want to serve me?" Hee, master, how about the little maid feeds you? Isn't it a dream for most people to have someone serve them? All right. Lin Ruoshi's eyes lit up, as if she had received a great gift, and she quickly moved to sit beside Chen Nanxing. She first picked up a piece of tender and juicy braised fish, carefully removed the main fish bones, and then cautiously brought it to Chen Nanxing's mouth, her voice soft and sweet. "Master, try this fish, it looks so fragrant." Chen Nanxing opened his mouth to take it, chewed a few times, and nodded in satisfaction. The fish bones are removed very cleanly. Receiving his affirmation, Lin Ruoshi smiled like a blooming flower, happier than if she had eaten it herself. She then scooped a spoonful of seaweed egg drop soup, gently blew on it, confirming it wasn't too hot before handing it over. "Master, have some soup, don't choke." Chen Nanxing drank it while holding her hand, the warm soup soothing his stomach. "You eat too." Lin Ruoshi took a bite of garlic baby bok choy, eating it in small bites, but her eyes were always on Chen Nanxing's bowl and expression. She took a few bites and began to feed him stir-fried spicy pork, even using her hand to support it from underneath to prevent oil from dripping onto Chen Nanxing's clothes. "Master, eat some meat to replenish your strength," Lin Ruoshi said. Her cheeks slightly flushed, as if recalling the physically demanding duet they had just performed. Chen Nanxing complied and ate the pieces of meat she fed him, which were spicy and delicious, making it quite appetizing. Occasionally, Lin Ruoshi would playfully bite half a piece of fish, then tilt her head back, signaling Chen Nanxing to eat the other half with her eyes. There was a hint of teasing intimacy that Chen Nanxing found quite amusing. A simple home-cooked meal turned into a delightful exchange of bites, accompanied by soft whispers. Lin Ruoxi attended to him with great care, her gaze filled with adoration and dependency, almost overflowing. Chen Nanxing enjoyed this feeling of being meticulously cared for, especially since the one serving him was a stunningly beautiful woman with an amazing figure. This kind of luxurious experience, which could be considered extravagant even before the apocalypse, had now become his daily life. Outside the window, it was a freezing world, fraught with danger, but inside it was warm as spring, with delicious food nearby and a beautiful companion. The extreme contrast made Chen Nanxing feel a peak of control and satisfaction within. He even occasionally fed Lin Ruoxi a bite, watching her surprise as she ate it, then smiling like a mischievous little cat. Time quietly passed in this sticky, sweet atmosphere. By the time they were both full, the wall clock indicated it was already 9 in the evening. They had eaten for a full hour. The dishes on the table were nearly cleared, and the rice was almost gone. Lin Ruoxi looked at the empty plates, her face showing a satisfied expression, as if she had completed a very important task. She pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped the non-existent grease from the corners of Chen Nanxing's mouth, because she had eaten all the grease. "Master, are you full?" Then I'll clean up." Lin Ruoxi stood up, her movements quick and agile. Although her body still felt a little uncomfortable, her mood was particularly light. Through this meal, she felt that the distance between her and Chen Nanxing seemed to have closed a bit. At least, the master was not always so cold and terrifying. He could also enjoy and relax, and even occasionally show a hint of mildness. That was enough for Lin Ruoxi. Watching Lin Ruoxi busy in the kitchen, Chen Nanxing's lips curled up slightly. This maid was becoming more and more to his liking. Half an hour later, Lin Ruoxi lay back in Chen Nanxing's arms. She was looking at group messages on her phone. The people inside were mostly living unsatisfactorily, either lacking water or food. And then she looked at herself, living such a heavenly life. She really regretted not coming to be the master's maid on the first day of the apocalypse. Wait, why is someone cursing the master? 19 Building 1102, I haven't been the boss for many years. Nanxing, are you tired of living? Dare to mess with the Qingling gang? Stealing their supplies? Do you know how to write the word death? Chapter 19 Cute little Su Lin Ruoxi's brows instantly furrowed, a surge of unnamed anger flaring up. Almost reflexively, she sat up straight, her fingers quickly tapping on the screen. Ruoxi, 19 Building 1102, I haven't been the boss for many years. Watch your mouth. Who's tired of living? Your useless subordinates stole our supplies and ended up getting themselves killed. Whose fault is that? You still dare to threaten my master? Take care of yourself first. You rotten chicken. Scum. Lin Ruoxi's little face puffed up with anger, like a hen protecting its chicks. Chen Nanxing looked at Lin Ruoxi, who suddenly flared up in his arms, first stunned, then found it amusing. He gently pressed down on her wrist, which was still preparing to type. All right, don't get angry with such a person. A pretty girl shouldn't act like a shrew cursing on the street. It doesn't look good. But master, he cursed you. Lin Ruoxi looked up, her eyes still blazing with anger, her little mouth pouting, clearly unconvinced. Why does he have the right to curse you? I just can't stand it. I know. Chen Nanxing rubbed Lin Ruoxi's little head, his movement carrying a rare gentleness. If a dog bites you, do you really want to bite back? Just let me handle this. Lin Ruoxi was soothed and lost her temper. Although she still felt a bit aggrieved, she obediently leaned back into Chen Nanxing's embrace, her eyes still glaring at the screen. Chen Nanxing picked up his phone, opened the group chat, and replied slowly. Nanxing, 19 Building 1102, I haven't been the boss for many years. If you want to know how to write the word death, you can come over, and I'll teach you step by step. Or, I can send you to meet your 4 subordinates and let them teach you down there. Which one do you choose? This reply was even more direct and arrogant than Lin Ruoxi's insults. The group fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly stunned by Chen Nanxing's domineering response. 19 Building 1102, I haven't been the boss for many years. Little brat, pretty cocky, huh? Just wait until I get my hands free. I'll definitely kill you. Nanxing, bastard, how about we set a location, or you tell me where you are now, and I'll come take care of you. The group fell silent again. I haven't been the boss for many years, would naturally not tell Chen Nanxing his current address. Chen Nanxing could kill his 4 little subordinates, which showed he had some strength. There was no need to confront him for now. At this moment, the property manager, Wang, jumped in, trying to stir the waters. Property manager Wang, 19 Building 1102, I haven't been the boss for many years, Some people can only show off their mouths. Mr. Chen Nanxing, don't bother with such societal scum. Our property has already united more owners. We are strong and orderly. We sincerely invite you to join us to maintain peace in the community. Why fight alone? Chen Nanxing sneered. Nanxing, property manager Wang, maintain peace? Are you kidding me? What can your property do besides collecting money and picking peaches after the event? Peace is achieved with fists, not by talking. I'm not interested in your childish games. 19 Building 1102, I haven't been the boss for many years. Huh. Property manager Wang, did you hear that? You're being ignored, right? They don't even look at your ragtag bunch. You think you can be a boss? Save it. Manager Wang and I haven't been the boss for many years immediately began to mock each other, hoping to slap each other in the face and let more people feel that their power was stronger, to solidify their status. Chen Nanxing was too lazy to watch their petty squabbles and directly sent another message. Nanxing, all members, excepting beautiful maids, requirements same as above, can private message. Must send unedited photos. Then he directly muted the group messages and tossed his phone aside. The world became quiet. A bunch of clowns. Boring. It's more comfortable to binge-watch shows. Previously, during the day, working hard for the boss, and at night going home to work hard again. Exhausting and having no time to enjoy. Now that the apocalypse had come, he was instead more relaxed, needing to catch up on all the shows he had saved up but hadn't watched. Just as Chen Nanxing clicked on a popular sci-fi drama, his phone emitted a crisp notification sound. It was a friend verification approval notification. Chen Nanxing raised an eyebrow, clicked to see, and the lazy little Sue had passed the verification. The first message sent by the other party carried a lively aura. Lazy little Sue. Hey. Are you the big shot who said he wanted to collect maids? Are you made of titanium alloy? Not afraid of dying. Chen Nanxing immediately put down the tablet. Watching shows was not as important as collecting maids. Nanxing. Afraid. Why wouldn't I be? If I die, I want to get to enjoy delicious food and, life. Why do you ask? Lazy little Sue, wow. Instant reply. Why are you even asking me why? You just offended both the Qing Wolf gang and the property management at the same time in the group. They have so many people. A gang could easily beat you up, let alone two gangs. Although the Qing Wolf gang are bad guys and the property management isn't great either. But opening fire on both sides like this is really dangerous. Nanxing. Oh, you mean that? They're just a bunch of nobodies. Gathering together is just a waste of food. What? Are you worried about me? Lay back Xiaosu. Hey, who's worried about you? I'm just curious. Right. Curious. And what if the maid service is a scam? There are so many scammers out there. Although I seem to have nothing left to scam. I only have half a bag of chips left at home. Sob. Nanxing, half a bag of chips? That does sound pretty miserable. I'm different. I have so much food at home that I can't finish it. Pictures. Laid back Xiaosu. Ah, it's braised pork. And rice. It looks so delicious. Boss, you didn't lie to me. You really have a lot of good food. I really want to eat it. Nanxing had a smirk on his face, looking like a creepy uncle tempting a little girl with a lollipop. Nanxing, want to eat? It's easy. Come over. Be my maid, and all this is yours. Unlimited. Laid back Xiaosu. But doesn't being a maid mean having to do that? I've never had a boyfriend before. I'm a bit scared. Nanxing. Which part? Smirking. Don't worry. I'm a reasonable person and never force anyone. The main job of a maid is to clean, cook, and make me comfortable. The rest is up to you. Laid back Xiaosu. Really? But. The two chatted for a while, mostly laid back Xiaosu chattering away, asking questions about everything, curious about everything at Nanxing's place, while Nanxing patiently answered. After a while, laid back Xiaosu sent a message. Laid back Xiaosu. Boss, let us stop chatting for now. I need to conserve some energy. Nanxing. What's wrong? Laid back Xiaosu. The only food at home is that half bag of chips. It's almost gone. Chatting consumes energy too. I need to lie down with my eyes closed to reduce consumption. Otherwise I might not have the energy to get up tomorrow. Sob. The words conveyed a sense of pitiful cuteness, struggling to be quirky. Nanxing could almost picture a girl hugging her knees, fretting over the last few chips. Nanxing, why bother? Come here, you want to go hungry. The door is always open for you. By the way, what is your room number in building 28? Lay back Xiaosu. 2802, but let me think about it. Boss, good night. Low battery auto shut down JPG. The chat ended. In room 2802 of building 28, a little girl was staring blankly at the half bag of chips. Should she starve? Or put aside her pride and become a maid? Or eat the last meal and let the snow poison herself? Or perhaps muster the courage to go out and rob someone? But with her thin arms and legs, she probably couldn't even beat a dog, let alone rob someone. Chapter 20. Supplies stolen? Nanxing yawned and looked at Lin Ruoshi, who was still in good spirits. Leaning on the sofa watching a show. I'm going to sleep. Remember, don't enter my bedroom or the storage room. As for you, you can choose to sleep on the sofa or in the guest room. There are snacks and water on the coffee table. Get them yourself if you get hungry or thirsty at night. Though his tone was bland, Lin Ruoxi heard an undeniable tone. Okay, master. Good night. Nanxing nodded, turned, and walked into the master bedroom. He didn't go to bed immediately. Instead, he walked to the back of the door, concentrated, and took out 2 silenced handguns from the system space. He fixed one on a concealed support behind the door facing the entrance, connecting the trigger to the inside of the doorknob with a very thin, transparent fishing line. The other one was placed on the bedside within reach. If anyone outside tried to turn the doorknob to open the door, the fishing line would be pulled, instantly triggering the trigger, and the bullet would ruthlessly pierce the intruder's body. After doing all this, Nanxing finally breathed a sigh of relief and laid down on the bed. Today, although Lin Ruoxi's performance was generally acceptable, and she even showed protective instincts at the end, Nanxing still didn't trust her. A beautiful maid is indeed rare, but his safety and secrets are more important. If she couldn't resist her curiosity or had ulterior motives and dared to open this door tonight, she would deserve to die. He, Nanxing, never lacked the confidence to change to another maid. In the living room, Lin Ruoxi looked at the tightly closed master bedroom door, knowing full well that the door represented an absolute forbidden zone. Naturally, she wouldn't go in, but the mystery of the storage room deeply attracted her. Why did it feel like there was everything in there? Like a treasure trove. Should she go in and take a look? After a mental struggle, Lin Ruoxi ultimately gave up the thought of checking. Being able to survive, eat enough, and stay warm was already 1,000 times happier than those outside. Why seek out some mysteries she shouldn't know? Lin Ruoxi also chose not to go to the guest room, but slept on the sofa. However, she had slept too much during the day, and at this moment, she had no desire to sleep. Tossing and turning, she picked up her phone and subconsciously opened the surveillance app for her own room, 2901. When the screen loaded, Lin Ruoxi's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly covered her mouth to stifle a scream. In the surveillance footage, 3 shadows were busy in her living room. One of them was old Lu, who had just been there during the day. The other 2 were unfamiliar men. They had actually pried open her door lock. At that moment, they were moving boxes of supplies that Nanxing had put there during the day. How dare they? Lin Ruoxi's heart raced, filled with anger. But she quickly forced herself to calm down. Should she immediately tell Nanxing about this? Forget it. Nanxing is such a cautious and smart person. Would he not think of the possibility that old Lu and his men might come to steal at night? Since he thought of it and deliberately left so many supplies in a room with an easy lock, didn't he have other plans? Perhaps this was a test? Or maybe Nanxing didn't care about those supplies at all. If she rashly disturbed Nanxing's rest, would it make him unhappy? Lin Ruoxi struggled for a moment and ultimately decided to remain silent for now. She stared intently at the surveillance footage, memorizing the figures of old Lu and the other 2, then turned off the phone screen, forcing herself to close her eyes. That night, she didn't sleep well. The next morning at 8, Nanxing opened his eyes on time. The first thing he did was look at the bedroom door, finding no bodies, and there were no unusual bloodstains under the door crack. He let out a slight sigh of relief, feeling a hint of unnoticeable relief in his heart. Even though he had made full preparations and mental preparations, if Lin Ruoxi really stupidly entered the bedroom at night and died, he would still feel a bit regretful. After all, Lin Ruoxi was his first maid, with top-notch looks and figure, and she was gradually becoming to his liking. After putting the 2 guns back into the system space, Nanxing walked straight out. In the living room, Lin Ruoxi was already up, washed up, and even thoughtfully prepared warm water and squeezed toothpaste for Nanxing. Master, good morning. She slightly bowed, her face wearing a submissive smile, showing no signs of anything unusual. Nanxing nodded, somewhat satisfied with Lin Ruoxi's performance. However, after washing up and seeing nothing on the dining table, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Why didn't this little maid remind him to prepare ingredients for her to cook? After all, there is a difference between ready-made food from the system and home-cooked meals made by a little maid. Ruoxi, can you cook? Lin Ruoxi was taken aback, not understanding what Nanxing meant, but she honestly replied, Master, Ruoxi can cook some home-style dishes. Since you can cook, then let us cook more often in the future. Master, I haven't eaten the food you made yet. Master, I can cook, but we have no ingredients. Wait. Chen Nanxing walked into the storage room, and 2 minutes later, he came out carrying a pile of fruits and vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Ruoxi, we have ingredients at home now. Hurry up and put them in the fridge. Lin Ruoxi was dumbfounded. Was it really that outrageous? Where did Chen Nanxing get fresh vegetables and fruits? It was simply unbelievable. All right. Lin Ruoxi quickly stepped forward and stuffed everything into the fridge. Master, are you hungry? Ruoxi will make breakfast right now. No need. The master has already prepared this breakfast. Chen Nanxing ran back into the storage room and turned around to take out 2 cups of soy milk, a few fried eggs, egg tarts, and several steaming buns. Here, eat. As the two sat at the dining table eating breakfast, Lin Ruashi hesitated for a moment, but decided to bring up what happened last night. She put down her chopsticks. Master, there's something I don't know if I should say. Go ahead. Chen Nanxing didn't even look up. I couldn't sleep last night, so I checked the surveillance at my home. Lin Ruashi carefully observed Chen Nanxing's expression, and upon seeing old Lu bring 2 people to pry open the lock and take away the supplies you left there, she continued cautiously. Chen Nanxing paused for a moment while drinking soy milk, then quickly returned to normal, as if what he heard wasn't about his supplies being stolen, but rather a weather report. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and said flatly, got it. Lin Ruashi was somewhat taken aback. Master, aren't you angry? Angry? Why should I be angry? This is the apocalypse. This is human nature. So what should we do? Lin Ruashi still felt a bit unsettled. After all, so much food just vanished. Chen Nanxing stood up, walked to the window, looked at the still gray sky and the white snow outside, and spoke coldly. My things, I give them. Only then can others take them. If I don't give, whoever takes them will die. Lin Ruashi once again clearly recognized Chen Nanxing's decisive nature and intolerance for betrayal. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced that she hadn't touched those forbidden red lines out of curiosity last night. Master, are we going to get the supplies back now? Chapter 21. Pretending to be crazy. Neighbors turn on each other, of course. We have to get them back. Otherwise, others will think your master is easy to bully. The two quickly dressed and, based on the information from the owner group, soon found old Lu's door number. Chen Nanxing raised his hand and knocked on the door lightly, but firmly. Who is it? Old Lu's cautious voice came from inside, tinged with a hint of barely detectable tension. Through the peephole, he could see 2 people standing outside. It's me, Chen Nanxing. There was silence for a few seconds, as old Lu clearly didn't expect Chen Nanxing to come directly to his door. He asked from behind the door, Oh, it's Boss Nanxing. What's the matter? Nothing serious. Just open the door and chat. This boss, unfortunately, I'm feeling a bit unwell, might have caught a chill, and it's inconvenient to open the door. Why don't we just talk here? Old Lu was looking for excuses, his voice sounding a bit weak. Chen Nanxing curled his lips into a cold smile and didn't push it, changing the topic. About that female streamer from Building 28. Hearing this, old Lu seemed to relax a bit, but still didn't open the door. Little Sue? Boss, have you seen her? How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Isn't she very pretty? I haven't seen her yet. Chen Nanxing explained slowly. Didn't I promise you yesterday that if she really looks like you said, I would give you the remaining supplies? Old Lu's voice immediately became a bit urgent. Yes. Boss, that's what you said. So, are you here to deliver supplies? That was the plan. Chen Nanxing's tone turned cold. However, when I went to get supplies from 2901 this morning, I found that everything inside had been stolen clean. Old Lu's breath caught for a moment. Then he feigned shock and anger. What? Stolen? Who did it? Which bastard did it? Boss, don't worry. I've lived in this building for 2 years, and I will definitely find out which bastard is not clean. Old Lu's performance was quite exaggerated, trying to clear himself. Listening to his poor act, Chen Nanxing's gaze grew colder. Oh? Is that so? Then thank you. However, that batch of supplies is not a small amount. It's gone just like that, and I'm not happy about it. Old Lu quickly agreed. Yes. Anyone wouldn't be happy. Boss, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to help you find it. Just looking might not be enough. Chen Nanxing lowered his voice slightly, carrying an invisible pressure. I watched the surveillance from last night. 3 people were stealing. The room fell into a dead silence instantly. Old Lu's breathing nearly stopped. After several seconds, he forced a laugh and spoke, his voice trembling. Surveillance? Was there surveillance there? Boss, did you see who it was? The lighting wasn't very good, so I couldn't see clearly. Chen Nanxing deliberately paused, giving old Lu psychological pressure. But the body shape did seem a bit familiar. Old Lu, who do you think it could be? I don't know. Old Lu's voice had already taken on a whiny tone. Boss, I suddenly have a terrible stomachache. I need to go to the bathroom. Let's talk another day. After saying that, hurried footsteps came from behind the door, as if he really was in a hurry to go to the bathroom. Chen Nanxing looked at the tightly shut security door. His eyes cold. Fine, you go. However, my things are not so easy to take. If you take them, you will have to pay the price. Chen Nanxing lost interest in playing this cat-and-mouse game. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked the seemingly solid security door with terrifying force. Boom. The entire security door, along with the twisted and deformed door frame, collapsed inward as if hit by a cannonball. Old Lu, who had just run to the middle of the living room, was startled by the loud noise and turned around in fright, only to see Chen Nanxing entering like a god of death, stepping on the collapsed door panel. Lin Ruoshi closely followed behind him, her eyes filled with joy. The stronger her master became, the safer she felt. Chen Nanxing, what do you mean? Why are you breaking down my door? In broad daylight, do you want to break in and rob? Old Lu tried to take the initiative, covering up his guilt. Chen Nanxing stopped, glanced around the slightly messy living room, and finally fixed his gaze on old Lu's face, twisted with fear and anger. What do I mean? Don't you know in your heart? You were quite daring when you pried the lock and stole my supplies last night. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Old Lu's pupils constricted, and he forced himself to shout. You're slandering me. Who stole your supplies? What evidence do you have? There rests nothing of yours in my house. If you don't believe it, search. If you can't find anything, you must pay for my door. And apologize to me. Old Lu shouted loudly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Chen Nanxing didn't move at all, just sneered. Search? Why should I go through that trouble? Do you think I placed the supplies there because I was really careless and didn't leave a backup? Old Lu's heart sank suddenly. An ominous premonition gripped him instantly. Chen Nanxing leisurely took out his phone and shook it. Not only did I set up surveillance, but I also placed some little gadgets in several hidden corners of the boxes. A special fluorescent powder that, once it gets on you, can't be washed off for 3 to 5 days. Just shine a UV light on it. Old Lu's face completely changed, and he instinctively tried to hide his hands behind him. The subtle movement was undoubtedly a confession. Looks like it won't be that troublesome. Chen Nanxing put away his phone, his eyes looking at old Lu as if he were looking at a dead man. You've already confessed. Old Lu trembled all over, knowing he was completely exposed. And fear overwhelmed everything. He fell to the ground with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Boss Nanxing, I was wrong. I'm not human. I was possessed. I deserve to die. Please spare my life. I haven't touched much of the supplies. Most of it is still here. I'll return everything to you right now. Just please don't kill me. Your life isn't worth much. Where are my things? Lead the way. Old Lu felt as if he had been granted amnesty, scrambling to his feet and trembling as he pointed towards the door. It's in the next room, 603. It's my 2 neighbors. Everything is with them. We agreed to hide it together. Lead the way, Chen Nanxing said tersely, pulling Lin Ruoshi to the side to clear the path. Old Lu stumbled out of his broken door and rushed to the security door of room 603. Taking a deep breath, he tried to make his voice sound normal. Chong, ergo, open the door. It's me, Old Lu. Hurry up. He pounded on the door. There was silence for a few seconds, then a wary voice came from inside. Old Lu? What the hell are you making noise for? Didn't we say to not knock unless it's important? Open the door. That batch of supplies. I want my share now. Old Lu pressed his voice down, sounding anxious. Another voice came from inside, sounding even more impatient. Are you crazy? Now, didn't we agree to wait until the noise dies down to divide it? Hurry up and scram. Don't bring trouble here. Old Lu panicked, unable to keep up the pretense any longer, his voice suddenly rising. Wang Chong. Liergo, what the hell do you mean? Do you want to keep it all for yourselves? We agreed last night to split it 3 ways. Now give me my share. Quickly. The 2 inside seemed angered by Old Lu's attitude. Old Lu, why are you shouting? Who wants to keep it all? You set the rules, saying we could temporarily keep it here, and now you're going back on your word? Who knows if you're being watched and trying to divert attention? Get lost. No one is allowed to touch that batch of goods. Shut the hell up. Old Lu was furious, his face turning red as he yelled. That batch of goods contains my share that I risked my life to get. You want to go back on it now? Open the door. Or don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 22. You're disturbing my ears. Chen Nanxing curled his lips into a cold smile, pulling Lin Ruoshi back a couple of steps. Lin Ruoshi blinked her beautiful eyes. Master, will they? Shoo. Chen Nanxing gently pressed his finger against Lin Ruoshi's red lips. Since we're bored, why not watch a dog fight? It's entertaining. The door of 603 was suddenly pulled open a crack from the inside. Old Lu thought the other side had softened and immediately leaned forward to reason with them. However, a cold glint flashed from the door crack. A sharp fruit knife suddenly stabbed out without warning, accurately piercing Old Lu's lower abdomen. The anger and urgency on Old Lu's face instantly froze, turning into sheer shock. He looked down at the knife handle embedded in his body, then incredulously raised his head to meet the pair of eyes filled with malice and greed from the door crack. You guys. Old Lu's throat let out a hoarse sound. Damn it, you want to be ungrateful? I've long been displeased with you. You still want to split the loot? Go to hell. The person inside suddenly pulled out the knife and stabbed it back in, then pulled it out again. Blood immediately spurted from Old Lu's wound, and he staggered back 2 steps, clutching his stomach, curling up in pain on the ground. The door swung open completely, revealing 2 skinny, fierce-looking men, both holding weapons, one with a dripping fruit knife, the other with a metal baseball bat. They first glanced warily at the barely alive old Lu on the ground. Then their gaze fell on Chen Nanxing and Lin Ruoshi not far away. You two, what are you looking at? If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram. Damn it, anyone who dares to covet our supplies will end up like this. The two hadn't yet grasped the situation. Clearly, they mistook Chen Nanxing and Lin Ruoshi for ordinary onlookers attracted by the commotion. Before Chen Nanxing could speak, old Lu was already pleading for help. Nanxing, big boss. Save me. Chen Nanxing slowly stepped forward and crouched down. TSK. Old Lu, your judgment isn't very good. Look, neighbors are turning against each other. Old Lu's eyes burst with a strong will to survive, desperately grabbing Chen Nanxing's pant leg. Big boss, save me. I know I was wrong. I don't want the supplies. All of it is yours. Please save me. Chen Nanxing pushed his hand away. Old Lu, do you know? Even if you hadn't stolen. As long as that little Sioux streamer satisfies me, all the supplies in 2901 will be yours. Why steal? Old Lu's eyes widened in extreme regret. He realized he had stolen his own things and given them to his good neighbor. What a foolish thing to do. Then he thought of something. Since you were going to give it to me anyway, then it doesn't count as stealing. Now, those two have taken my things. Big boss, you are strong. You should uphold justice. Chen Nanxing couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. Old Lu, your brain works really fast. Chen Nanxing stood up. My things. I give, that is yours. If I don't give, and you take it, then it's stealing, it's betrayal. Betrayers must die. Even if they don't kill you, I will take action. Old Lu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and finally, his head tilted, and he completely lost consciousness. Chong and Ergo, seeing that Chen Nanxing seemed to disregard them and was still talking to the dead man, became furious. Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Ergo, holding the baseball bat, pointed it at Chen Nanxing. Hurry up and scram. Don't force me to take action. Chong, holding the knife, leered at Lin Ruoshi. Yo, this girl is really nice. Kid, leave this girl behind, and you can roll. Otherwise, you'll end up like this old guy. Lin Ruoshi felt a chill at being looked at like that, instinctively shrinking behind Chen Nanxing. Chen Nanxing slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the two. You two are disturbing my ears. In a flash, Chen Nanxing appeared in front of Chong. Didn't your mother teach you that interrupting others is very rude? Chong felt a blur before his eyes. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, and the fruit knife stained with old Lu's blood somehow ended up in Chen Nanxing's hand. With a whoosh, the knife flashed, and the fruit knife had accurately plunged into Chong's heart. Chong's sinister smile instantly froze, looking down at the dagger that was now only a handle in his chest. His eyes filled with confusion and fear. Then he fell dead. Ergo's heart tightened, realizing something was wrong, and swung the baseball bat at Chen Nanxing's head. Chen Nanxing couldn't be bothered to dodge. He raised his hand, his fingers clamping down like iron pincers on the incoming bat. Ergo felt as if he had smashed into a steel plate. His hands went numb, and the bat could no longer advance an inch. He looked at Chen Nanxing in terror, his pupils dilating. Why is there such a strong person? Old chicken. Chen Nanxing flicked his wrist, snatching the baseball bat, and swung it back. Bang! Ergo's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, splattering red and white matter all over the wall. Chen Nanxing expressionlessly tossed away the baseball bat, took out his phone, and snapped a few clear photos of the three corpses and the scattered supplies on the ground. Then, he opened the 30-building neighborhood mutual aid group. Nanxing. All members. Image. Nanxing. Old Lu, Wang Chong, Li Ergo. Last night, they pried open the lock and stole the supplies I left in 2901, attempting to claim them for themselves, and spoke disrespectfully to me. Nanxing, this is the consequence. Nanxing, I'll say it one last time, my things, I give to you, then you can take them. If I don't give, anyone who reaches out, I will chop off their hand and take their life. Remember this well. The group was initially deathly silent. Then, messages erupted like a volcano. 30 Building 401. Sister Wang. Oh my god, someone was killed. 3 at once. So terrifying. Who can manage this? 30 Building 1701. Qingfeng. Nanxing, how can you kill people so casually? Even if they stole, you can't do this. Is there no law anymore? 30 Building 902. Grandpa Zhang. This is a sin. Young man, your hostility is too strong. One should spare others when possible. What is the difference between you and those thugs? Building 30, Room 1501. Teacher Li. This is too cruel. What we need is unity and mutual assistance, not violence against violence. All you're doing is making the community more chaotic. Various accusations, fears, and moral coercion flooded the chat. Chen Nanxing coldly watched and replied by typing. Nanxing, does everyone think I'm cruel? Fine. If anyone thinks they can uphold justice or wants to take revenge for them, come to the 6th floor right now. I'll be waiting here. If you don't have the guts to come, don't waste my time whining in the group. Anyone who dares touch my things without my permission will end up like old Lu. The group fell silent again. Those who had just been righteous were suddenly mute. Go find Chen Nanxing. What a joke. He is a ruthless killer. So far, 13 people have died at his hands. To seek trouble with him over someone they have no ties to? Are they stupid? Seeing no one speak, Chen Nanxing sent another message in the group. Nanxing, all members. Who's the floor leader? Come out and say hello. Chapter 23 Slave Owner Chen Nanxing. The group was silent for several seconds before someone finally replied. Building 30, room 1101. Zhang Hao. Hello, Brother Nanxing. I'm Zhang Hao, the temporary floor leader elected by everyone. Fist emoji. Chen Nanxing raised an eyebrow. Nanxing. Building 30, room 1101. Zhang Hao. The floor leader, right? I've killed so many people in this building. Aren't you going to manage it as the floor leader? Zhang Hao replied quickly and was very tactful. Building 30, room 1101. Zhang Hao. Brother, you're joking. Old Lu and the others had dirty hands and offended you. They were seeking death. Also, I, Zhang Hao, am self-aware and cannot manage it, nor do I dare to. This building will still rely on you to look after us in the future. Chen Nanxing's mouth curled up. This person was quite perceptive. Nanxing, you see clearly. Do you want supplies? Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment and quickly replied. Building 30, room 1101. Zhang Hao, yes. Of course. What do you need us to do? Nanxing, if you want them, come to the 6th floor right now. Building 30, room 1101. Zhang Hao, okay, I'll be there right away. In just a few minutes. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. It wasn't just Zhang Hao who came. He brought 2 relatively sturdy young men with him. But all 3 were empty-handed to show they meant no harm. Zhang Hao saw the tragic scene in the 6th floor corridor and the collapsed door. And his eyes twitched for a moment. But he quickly composed himself and respectfully said to Chen Nanxing, who was standing at the door of room 603. Hello, Nanxing. I'm Zhang Hao. These 2 are my brothers, Liang and Xiaobin. We mean no harm. Chen Nanxing glanced at the 3 of them, nodded, and pointed to the pile of supplies in room 603. The things here belong to you. The 3 of them stared at the mountain of supplies in front of them, their eyes wide. This could solve the food problem for the entire building for 3 days, right? But Zhang Hao wasn't overwhelmed by surprise. He took a deep breath and cautiously asked, Brother, this is too precious. What do you need us to do? Just tell us. Zhang Hao had been through the world for many years and naturally knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. If there's nothing special, I'm giving you supplies. I just find you pleasing to the eye. However, since you mentioned it, I do have something I need you to do. What is it? Zhang Hao felt a bit nervous, hoping Chen Nanxing wouldn't present any difficult tasks. Oh, it's not a big deal. I don't want to see anyone cursing me in the building group anymore. It's annoying to listen to. Also, help me keep an eye out for any pretty, clean women in our building or other buildings. Zhang Hao could hardly believe his ears. Just that simple? No life-threatening tasks, no dangerous jobs. Just maintaining order and helping gather information to get so many supplies? You can count on me. I guarantee I'll complete the task. In the future, if anyone dares disrespect you in the group, I want to agree. I'll definitely keep an eye out for beautiful women. Zhang Hao patted his chest and promised. All right, let us move the things. Chen Nanxing said no more, turning with Lin Ruoxi to head toward the stairwell. On the way, Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but voice her doubt. Master, why give those supplies to them? Can't we just move them ourselves? Chen Nanxing glanced at Lin Ruoxi. I don't care for those supplies. Besides, don't you think it's tiring to move them up? The beauty was speechless. Others were envious of having supplies to move every day, but Chen Nanxing actually complained about it being tiring. Comparing people can be infuriating. Then master, do you care if others curse you? I don't care. Then why let Zhang Hao stop people in the group? Well, since Zhang Hao took the supplies, he has to do something, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it seem like your master is foolish for giving him things for free? Lin Ruoxi nodded, feeling that Chen Nanxing's words made a bit of sense, but not much. The 2 had just sat down in room 3001 for a short while when Chen Nanxing's phone vibrated. It was a message from the building group. Building 30. Room 1101. Zhang Hao. All members, listen up. Brother Nanxing is our anchor in Building 30. Anyone who dares to disrespect the boss in the group again, spewing garbage. Don't blame me, Zhang Hao, for being merciless. Did you all see what happened to old Lu and the others? If you don't want to die, keep your mouths clean. The boss is benevolent and has given us supplies. We need to be grateful. Did you all hear that? Below, a few people who seemed to be Zhang Hao's subordinates echoed. Building 30, room 902. Liang, Brother Hao is right. Supporting boss Nanxing. Building 30, room 1203. Xiaobin, anyone who goes against the boss is going against us. The group fell silent. No one dared to refute. Chen Nanxing looked at his phone, nodding in satisfaction. Zhang Hao was quite efficient and knew how to leverage the situation. In the next moment, a series of messages popped up. Lazy Xiaosu, boss. Are you there? Are you there? Lazy Xiaosu. I've considered it. Lazy Xiaosu. Can I take a look at the maid rules first? Lazy Xiaosu. And does the maid come with 5 insurances and 1 fund? Although it seems useless now, it's always good to have some security. Cute image. Chen Nanxing smiled and sent the maid rules. In just a few seconds, his phone vibrated wildly. Lazy Xiaosu, boss. You're a remnant of feudalism. A reincarnated slave owner. Are you the reincarnation of Zhou Baopi? Lazy Xiaosu, kneeling to speak. Unconditionally obeying all orders. Cannot pry into secrets? Violate it and die? Lazy Xiaosu, this is simply inhumane. It's even harsher than the contracts of the old society. Are you trying to establish a monarchic dictatorship? Angry JPG, Chen Nanxing looked at the barrage of complaints and a bunch of angry, frantic emojis on the screen. As if he could see a girl waving her arms in front of her phone screen. He rubbed his brow. The maid rules weren't something he came up with. They were produced by the system, but Chen Nanxing thought they were quite reasonable, so he borrowed them. Nanxing, ahem, rules are dead, but people are alive. Although the rules are written this way, if the maid performs well, some unnecessary rules can be exempted. For example, my current maid Lin Ruashi, because she performs well, doesn't he have to kneel to speak all the time and can eat with me. Whatever I eat, she eats. The treatment depends on the maid's performance. Lazy Xiaosu, wow. Boss, your rhetoric sounds like the big pie drawn by those wicked capitalists. Lazy Xiaosu, work hard, and when the company goes public, you'll get shares. But before the company goes public, people are already exhausted. Lazy Xiaosu, perform well and get privileges. But the standards are all set by you. It's simply a classic trick of a heartless boss. Chen Nanxing was amused by Xiaosu's metaphor. This girl has quite a unique way of thinking. Nanxing, think whatever you want, but only hard-earned things will be cherished, right? Chapter 24. Su Xiaosu's video call. On the other end, there was a moment of silence. As if Chen Nanxing's words were being digested. Laid back Xiaosu. Well, that seems to make some sense. Laid back Xiaosu. Can I meet Big Boss's sister, Ruashi? I just want to see what real maid life is like. Curious baby JPG. Chen Nanxing raised an eyebrow. This request was unexpected. Nanxing, sure. Let's start a video call. Not long after sending the message, a video call request popped up. Chen Nanxing clicked accept, and the screen lit up, revealing a slightly pale, yet still stunningly beautiful face. The girl looked about 20, with her hair messily tied up in a bun, a few strands sticking to her forehead, adding to her delicate appearance. Her features were very pretty, especially her big eyes, which, although slightly weary and nervous at the moment, still sparkled with life. She was wearing a thick cartoon pajama set. And the background was a bedroom that looked relatively tidy, but a bit messy. This was laid-back Xiaosu. The real person looked somewhat different from her filtered livestream image. But the foundation was excellent. She had a kind of pure beauty mixed with a bit of quirkiness. Her looks should be on par with Lin Ruashi. Sure enough. The next moment, the system's prompt was heard. Detected a potential maid that meets system standards. Details as follows. Name, Su Xiaosu. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Measurements, 84-58-86. Marital status, unmarried. No romantic experience. Combat level, LV0. Ability detection, none. Beauty score, 93 points. Remarks, quirky. Strong survival instinct. Adept at using online persona, livestream image, for disguise and communication. Optimistic, with shallow real-world experience, inner vulnerability, and fear. High demand for being pampered and a sense of security. 93 points, just as I judged. Xiaosu saw Chen Nanxing on the video call, and was clearly taken aback. A hint of surprise and barely noticeable light flashing in her big eyes. She had originally thought that someone with so many resources and who requested maids would be a fierce middle-aged man or a gluttonous old man. She didn't expect him to be a young and handsome guy. Although his gaze was a bit cold, his features were well-defined, exuding masculinity. Wow, big boss. Is this how you look? Su Xiaosu blurted out instinctively, her voice coming through the microphone softer and clearer than when typing. What, surprised? Should I be a 3-headed, 6-armed monster, or an old man? No. Su Xiaosu quickly waved her hands, her little face turning slightly red. Just didn't expect Big Boss to be this young and handsome. I thought. Su Xiaosu hesitated to finish her sentence. But her lively big eyes had already conveyed everything. What did you think? That I was a psychopathic uncle who kills? Chen Nanxing teased, his tone lightening up a bit. Oh, I mean, it's just very surprising. Su Xiaosu shyly shifted the topic, leaning closer to the screen, curiously looking around. Big boss, where's Sister Ruashi? Didn't you say I could meet her? Wait a moment. Chen Nanxing replied succinctly, directly handing the phone to Lin Ruashi, who was snuggling beside him. Also curiously looking at the screen. Lin Ruashi took the phone, adjusted the angle so that she and Su Xiaosu could see each other clearly. With a natural smile on her face, her tone gentle. Hello, little Su. I'm Lin Ruashi. On the other end of the video, Su Xiaosu's eyes widened instantly upon seeing Lin Ruashi. The Lin Ruashi on the screen had a rosy complexion and a glow, her hair smooth and shiny. Wearing clean and comfortable loungewear. Although simple in style, the fabric was evidently of high quality. More importantly, her state of mind was serene. Her eyes were clear and bright, exuding a sense of peace, completely devoid of the weariness, anxiety, and despair that most people in the apocalypse displayed. She looked nothing like a maid struggling to survive in the apocalypse. She was clearly a well-maintained rich girl before the apocalypse, or rather, a carefully pampered canary. Comparing this to her own messy background, her bulky yet still chilly pajamas, and her pale face due to hunger and anxiety, Su Xiaosu felt a huge gap and envy swell in her heart. Sister Ruashi, you're so beautiful, Su Xiaosu exclaimed sincerely, her tone carrying a mix of admiration and barely perceptible bitterness. You look so healthy, not at all like those people outside. Lin Ruashi smiled slightly at the compliment, and she also carefully examined Su Xiaosu through the screen. Although the latter looked a bit haggard, her foundation was excellent, her features delicate, especially her big eyes that sparkled with life, making her a very cute girl. Little Su, you're also very pretty. Your eyes are especially beautiful, like a doll. Really? Thank you, Sister Ruashi. Su Xiaosu felt a bit happy, but then she remembered the main issue and lowered her voice with curiosity and caution. Sister Ruashi, what is maid life really like? Is it really as scary as written in the maid's code? This question was crucial, directly relating to her final decision. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruashi glanced at Chen Nanxing beside her. Seeing that he remained calm and showed no intention of intervening, she understood. She knew her response could directly influence Su Xiaosu's choice, and it seemed the master was quite interested in this quirky girl. Lin Ruashi pondered for a second, revealing a well-timed smile filled with satisfaction and reassurance. Little Su, to be honest, I was also very scared and hesitant when I first saw the code. Lin Ruashi paused, as if recalling, then continued, but after actually coming here, I found that the master is quite reasonable. As long as you do your job properly, don't overstep, and don't have bad intentions, the master won't be harsh. Just like the master said, the rules are dead, but people are alive. She gently rested her cheek against Chen Nanxing's arm, her movement natural and affectionate. Look at me now. I can eat well, dress warmly, live in a safe and warm house, without fear, and I don't have to fight for half a piece of bread. Compared to the uncertainty outside, where one might freeze or starve to death at any moment, worrying about being assaulted by a bunch of men, I feel very lucky. Lin Ruashi's answer was very clever. She didn't directly deny the harshness of the maid's code, but emphasized Chen Nanxing's reasonableness and flexibility, further highlighting the safety and food security gained after becoming a maid through a comparison of her own state. She didn't exaggerate, but described a scene in a real and satisfying tone, portraying a picture that was irresistible to the hungry Su Xiaosu. Sure enough, as Su Xiaosu listened to Lin Ruashi's words, looking at her rosy face and serene expression on the screen, and then thinking of her empty chip bag and cold, desolate room, the hesitation and fear in her eyes gradually replaced by a strong desire. The allure of security and food was too great for her at this moment. Sister Ruashi, thank you for telling me all this. Lin Ruashi smiled gently, casually reaching out to pick 2 crystal-clear grapes from the fruit plate on the coffee table. First, she picked one, carefully handing it to Chen Nanxing's lips. Master, try this, it's very sweet. Chen Nanxing opened his mouth to take it, his tongue inadvertently brushing against Lin Ruashi's fingertip, making her cheeks flush slightly. Then, Lin Ruashi put the other grape into her mouth, tasting it elegantly, while asking Su Xiaosu on the other end of the video, Little Su, do you have any other questions? Chapter 25. Su Xiaosu seeks help. Su Xiaosu unconsciously swallowed. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten fruit. No problem now. Su Xiaosu took a deep breath and shouted to Chen Nanxing, Big shot. I want to be your maid. I'm coming over right now. You must open the door for me. Okay. Chen Nanxing couldn't have hoped for more. Then I'll hang up. I'll pack up and head out immediately. Su Xiaosu hastily ended the video call and quickly packed her luggage. Once the video call was over, the living room fell silent again. Chen Nanxing looked down at Lin Ruashi in his arms, gently lifting her chin with his finger, his eyes filled with approval. Well done. Ruashi, what you just said was worth a feast. Lin Ruashi didn't take credit for it. Instead, she nestled closer, tilting her face up with a hint of expectation in her eyes. So, does the master have a reward? What do you want as a reward? Lin Ruashi's cheeks quickly turned crimson. Ruashi wants the master to kiss her. Lin Ruashi shyly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her red lips slightly parted, presenting a look of surrender. Is this a reward for Lin Ruashi? Confirming it's not a reward for himself? Chen Nanxing leaned down and kissed her forcefully. Just as their feelings deepened, Chen Nanxing's phone rang urgently again, this time a video call request from the careless Su Xiaosu. Chen Nanxing frowned slightly, released Lin Ruashi, and pressed the answer button. The screen lit up, revealing Su Xiaosu's terrified little face, with the background seemingly being behind her house door. Big shot, help. Someone is knocking on my door. Really hard. They're cursing. I'm so scared, woo woo woo. In the video, apart from Su Xiaosu's trembling voice, the rough banging on the door and a man's curses could be clearly heard outside. Little bitch inside. Open the door. I know you're in there. If you don't open the door, when I get in, you'll regret it. Hand over the food if you know what's good for you. Play along with us. And we might leave you a way out. Damn it, you're asking for it. Break the door down. Chen Nanxing's expression instantly darkened, his eyes icy. He was not pleased, very displeased. Su Xiaosu was already his maid. How could he allow others to bully her? Go to the bedroom, lock the door, and hide. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Chen Nanxing immediately stood up. Lin Ruashi quickly got up with a worried expression. Master, I want to go with you. Chen Nanxing glanced at Lin Ruashi, quickly weighing his options. Leaving her alone at home? Not safe. Who knows if others would have ill intentions toward Lin Ruashi once he left. As for giving her a gun for self-defense, Chen Nanxing didn't trust that. What if she accidentally shot him when he returned? The safest way was to keep her by his side, under his watchful eyes. Come on. The two quickly exited, arriving at the underground garage passage, where the iron gate had already been locked and secured. It was clearly a measure taken by the residents of this building to protect themselves from others rushing in. Beside the iron gate, two men were on guard. Seeing Chen Nanxing and Lin Ruashi trying to go out, one of the guards immediately stepped forward to block their way. Bro, it's chaotic outside right now. Brother Hao said. For everyone's safety, it's best not to go out casually or let outsiders in. Chen Nanxing's gaze turned cold, and before he could speak, a hurried voice came from behind. Are you blind? Big shot Nanxing is someone you can stop? Zhang Hao hurriedly ran down the stairs, slapping the guard who was blocking the way with two crisp slaps, causing the guard to stumble and cover his face in silence. Zhang Hao smiled apologetically. Big shot. I'm sorry, my little brother doesn't know any better. You want to go out? I'll open the door for you right now. He scolded the guard to hurry up and open the door while personally stepping in to help another guard pull the iron gate open just enough. Big shot, be careful. It's not safe outside. Chen Nanxing said nothing more, leading Lin Ruashi to slip out from the iron gate and quickly head towards Building 28. Zhang Hao watched the two walk away, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and turned to glare at the beaten guard. From now on, keep your eyes peeled. This is our 30th building's living Yama, not a stabilizing needle. Where he wants to go, don't obstruct him. Just as Chen Nanxing and Lin Ruashi's figures disappeared around the corner of the passage, the guard who had just been slapped approached Zhang Hao, whispering, Brother Hao, that Chen guy is so arrogant. Now that he's out, why don't we just lock the door and not let him back in? Then, the 30th building will be under your control, right? Slap. Zhang Hao turned around and slapped the guard again, knocking him dizzy. Are you out of your mind? Do you think he doesn't want to be the boss? But do you have any brains? Have you been to the 6th floor? The guard covered his face, shaking his head in grievance. No. Then go up and see. See what kind of anti-theft door old Lu's family has. It was kicked open. Just one kick. The door frame is even deformed. Do you think it's made of paper? The guard and the other gatekeepers gasped in shock. Is this even human? Zhang Hao lowered his voice, fear creeping in. And those 4 useless guys from the Qinglang gang, do you know how they died? One hit, and they were done. Not even a chance to resist. Is this the kind of person we can mess with? Lock him outside. What if he has a way to get in? The first one to die will be you. Then it's you idiots. Everyone fell silent, finally understanding Zhang Hao's fear of Chen Nanxing, which stemmed not only from resources, but also from an absolute fear of power. Chen Nanxing and Lin Ruashi quickly passed through the passage between buildings 30 and 28. They found the situation in building 28 mirrored that of building 30, with a heavy iron gate locked down and 2 men guarding inside. One had yellow hair and a rough demeanor, while the other wore glasses and looked somewhat refined. Seeing Chen Nanxing and Lin Ruashi approach, the yellow-haired man immediately stood up warily and shouted through the iron gate. Hey, which building are you from? What are you doing in our building 28? Everyone mind your own business. Get lost. Chen Nanxing stopped, his tone calm. I'm a resident of 2802 in building 28. I was visiting building 30 earlier and now want to come back. Please open the door. 2802. The glasses-wearing man pushed up his glasses, suspiciously sizing up Chen Nanxing and Lin Ruoxi. I've never heard of a man living in 2802. So stop with the nonsense. Who knows if you're sent from another building to spy on us? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The yellow-haired man arrogantly banged on the iron door, making loud noises. Did you hear? Get lost. And bringing a girl, trying to come in for shelter? Dream on. Chen Nanxing's expression darkened, his eyes flashing cold. I'll say it one last time. Open the door. Otherwise, death. Wow, you scare me to death. The yellow-haired man exaggeratedly patted his chest, making a face at Chen Nanxing through the iron door. Death? How can you die? You can't bite me through the door. If you dare, come in and try. Idiot. This iron door is sturdy, and we're still so far apart. What can you do to me? Chen Nanxing stopped wasting words, casually reaching for his waist, but in reality, he focused his mind and pulled out a gleaming silver pistol from the system space, aiming it directly at the yellow-haired man inside the door. The yellow-haired man was momentarily stunned, then pointed at Chen Nanxing's gun and laughed loudly. Huh? Desert Eagle? Dude, that prop looks pretty realistic. Where did you buy it? Trying to scare someone? You think you're filming a movie? The yellow-haired man's laughter echoed in the empty garage, full of mockery. However, the next second, bang. The gunshot shattered the silence. A burst of blood erupted from the left knee of the yellow-haired boy, his smile instantly frozen on his face as he let out a piercing scream. Ah, my leg. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding leg and wailing. Is it a real gun? How could you possibly have a real gun? The yellow-haired boy's eyes were filled with fear. China has very strict gun control, so the appearance of a real gun is shocking. Next to him, Lin Ruoxi was also startled by the gunshot, but soon her eyes sparkled with excitement and admiration. Her master has so many secrets. Not only is he terrifyingly skilled, but he even has a gun. In this apocalyptic world, following such a master gives an overwhelming sense of security. The bespectacled man, seeing this, was terrified and turned to flee deeper into the corridor. Stop. Chen Nanxing's cold voice rang out. If you take another step, I will blow your head off with one shot. Chapter 26. Su Xiaosu's choice, to become a maid? The bespectacled man's footsteps froze, trembling as he turned around, his face pale as paper, hands raised high. Don't shoot. Big brother, I'll open the door. I'm opening it now. The bespectacled man scrambled to the door, clumsily pulling keys from his pocket. In his fear, the keychain fell to the ground several times before he finally got it into the lock, trembling as he turned the heavy padlock on the iron door. Chen Nanxing pushed open the iron door and walked in, gun pointed at the yellow-haired boy lying on the ground. At this moment, the yellow-haired boy had lost all his previous arrogance, enduring the excruciating pain, tears streaming down as he begged for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. I was blind. Please spare me. I swear I won't dare again. Chen Nanxing looked down at him, his gaze indifferent. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Go on. I won't dare. I won't dare. Big brother, spare my life. The yellow-haired boy was bowing and knocking his head on the ground. Chen Nanxing didn't give him another chance and pulled the trigger. Bang! Another faint gunshot rang out, and the yellow-haired boy's pleas were abruptly cut off. A blood hole appearing on his forehead, his wide-open eyes still filled with fear and regret as he fell straight down. Ah! The bespectacled man screamed in terror, collapsing to the ground, his pants instantly wet. Chen Nanxing didn't even glance at him, telling Lin Ruoxi to keep up before quickly heading towards the stairwell. In room 2802, Su Xiaosu was curled up behind the bedroom door, pressing her body tightly against the door. The sounds of banging and foul language from the living room were like heavy hammers, pounding on her heart. Bang, bang, bang. Little bitch. Open the door. Stop hiding. Damn it, a worthless streamer, usually writhing on the internet just for show? What else with the pretentiousness? Whether it's for the big boss or for us, it's all the same. You can still enjoy it. Tears streamed down Su Xiaosu's face, and fear was about to engulf her. She regretted not agreeing to Chen Nanxing earlier. Even to be a maid would be 1,000 times better than being caught by this group of beasts at the door. Crash. The living room's security door seemed to have been completely smashed open. The footsteps and sinister laughter grew clearer, directly arriving outside the bedroom door. Haha, hiding here? I know you're inside. Bang, bang. The flimsy wooden bedroom door trembled violently, the wood around the lock beginning to splinter, clearly on the verge of giving way. Su Xiaosu desperately closed her eyes, pressing her hands tightly over her ears, as if that would block out everything outside. At the critical moment, bang. A penetrating noise came from the direction of the living room, but it wasn't the sound of the door being smashed. Immediately, the men's sinister laughter and shouting outside stopped abruptly, replaced by a short scream and the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Su Xiaosu opened her tear-filled eyes wide, her heart racing, unsure of what had happened outside. In the living room, four heavily built men with fierce looks turned around in shock. They had been so focused on smashing the door that they hadn't noticed someone had silently entered. The bald, muscular man at the front was still holding a metal rod, while one of his companions lay in a pool of blood, a conspicuous hole in his forehead. Chen Nanxing stood at the entrance of the living room, the barrel of his Desert Eagle still emitting faint smoke. Damn, who are you? The bald man was both shocked and angry, glaring at Chen Nanxing, but a glimmer of fear flashed in his eyes. Because the other party had a gun. Who am I? I'm the one here to send you on your way. The bald man forced himself to appear calm, trying to intimidate. Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you have a gun. There are 4 of us. How many bullets can your one gun hold? Be smart and bang. Before the bald man could finish his sentence, Chen Nanxing had already pulled the trigger. Clang. The iron rod dropped from the bald man's hand, and he had already lost his life. The remaining 3 were completely dumbfounded. They had not expected Chen Nanxing to be so decisive, not even giving them a chance to talk. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. One of the taller, thinner men fell to his knees with a thud, knocking his head like garlic. We'll leave now. We'll leave now. We don't want this girl anymore. Please spare us. The other 2 quickly reacted, kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy, tears streaming down, their previous arrogance completely gone. Now you know to beg for mercy? Chen Nanxing's lips curled into a cruel smile as he slowly moved forward. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Didn't you want to play with my maid? Come on. Keep cursing and being arrogant. And no, we won't dare. We'll never dare again. The tall, thin man was terrified. We were just being mouthy. Please forgive us. Forgive you? Chen Nanxing slowly shook his head. It's too late. Once you had the thought of bullying my maid, you must die. Chen Nanxing raised his gun again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out almost in a line. The 3 men kneeling on the ground had blood burst from their foreheads simultaneously. Their pleas for mercy abruptly cut off. Chen Nanxing expressionlessly lowered his gun, as if he had just casually swatted a few flies. Su Xiaosu peeked through the crack of the door and saw the bodies sprawled on the ground and Chen Nanxing standing tall. A wave of immense joy from surviving washed over her, instantly breaking down her psychological defenses. Woo-woo, big brother. Su Xiaosu suddenly flung the door open, like a frightened little deer, and jumped into Chen Nanxing's arms, her tears and snot smearing all over him. If it weren't for the fact that this girl had just been overly frightened, Chen Nanxing would have definitely grabbed her by the neck and thrown her away. She got his clothes dirty. Big brother, thank you for saving me. I thought I was done for. Chen Nanxing extended his hand, gently patting her back. It's okay, it's all over. After a long while, Su Xiaosu's crying gradually subsided, turning into soft sobs. Chen Nanxing looked down at her, her eyes red and swollen, hair disheveled, and her little face pale, confirming once again, Su Xiaosu, you are safe now. Are you sure you want to be my maid? If she nodded, everything about her, including her body, loyalty, and even her life, would no longer belong to her, but to me, Chen Nanxing. In return, I will provide for you. This is your last chance to choose. Think carefully before answering. The little girl was quite innocent, so Chen Nanxing gave her a choice. Su Xiaosu raised her head, tearful eyes looking at Chen Nanxing's cold yet handsome face, then glanced at Lin Ruoxi standing behind him, looking healthy, dressed neatly, and calm. Compared to her own current disheveled state, hunger, and uncertainty, Lin Ruoxi's condition was like a depiction of paradise. Reflecting on the terrible fate that had almost befallen her, and then considering Chen Nanxing's displayed power and his promise of protection, Su Xiaosu felt no hesitation left in her heart. Living well, is more important than anything. She nodded vigorously, her voice still tinged with sobs, yet exceptionally firm. I'm sure. Big brother, I'm willing to be your maid. Very good. Chen Nanxing's lips curled slightly, clearly satisfied with this answer. No need to clean up, there's nothing worth taking here. Just come with me. Chapter 27. The bathwater tastes great. Listen to the master. Chen Nanxing didn't delay any longer and quickly left this bloody place with the 2 women. However, their earlier commotion was too loud. Shortly after the 3 left, the owner group of Building 28 exploded with activity. Panic spread like a plague. Building 28, room 2702. My family has a mine. Damn. There's no movement upstairs. The gunshots have stopped. Did everyone die? Building 28, room 1501. flowers blooming richly. 2802, lazy little Sue. Are you there? Reply. What happened just now? Building 28. Room 703. Silence is golden. It's over. It's over. Something big must have happened. A series of gunshots. How many people must have died? Building 28. Room 1103. Every day is a good day. Building 28. Room 901. Brother Wong, building manager. Are you there? What on earth happened? Do you know? How could there be gunshots in our building? It's terrifying. The building manager, Brother Wong, quickly responded, his tone clearly confused and anxious. Building 28. Room 901. Brother Wong. Everyone, please remain calm. I just heard the commotion and am trying to understand the situation. It's still unclear what exactly happened. Stay at home, lock your doors, and don't come out. Wait for my update. Brother Wong's reassurance did not help much. Instead, his uncertainty intensified the panic. News spread rapidly. Soon, someone shared snippets of information in the larger, happy community owner group. Building 15, room 2102. Just had a big melon. Wow. Breaking news. A fierce gun battle just occurred in Building 28. I heard dozens of people died. Blood flowed like a river. Building 9, room 1401. Peace is blessing. Is that true? Building 28? That's the one with a stunning little streamer, right? Why? Building 22, room 801. Over the top. According to unreliable sources, several groups fought over that female streamer, using real weapons, and the scene was bloody. Building 5, room 301. Luban assistant. Is it worth it for a female streamer? This apocalypse buff is stacking up. Do I need to assist? I, Luban, am amazing, providing long-range fire support. Doghead for safety. The happy community group was immediately buzzing with discussion. Some were frightened, some speculated the reasons. And there were even those like Luban assistant who tried to lighten the mood. However, many were just bystanders. The ones really worried were those who wanted to dominate the community, because the gunfire had affected their path to dominance. Chen Nanxing was completely unaware of this and didn't care at all. At this moment, he had returned to the underground garage passage of Building 30 with the two women. The little brother who had been slapped by Zhang Hao was still guarding the door. Upon seeing Chen Nanxing return, his face instantly filled with flattery. Boss, you're back. I'm really sorry about earlier. I didn't recognize the mountain. Please don't hold it against me. The little brother bent over, his voice trembling, afraid that Chen Nanxing would settle the score later. Another person chimed in. Yes, 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 boss, you have a big heart. Chen Nanxing didn't even lift his eyelids, as if they were just air, and walked straight through the iron door with the two women towards the stairwell. His mind was entirely focused on the system rewards he was about to receive. He wondered what rewards the system would give after he successfully recruited the second maid later. Upon returning to room 3001, the warm air instantly enveloped the three. As soon as Su Xiaosu entered, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so warm." Su Xiaosu greedily inhaled this long-lost warm air, feeling her frozen limbs beginning to revive. Just this alone made this place feel like paradise. Outside it was icy cold, while indoors it was warm as spring. The stark contrast made Su Xiaosu feel an impulse to cry. Chen Nanxing took off his coat and instructed Lin Ruashi, "Ruashi, take her to take a bath and change into clean clothes." "Yes, master." Lin Ruashi took Su Xiaosu's hand. "Little Su, let us go to the bathroom." Su Xiaosu, still a bit dazed, followed Lin Ruashi into the bathroom. After Lin Ruashi poured bucket after bucket of water into the bathtub, Su Xiaosu's eyes instantly widened, and she let out a scream that could shake the heavens. "Sister Ruashi, what are you doing? That's life-saving water. How can you use it for bathing? It's too wasteful. I need to ration a bottle of mineral water for 3 days." Looking at the full bathtub of clear water, Su Xiaosu's throat involuntarily swallowed. Since the apocalypse began, every drop of water had been as precious as life. Using it for bathing was simply a fantasy. Lin Ruashi looked at Su Xiaosu's distressed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "Little Su, don't worry. The master has plenty of water here. Look." She pointed to a neatly stacked row of unopened bottled water in the corner of the bathroom. "The master puts more than 20 bottles of water here every day. We use this for bathing and washing, and it's never enough. Just don't waste it intentionally. Normal use is fine." Su Xiaosu's mouth formed an O shape, her brain almost stopping in thought. More than 20 bottles of water for bathing every day? What kind of divine life is this? Lin Ruashi smiled and shook her head, placing a clean towel and a brand new maid outfit on the shelf. "Little Su, hurry and wash up. After you're done, we'll have dinner. I'll go out first." After saying that, she kindly closed the door. Su Xiaosu was left alone in the bathroom, looking at the full bathtub of clear, warm water. Su Xiaosu still felt like she was dreaming. She carefully took off her dirty clothes and buried herself in the warm water. Ah, this feels so good. After soaking for a while, a strong thirst hit her. She looked at the clean water in the bathtub, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist. Like a mischievous little cat, quickly bent down, scooped up some water with her hands, and took a quick sip. It doesn't seem to have any strange taste? Indeed, this lady is always fragrant. Su Xiaosu smacked her lips, ready to take a second sip. Suddenly, Lin Ruoshi's voice came from outside the door, accompanied by a gentle knock. Are you okay? Do you need help? Su Xiaosu was so startled that she almost choked, sitting up straight, her heart racing. And no. I'm fine. Sister Ruoshi, I'll be done soon. The door was pushed open a crack, and Lin Ruoshi peeked in. Just in time to see Su Xiaosu's panicked expression and the water droplets at the corner of her mouth that she hadn't had time to wipe away. Lin Ruoshi, being so clever, immediately understood what was going on. She walked in, sighed with a mix of helplessness and pity. Silly girl, there's really no need to drink bathwater. Su Xiaosu's little face instantly turned red, like a child who had done something wrong, lowering her head and twisting her fingers. I was just too thirsty. And this water looks really clean. Lin Ruoshi walked to the edge of the bathtub, squatted down, and said softly, Sister understands. Before I became the master's maid, I was like this too. But you really don't need to do this anymore. There are boxes of mineral water and various drinks in the living room. You can have as much as you want. This bathwater isn't hygienic. Drinking too much of it will make the master dislike your little mouth. He might even kick you out. Chapter 28. Lazy little Su needs to work hard. Kick me out? Su Xiaosu's little face turned pale, and she shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I was wrong, Sister Ruoshi. I will never drink bathwater again. Please don't tell the master, okay? I promise. My mouth will always be fragrant, and the master will like it. Lin Ruoshi was amused by Su Xiaosu's playful demeanor, gently patting her head. Sister was just joking with you. Hurry up and wash. The master is still waiting outside. Joking with me? Su Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly scrubbed herself clean from head to toe, but when it came to her mouth, she rinsed several times, afraid of leaving even a hint of odor. After bathing, Su Xiaosu changed into a brand new maid outfit. The black and white skirt, exquisite lace trim, paired with her rosy cheeks and wet, big eyes after a bath, made her look like a playful maid straight out of a comic. So cute that one couldn't take their eyes off her. Chen Nanxing looked up, a hint of barely noticeable appreciation flashing in his eyes. This girl does look bright after being tidied up. Not bad. Chen Nanxing commented lightly, pointing to the fruits and several packs of high-end snacks on the coffee table. Xiaosu, you can eat something to fill your stomach first. Ruoshi, go cook. Yes, master. Yes, master. The two responded in unison. Lin Ruoshi walked into the kitchen, secretly encouraging herself. It was her first time cooking for the master, and she couldn't let him down. Su Xiaosu carefully knelt on the carpet, picked up an apple, and began nibbling on it like a little squirrel. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, and happiness surged, making her nose tingle, and big tears fell down her cheeks. Woo, the master is so good. This apple is so delicious. As long as you listen and work hard, I won't treat you badly. Xiaosu will definitely be obedient. The master is the best. Su Xiaosu nodded vigorously, wiping her tears and continuing to focus on her food, cherishing every bite. An hour later, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Lin Ruoshi brought out 5 dishes and a soup: braised pork ribs, steamed base, garlic broccoli, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold cucumber salad, and a steaming bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. Lin Ruoshi carefully placed some of each dish into Chen Nanxing's bowl and softly said, Master, please try and see how it tastes. Chen Nanxing took a bit of each dish, and the flavors were excellent. He couldn't help but nod slightly, not bad. With his affirmation, Lin Ruoshi then served herself, sitting a little behind Chen Nanxing, and began to eat quietly, her posture elegant and proper. Su Xiaosu knelt on the carpet, looking longingly at the dining table. The rich aroma of the food was like a magical hook, continually enticing her taste buds. She saw Lin Ruoshi not only eating with Chen Nanxing, but also sitting down and enjoying her meal leisurely. Su Xiaosu felt a bit aggrieved. Why is there such a big difference even though we're both maids? No way. From now on, she couldn't be called the lazy Xiaosu anymore. She had to be the hard-working Xiaosu. She also wanted privileges. She wanted to be able to sit at the table and eat. But how could she obtain those privileges? While nibbling on chocolate, Su Xiaosu secretly observed Lin Ruoshi. Sister Ruoshi seems particularly gentle and attentive, serving the master very well. Could it be that privileges are earned through service attitude? Su Xiaosu clenched her small fist secretly, feeling she had found her direction to work hard. Chen Nanxing leisurely finished his meal and put down his chopsticks. Lin Ruoshi immediately handed him a warm towel to wipe his hands, but didn't clean up the bowls. She was waiting for Chen Nanxing to speak. Sure enough. The next moment, Chen Nanxing pointed to the dining table and asked Su Xiaosu, "Do you want to eat these? If not, let Ruoshi clean up." "Yes, yes, yes." Su Xiaosu almost sprang up, instantly jumping from the carpet like a little dog that saw a bone, rushing to the dining table. She didn't care about her image at all, directly grabbing the rice cooker pot, and then in a flash, dumped all the remaining dishes from the table into the rice cooker, picked up a big spoon, and began to eat furiously. So delicious. It's too good. Su Xiaosu gobbled down the food, mumbling praises with her cheeks stuffed like a hamster hoarding food. What the hell? Chen Nanxing was stunned. How did such a small Su Xiaosu think of using the rice cooker to eat? In less than 10 minutes, Su Xiaosu had cleaned out the mixture of food in the rice cooker, even scraping the bottom until it shone. Satisfied, she let out a loud burp, patted her round little belly, and then belatedly noticed that Chen Nanxing and Lin Ruoshi were silently watching her. Su Xiaosu's little face instantly turned red, embarrassed to the point she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. She hurriedly put down the spoon and awkwardly explained, Master Sister Rushi, I usually don't do this. Really, it's just that I'm too hungry today. Her voice grew smaller, and her head drooped lower, lacking confidence. Haha, being able to eat is a blessing. I'm not unable to support you. Eat as much as you want. Oh, are you full? Su Xiaosu quickly nodded. I'm full. Super full. Master, look, my belly is round. As long as you're full. Chen Nanxing stood up, walking unhurriedly to Su Xiaosu's side. Since you're full, you should move around a bit to digest. Digest? Su Xiaosu hadn't reacted, yet when she suddenly felt her body lighten, and Chen Nanxing picked her up horizontally, startling her into a gasp as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Master? Su Xiaosu's heart raced, her little face flushed, and her big eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of barely noticeable nervousness. Chen Nanxing didn't explain and walked straight towards the bedroom while holding her. At this moment, even Su Xiaosu understood what the so-called digestion exercise meant. Master, isn't this way of digesting a bit too intense? Chen Nanxing leaned down, his fingers gently brushing against Su Xiaosu's hot cheek. Be obedient. Exercise helps with digestion. Digesting exercise segment. Minors are prohibited from watching. Adults should watch with caution. It was unclear how long it lasted before the digestion exercise came to an end. Su Xiaosu lay limply on the bed, not wanting to move a single finger. Her round little belly, however, had not gone down at all. On the contrary, Chen Nanxing showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. He reached out to rub Su Xiaosu's damp hair, his tone softer than before. If you're tired, you can take a nap. Su Xiaosu mumbled an but in her heart, she was wildly complaining. This isn't digesting at all, it's clearly, well, digesting is quite comfortable. Moreover, the master's mood seemed to have improved a lot. Did that mean she was one step closer to obtaining the privilege of eating at the table? Chapter 29, New Function. Maid panel Su Xiaosu fell into a deep sleep with satisfaction, a sweet smile lingering on her lips. Almost the moment Su Xiaosu's breathing became even and steady, a familiar system prompt sounded in Chen Nanxing's mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully recording the second maid with a beauty score of over 90. Rewards being distributed. Total resources multiplied tenfold again. The plastic invisible room never runs out of power. Combat level upgraded to LV10. Unlocking new function, maid panel. A series of reward messages invigorated Chen Nanxing. Resources multiplied tenfold again. This meant his resources had reached a terrifying scale. Although they couldn't be limitless, raising a bunch of maids was definitely enough. The plastic invisible room never running out of power also solved the concern of lighting. After all, in the apocalypse, there was no one to maintain electricity. How many days could the current last? A night without light would definitely feel like the second apocalypse had arrived. What excited Chen Nanxing the most was that his combat level had directly risen to LV10. The system had also explained, LV10 physical strength is sufficient to be immune to damage from all conventional firearms below the power of cannons. This meant that ordinary handguns, rifles, and even sniper rifles would feel like mere tickles against him. Good. Chen Nanxing couldn't help but chuckle softly. As long as he didn't actively provoke official forces with heavy firepower and avoided being targeted by strategic weapons like missiles and nuclear bombs in this apocalypse, he could almost walk sideways. Although unsure whether the authorities could effectively deploy those large weapons, Chen Nanxing decided to adopt a low-key development strategy just to be cautious. First, he would gather his maids, and when he became strong enough, Even missiles and nuclear weapons would not be able to stop him with a single slap. Chen Nanxing opened the newly unlocked Maid panel. With a thought, two semi-transparent attribute panels appeared before his eyes. Maid No. 1. Lin Ruoxi, age, 23 years, height, 172 centimeters, measurements, 87-61-90, marital status, unmarried, ex-boyfriend has lost contact, combat level, LV0, superpower, none, beauty score, 93 points, remarks, self-disciplined and rational, high professional quality, strong vigilance, emotionally reserved, adept at reading situations. Maid number 2, Su Xiaosu, age, 20 years, height, 165 centimeters, measurements, 84-58-86, marital status, unmarried, no romantic experience, combat level, LV0, superpower, none, beauty score, 93 points, remarks, quirky, optimistic facade, shallow social experience, internally fragile and fearful, has a high need for being fed and for security. Chen Nanxing noticed that a plus sign and a minus sign, minus symbol, appeared after the combat level. He tried to focus his thoughts and clicked on the plus sign on Lin Ruoxi's panel. Would you like to raise Maid Lin Ruoxi's combat level to LV1? Chen Nanxing chose yes. Lin Ruoxi's combat level instantly changed to LV1. Chen Nanxing continued to click the plus sign, raising Lin Ruoxi's combat level to LV5. When he tried to click again, the system prompted, warning, the maid's combat level cannot exceed half of the master's current level. Master's current level, LV10, maid level limit, LV5. I see. Chen Nanxing understood. After pondering for a moment, he tried clicking the minus sign, and indeed, he could reset Lin Ruoxi's combat level back to LV0. He also tried Su Xiaosu's panel, and it was the same as Lin Ruoxi. After thinking for a few seconds, Chen Nanxing ultimately reset both Lin Ruoxi's and Su Xiaosu's combat levels to LV0. At this stage, he was not in a hurry to enhance the maid's combat power. After all, once they had a certain level of power, he couldn't guarantee they wouldn't develop some inappropriate thoughts. Closing the maid panel, Chen Nanxing walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, Lin Ruoxi was quietly sitting on the sofa browsing group messages. When she saw Chen Nanxing come out, she immediately stood up, her posture respectful. Chen Nanxing approached her and casually asked, Ruoxi, did you feel anything unusual with your body just now? Lin Ruoxi showed a hint of confusion on her face, but honestly replied, Master, it seems like there was indeed a moment when I felt a warmth in my body. But it disappeared quickly. I thought it was just an illusion. Chen Nanxing nodded, understanding in his heart. It seemed that when he raised the maid's combat levels, they could vaguely sense the energy being injected, but they weren't clear about what was happening. It's nothing. Chen Nanxing did not elaborate further, although Lin Ruoxi was curious. Seeing that Chen Nanxing had no intention to continue, she obediently stopped asking. Instead, she accompanied Chen Nanxing on the sofa to binge-watch a show. Time quietly passed, and the sky outside gradually darkened. It was dinner time. Lin Ruoxi brought the prepared dishes to the table, arranged them neatly, and softly said to Chen Nanxing, Master, dinner is ready. Should I go call Xiaosu? Go ahead. Lin Ruoxi gently pushed open the bedroom door and saw Su Xiaosu already awake. Sitting on the bed with the blanket wrapped around her, a thoughtful expression on her small face. Xiaosu, it's time to get up, Lin Ruoxi called softly. Su Xiaosu's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Ruoxi, and she quickly waved to her, lowering her voice mysteriously, Ruoxi sister, come here quickly. Lin Ruoxi walked to the bedside in some confusion and sat down, asking, what's wrong? Su Xiaosu leaned closer. Her big eyes filled with curiosity and eagerness to know. Ruoxi sister, how long have you been with the master? Lin Ruoxi didn't expect her to ask this. Thought for a moment, and replied, not long. Actually, just a little over a day more than you. What? Just a little over a day? Su Xiaosu was so surprised that she almost jumped off the bed, her voice unintentionally rising, and she quickly covered her mouth, looking at Lin Ruoxi in disbelief. I thought you had been with the master for a long time. Seeing Lin Ruoxi's calm and composed demeanor, which earned her the master's trust. Su Xiaosu had always thought Lin Ruoxi was a senior. Lin Ruoxi was amused by Su Xiaosu's reaction and gently shook her head. It's really only a little over a day. Su Xiaosu became even more curious. She grabbed Lin Ruoxi's hand and eagerly asked, then, Ruoxi sister, how did you do it? Do what? How can you sit at the table and eat with the master without kneeling to speak? Is there some secret? Please teach me. Su Xiaosu was eagerly hoping for such privileges. Lin Ruoxi was taken aback by the question. She recalled carefully and realized there wasn't any special effort on her part. She pondered her words, a faint blush on her face, and said uncertainly, I can't really explain it. It seems that after being with the master, he was in a good mood and gave me these privileges. After pausing, she added, maybe it's because it was my first time? First time? Su Xiaosu blinked, then suddenly realized, her face flushed, but hope ignited again. I'm also a first-timer. So does that mean I will also get rewards? Chapter 30. Verification from the ex-girlfriend's friend. I don't know about that either. The master's thoughts are hard to fathom, and it's not good to guess randomly. Lin Ruoshi understood in her heart that she might have gained privileges partly because of being a first-timer, but did Chen Nanxing really care about first times? What Lin Ruoshi didn't know was that Chen Nanxing had granted her 2 privileges at once because she was his first maid, and including her allowed Chen Nanxing to gain initial self-protection abilities. This was the deeper reason behind Chen Nanxing granting her 2 privileges at once. Of course, Lin Ruoshi was indeed smart and sensible. Oh, Su Xiaosu nodded in a somewhat understanding manner, but the expectation in her eyes remained undiminished. The two walked out of the bedroom and into the living room. Dinner was still sumptuous, with a mouth-watering aroma. Chen Nanxing was already seated in the main position, and Lin Ruoshi naturally walked to sit at his side. Su Xiaosu habitually knelt beside the coffee table on the carpet. She secretly glanced at the dining table and then at the calm Chen Nanxing. Her heart began to race. Would the master suddenly tell me to sit down too? However, Chen Nanxing simply picked up his chopsticks and said to Lin Ruoshi, let's eat, and then began to eat on his own without glancing at Su Xiaosu. Lin Ruoshi quietly started eating as well, occasionally attentively serving food from a distance in a Chen Nanxing's bowl. Time passed second by second, and the two at the dining table ate quietly and naturally, as if Su Xiaosu did not exist at all. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Su Xiaosu's expectations gradually faded. She was clearly obedient. Whatever the master asked her to do, she did, and she had cooperated earnestly with the earlier exercise. Why didn't she have the privileges that Ruoshi's sister had? The little girl lowered her head, her eyes slightly red, holding back tears, but an air of sadness surrounded her. Chen Nanxing had actually noticed Su Xiaosu's emotional changes long ago. The girl's feelings were almost written all over her face. Chen Nanxing slowly took a bite of rice, set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then turned his gaze towards the droopy-headed Su Xiaosu. Xiaosu, Chen Nanxing spoke lightly. Master. Su Xiaosu suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. What's wrong? You look like a bullied child. Chen Nanxing asked knowingly. Su Xiaosu bit her lip and ultimately couldn't hold back, mumbling softly. Master, you said before that well-behaved maids would have privileges, but I don't have any. Su Xiaosu's pitiful appearance made Chen Nanxing want to laugh internally. Oh, do you think you performed well? Su Xiaosu was caught off guard by the question. After thinking carefully, it seemed that apart from being obedient and compliant, she hadn't done anything special. I don't know if that's considered good, but I'm very obedient. Whatever the master asks me to do, I do it. That shouldn't be considered bad, right? The more Su Xiaosu spoke, the less confident she became. Chen Nanxing looked at Su Xiaosu's conflicted little expression and decided to stop teasing her. After all, he had just received a wave of system rewards, and he was in a good mood, so it wouldn't hurt to give her a little sweetener. All right, since you've been relatively obedient, the master can give you one privilege. Tell me, which rule from the maid's code do you want to be exempt from? You can only choose one. Su Xiaosu's eyes lit up instantly, and her heart raced. The opportunity had come. Su Xiaosu's mind quickly flashed through the stringent terms of the maid's code. The 2 main rules she cared about the most were: 1. She had to speak while kneeling, which concerned her dignity. 2. She couldn't eat at the same table as the master, which meant she could only eat leftovers. Before the apocalypse, she had been willing to endure a mediocre life rather than accept private invitations from the top brother to preserve her dignity and purity. Even after the apocalypse, deep down, she still longed to retain a shred of dignity. As for the food, even though it was leftover, being able to eat until full and stay warm was already far better than those outside, so it seemed acceptable. After a brief struggle, Su Xiaosu raised her head with a determined look. Master, I want to choose not to kneel while speaking, is that okay? Chen Nanxing raised an eyebrow with interest. He had thought this little foodie would choose the privilege of eating at the table, but unexpectedly, she chose to preserve her dignity. All right, Chen Nanxing nodded. From this moment on, you can forego kneeling. But Chen Nanxing changed his tone, pointing to himself, since you don't have to kneel. Come over and serve me while I eat. Ruoshi, teach her how to do it. Yes, master. Lin Ruoshi responded, making room for Su Xiaosu, and began to softly guide her. Little Su, the master is used to drinking some hot tea after meals. You go make some tea first. The water temperature needs to. Su Xiaosu was still immersed in the joy of gaining a privilege. Upon hearing the new instruction, she hurriedly stood up in a fluster. It might have been because she had been kneeling for too long that her legs were a bit numb. Or perhaps she had stood up too abruptly, causing her to stumble and almost fall, which made Chen Nanxing chuckle lightly. I'll go make tea now. Su Xiaosu's face turned red, both excited and nervous, as she hurriedly followed Lin Ruoxi's instructions, clumsily preparing tea and snacks. Her movements were awkward. She almost knocked over a cup and spilled a few drops while pouring tea, prompting Lin Ruoxi to shake her head while stepping forward to help correct her. Chen Nanxing watched Su Xiaosu's busy yet slightly flustered back, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The journey of training this little maid was still long. However, this gradual development, watching her change bit by bit, seemed to have its own unique charm. After a while of clumsy busyness, Su Xiaosu finally placed the hot tea and fruits in front of Chen Nanxing. Although the process was bumpy, her serious yet slightly nervous demeanor made Chen Nanxing say nothing more. All right, you can go eat too. Chen Nanxing waved his hand. Thank you, master. Su Xiaosu felt as if she had been pardoned and joyfully rushed to the dining table. Then, Chen Nanxing and Lin Ruoxi once again witnessed a familiar scene. Su Xiaosu unhesitatingly picked up the inner pot of the rice cooker and dumped all the remaining food into it, starting her signature performance of eating straight from the rice cooker. Ruoxi, your cooking is really good. It smells so delicious. Chen Nanxing's lips twitched slightly, secretly relieved. It's a good thing this girl chose not to kneel instead of eating at the table. With her eating style and speed, whether he could compete with her at the table was truly a question. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. Just then, Chen Nanxing's phone on the coffee table suddenly lit up, accompanied by a faint message notification sound. He casually picked it up and saw a new friend verification message. As his gaze swept across the verification message column, his originally lazy and casual expression suddenly stiffened, and a complex and indescribable emotion surged in his heart. The verification message contained just 3 short words. Miss you. The avatar of the person sending the verification request was a beautiful woman with exquisite makeup, leaning against a luxury car. That woman's name was like a thorn, deeply embedded in Chen Nanxing's heart, Lu Rian, Chen Nanxing's ex-girlfriend. 3 years ago, she had left him to run off with a rich second generation, unwilling to endure the hardships of paying a mortgage together. Why was she adding him now? Chapter 31. Lu Rian's apology? Staring at the 3 words miss you on the phone screen, Chen Nanxing's lips curled into a cold smile. Did Lu Rian really miss him? Absolutely not. Otherwise, how could she have deleted him as a friend for 3 years and only now add him back? With her character of not working without benefits, she was probably longing for his good qualities and what he had to offer. If this were before the apocalypse, Chen Nanxing would have undoubtedly rejected the friend request without hesitation. A good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already abandoned, especially when that grass had actively discarded him. A poor horse. But times have changed. With the apocalypse here, the outside world was cold and full of dangers, and staying at home was indeed quite boring. Since Lu Rian had come knocking, why not play with her a little? Consider it a spice for life? With a sense of mockery and revenge, Chen Nanxing clicked to approve the verification. Almost instantly, as soon as it was approved, Lu Rian's message popped up. Lu Rian, Nanxing, it's really you. So great. You're still alive. Excited crying emoji. Lu Rian, I've really been worried about you. These days, I couldn't eat or sleep, fearing something happened to you. TSK. Such hypocritical concern. If it weren't for Chen Nanxing knowing her well, he might have been moved. Nanxing, oh? Is that so? I'm doing well. No need to worry. Lu Rian. That's good. That's good. Where are you now? Are you safe? Do you have food at home? Lu Rian, this dreadful weather. I've heard things are chaotic outside. How have you been holding up alone? Chen Nanxing knew very well her true intentions behind the indirect questioning. He deliberately went along with her words, adopting a self-deprecating tone. Nanxing, where else would I be? At home. It's quite safe. Actually, once the door is closed, no one can get in. Nanxing, as for food, I have to thank you for that. Back then, to save money for the mortgage, I developed the habit of stockpiling whenever there was a sale. Rice, flour, oil, salt, instant noodles, and sausages are all piled up in the storage room. If I ration it a bit, I can barely last for a while. It's just that the apocalypse came at such an inconvenient time. Even though I don't have to pay the mortgage anymore, I can't go out. Isn't it ironic? Chen Nanxing deliberately revealed that he had plenty of supplies but was trapped, like bait on a fishing hook, waiting for the fish to bite. Lu Rian, as expected, immediately took the bait, her messages becoming more heartfelt as she began to unleash her combo attacks. Lu Rian, Nanxing, don't say that. I know you resent me. It was my fault back then. I wasn't firm enough and was overwhelmed by reality. But do you know? I haven't been truly happy for a single day in the 3 years since I left you. That rich second generation, apart from having some filthy money, doesn't he know how to cherish anyone, has a bad temper, and constantly has women around him. Every time I feel wronged, I think of how good you used to be to me. Do you remember? In college, when I had a fever, you skipped class and climbed over the wall to buy me medicine, only to end up covered in mud. After we started working, no matter how late it was, you would come to pick me up, often going hungry yourself. I remember all these good things in my heart and have never forgotten them. Nanxing, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. If I could turn back time, I would never let go of your hand. Crying expression. Now that the end of the world has come, that bastard has abandoned me too. This must be retribution from heaven for me, and also my second chance. Nanxing, can we start over? Let me return to your side. I will definitely cherish you and make up for my past mistakes. Looking at this series of messages mixed with memories, regrets, and confessions, Chen Nanxing felt no waves in his heart, and even wanted to laugh a little. This woman really played all the emotional cards she could to survive, her acting skills comparable to an Oscar-winning actress. Chen Nanxing was not in a hurry to expose her, but instead cooperated with her performance. Nanxing, let the past be the past. There's no point in bringing it up too much. Start over? That's easier said than done. In this world now, it's hard to even survive. Outside, there's poisonous snow everywhere, and I've heard there are robbers and murderers. I can't even go out of the unit door in the hallway. How can I start over? Lu Rian saw that Chen Nanxing did not directly refuse and seemed to see hope, quickly ramping up her efforts and steering the conversation towards the core target of supplies. Lu Rian, no? Nanxing, as long as our hearts are together, there will definitely be a chance. I know you are the most capable. You've solved so many difficulties before, you can definitely do it this time too. Besides, doesn't your family have a lot of supplies? Just share a little bit with me, just a little bit. It doesn't need to be much, just enough to get me through these hardest days. I beg you. Nanxing, for the sake of our many years of relationship, you can't just watch me die. I'm so cold and hungry right now. I'm really scared, showing weakness and pleading. As long as you're willing to help me, I'll do anything you want. Once I get to your place, I will definitely serve you well, 100 times better than before. The fox's tail finally showed itself. After going around in circles, using memories, emotional cards, and a confession, the ultimate goal was still to get him to risk his life to deliver supplies for free. Chen Nanxing sneered even more in his heart. He understood the gold-digging and climbing social ladders. After all, people strive for higher ground, and water flows downward. But Lu Rian was wrong to treat him as a fool who could be toyed with at will, a spare tire, sweet words needed when convenient, and kicked away when not. Now, in her time of trouble, she wanted to use the same old tricks again. Chen Nanxing decided to play along with Lu Rian a little longer, giving her a seemingly hopeful, but actually illusory promise. Nanxing, sigh. You're right, after all. We've known each other for a while. I can't just watch you die. Where are you living now? Is it far from me? If not far, I'll try to think of a way. Lu Rian, not far, not far. Really not far. I'm currently in the Yunjing Dongfang Villa area, Building 19, Area B. You know that place, right? Yunjing Dongfang. Chen Nanxing certainly knew that place. It was a well-known wealthy area in the city, famous for its quiet environment and high privacy, specifically used for housing mistresses and affairs. Yunjing Dongfang was indeed not far from Baiwa Happiness Community, only about 5 kilometers. If it were peacetime, it would be a matter of stepping on the gas. But now it's the end of the world, with poisonous snow outside reaching half a meter deep, extremely low temperatures, and hidden thugs who would kill for a bite to eat. 5 kilometers was like a chasm. Nanxing, I know Yunjing Dongfang. 5 kilometers, not too close. Not too far. If it were before, I would definitely bike over immediately. But now, sighing expression, the snow outside is too deep, and the temperature is frighteningly low. I've heard that several groups of people nearby have already died outside while trying to grab supplies. I can risk myself, but if I go out with supplies, it's like being a live target. You've posed a tough question for me. Lu Rian, Nanxing, I know it's dangerous. I know everything. But I really can't hold on any longer. There's only half a box of biscuits and a few bottles of water left in the villa. The heating has long stopped, and I'm still cold even wrapped in all the blankets. I'm so scared that one day I'll fall asleep and never wake up again. Nanxing, you've always been the most capable. Think about it. There must be a way. Can you go out at night, or find a more concealed route? Please, think of a way. As long as you can save me this time, I, Lu Rian, will repay you in this lifetime. I swear. In the future, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Hee, this woman really dares to think. Which ordinary person can cross 5 kilometers of poisonous snow? However, Chen Nanxing still decided to give her a bit of false hope to make this play more interesting. Nanxing, Don't worry, let me think carefully. 5 kilometers. If the route is well planned, perhaps it can reduce the chances of encountering danger. I have a set of professional cold-resistant clothing and snow boots at home, so warmth shouldn't be a problem. As for weapons, I have some self-defense methods. But this matter cannot be rushed. I need to observe the situation outside first. See if the weather will improve and plan the safest route. It may take 1 or 2 days to prepare. Lu Rian, really? Nanxing. Thank you. Thank you for being willing to help me. Excited expression, 1 or 2 days is fine. I can wait. You must be careful, safety first. I'll wait for your news. Contact me anytime. Chapter 32. Making the ex-girlfriend sad. Chen Nanxing did not reply to Lu Rian anymore and directly threw his phone aside. He leaned back on the sofa, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest, contemplating how to make Lu Rian deeply experience that feeling of something visible yet intangible. Suffering between hope and jealousy. Master, is there something troubling you? Lin Ruoxi keenly sensed the subtle change in Chen Nanxing's emotions and asked softly while handing him a cup of brewed hot tea. Even Su Xiaosu, who was busy eating, stopped shoving food into her mouth and blinked her big eyes curiously. Chen Nanxing took the teacup and took a sip. It's nothing. Just my ex-girlfriend who abandoned me for 3 years suddenly came knocking. Puff, cough, cough, cough. Su Xiaosu was directly choked by the soup, her face turning red from coughing. Lin Ruoxi also clearly froze for a moment, a hint of barely perceptible tension flashing across her face. Ex-girlfriend? Coming to him actively? If the master reconciles with his ex-girlfriend, what will happen to them as maids? Wouldn't there soon be another mistress? How would this unfamiliar mistress treat them? Could they still live this good life? Lin Ruoxi's mind raced, but her face quickly wore an appropriate smile as she tentatively said, "Then congratulations, master. Is it that soon? Xiaosu and I will have a mistress?" Chen Nanxing's aura suddenly turned cold, his eyes sharply sweeping over Lin Ruoxi, his tone carrying an undeniable chill. Mistress? She's not worthy. One sentence made the heavy stone in Lin Ruoxi's heart fall instantly, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly lowering her head, it was Ruoxi's mistake. Su Xiaosu, however, completely did not understand the emotional exchange at that moment. Hearing the words "not worthy," she felt that everything was probably fine, and thus continued to struggle with the rice in the rice cooker. Chen Nanxing looked at Lin Ruoxi, suddenly interested. You seem very concerned about this? Tell me, how should I entertain this uninvited ex-girlfriend? Lin Ruoxi raised her head, a glimmer of cleverness shining in her eyes. Since master does not intend to reconcile with her and wants to make her uncomfortable, it would be better to let her see, but not touch. Oh, more specifically, Chen Nanxing raised an eyebrow. What she lacks the most right now, it's supplies, security, and nostalgia for the comfortable life before the apocalypse. Master, you can occasionally showcase your life here on social media. Of course, to avoid trouble, master. You need to block others and only let Lu Rian see. Chen Nanxing immediately understood Lin Ruoxi's meaning. A playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Killing the heart? Not bad, quite interesting. He acted without hesitation. Chen Nanxing stood up and walked toward the storage room, which was actually from the system space, starting to take things out. In no time, the dining table in the living room was filled with jaw-dropping delicacies. Aromatic top-grade sirloin steak, garlic vermicelli steamed lobster larger than a palm, enticingly red steamed king crab, high-end red wine, and various exquisite fruit pastries. This feast before them, let alone in the apocalypse, even in peacetime, would be worth tens of thousands in one sitting. The luxury level was off the charts. Su Xiaosu stared with wide eyes, her mouth forming an O shape, completely oblivious even when rice fell from her mouth. She rubbed her eyes hard and stammered, "Master, how come these dishes are still steaming? When did you make them? I didn't see you go into the kitchen. This is too magical." Clearly, Chen Nanxing just went to the storage room, yet he pulled out so many steaming high-end dishes like a magic trick. Although Lin Ruoxi was also shocked, she appeared more composed, gently tugging at Su Xiaosu's clothes. "Xiaosu, don't ask too many questions about the masteress matters." Su Xiaosu quickly covered her mouth, but her big eyes were still filled with disbelief. She secretly leaned closer to Lin Ruoxi's ear. "Sister Ruoxi, how did the master do it? This is too amazing." Lin Ruoxi shook her head and whispered, "I don't know either. Remember, the master has secrets, and we shouldn't pry into things we shouldn't know. Otherwise, the master might not want you." Su Xiaosu quickly covered her small mouth. She had just eaten 2 full meals and didn't want to leave the master. Chen Nanxing ignored the 2 maids' whispered conversation, adjusted the angle, took a photo of the luxurious meal, and then edited a moment for social media. Though the wind and snow are cold, drinking alone is dull. Though the supplies are ample, there's one less person to share. I miss the simplicity of past meals, better than today's feast. Attached image, luxurious dinner. Set to only Lu Ruyan can see. Send. After doing all this, Chen Nanxing cheerfully called out, "Stop whispering, come over and eat." "Can I eat too?" Su Xiaosu was taken aback, pointing at her own nose in disbelief. According to the rules, she could only eat leftovers. This time is an exception. "You can join the table." "Yay. Thank you, master." Su Xiaosu cheered and immediately ran over. But after just 2 steps, she stopped, a sad face rubbing her round little belly. "Woo-woo, but master, I've already eaten a lot of rice. I don't think I can eat anymore." Her small face was filled with regret. If she had known such a good thing would happen, she wouldn't have worked so hard on the leftovers earlier. Chen Nanxing was amused by Su Xiaosu's appearance. "If you can't eat anymore, just watch, or eat slowly." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaosu immediately felt hopeful again. Hurriedly sitting at the table, picking up the knife and fork, deciding that even if she burst, she had to taste a few bites of this enticing meal that smelled deadly delicious. Lin Ruoxi, however, didn't start eating immediately. She carefully cut the steak into appropriately sized pieces for Chen Nanxing, then took out the most tender crab leg meat from the king crab and placed it on the plate in front of him, pouring red wine. Everything was served thoughtfully, silently showcasing her difference from Su Xiaosu. Su Xiaosu watched Lin Ruoxi's series of fluid operations and then looked at her own clumsy self holding the knife and fork, not knowing which dish to eat first. Suddenly, she understood a bit why Sister Ruoxi was granted so many privileges while she could only cling to the rice cooker for food. She awkwardly lowered her head and quietly apologized. "Master, I'm sorry, I seem to not know anything." Chen Nanxing glanced at Su Xiaosu and waved his hand dismissively. "Just eat. There aren't so many rules. Compared to some gold diggers who only know how to take and lie through their teeth, your simplicity is much more pleasing." Chen Nanxing's remarks were naturally a comparison between Su Xiaosu and Lu Ruyan. Although Su Xiaosu was clumsy and had a full foodie attribute, her thoughts were simple, and everything was written on her face. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan had nothing but hypocritical performances and calculations, with no sincerity at all. Although Su Xiaosu didn't quite understand who Chen Nanxing was referring to, she knew that the master didn't dislike her, and she immediately became happy again, starting to fight with a large shrimp. Her lively and cute demeanor, easily satisfied, added a lot of vitality to this luxurious dinner. After a few glasses of red wine, Chen Nanxing's gaze became slightly hazy as he looked at the 2 maids beside him, each with different looks yet equally dependent on him, suddenly feeling a desire to confide. In this apocalypse, it seemed that only these 2 could talk to him. "Ruoxi, Xiaosu, do you want to hear about my past?" Chapter 33, Lin Ruoxi. The true and false rich girl. The 2 girls exchanged glances and saw curiosity and a hint of nervousness in each other's eyes. Understanding the master's past would undoubtedly help them better grasp the situation and avoid stepping on landmines. "I want to hear it. Master, I want to hear." Su Xiaosu was the first to raise her hand, her big eyes full of gossiping sparkle. Lin Ruoxi also nodded gently. "Ruoxi also wants to know more about the master." "Good." Chen Nanxing smiled, but his gaze drifted to the endless ice and snow outside, as if he were penetrating through time and space. "However, after I finish, you both have to share your stories too. That's only fair." "No problem." Su Xiaosu patted her full chest in assurance, and Lin Ruoxi also nodded in agreement. Chen Nanxing took a deep breath and slowly began to speak, his tone calm but carrying a hint of imperceptible bitterness. "I'm just a kid from an ordinary rural family. My parents are honest farmers. Growing up, nothing was remarkable. I wasn't a top student, but worked hard enough to get into a mediocre university. In my freshman year, I met Lu Ruyan. She was the belle of our class, pretty, well-dressed, and very eye-catching. I pursued her for 3 whole years, delivering breakfast, reserving seats, accompanying her shopping, helping her with homework, almost all the silly things one could think of." Chen Nanxing laughed self-deprecatingly. "At that time, I was truly heartfelt. I would eat steamed buns with pickles, saving money to buy her favorite lipstick and bags. In the 2nd semester of my junior year, she finally agreed to be my girlfriend. At that moment, I felt like the happiest person in the world." Chen Nanxing's tone gradually became somber, but good times didn't last long. "In my senior year, my parents back home, due to accidentally eating undercooked wild mushrooms, a type of wild fungus, were poisoned too severely, and the medical conditions in the countryside were poor. They couldn't be saved and passed away one after the other." At this point, Chen Nanxing paused, took a big gulp from his wine glass, as if suppressing something. "After handling the funeral, I felt completely empty. After graduation, I joined a foreign company as a salesman, with an ordinary income. Lu Rian despised my old home for being dilapidated and refused to go back with me. To give her a home, a future. I sold the old house and land my parents left behind. There wasn't much money, but combined with what I saved from my job, it barely covered the down payment for a place in this bourgeois happiness community. I still remember the day I signed the purchase contract. I excitedly went to find Lu Rian, thinking I could finally give her a surprise, a little nest that belonged to us. Chen Nanxing's mouth curled into a cold arc. But guess what? When she heard that the house had a 2 million loan to repay, her face changed on the spot. She said I was useless, that she would have to follow me and repay debts for a lifetime, living a hard life. And then, what happened next? Su Xiaosu listened intently, eagerly asking. And then, Chen Nanxing sneered. Within 3 days. I heard that she got together with a rich second-generation guy who had only pursued her for 3 days. That guy drove a luxury car and directly took her away, not even giving me a proper breakup. The surprise I bought from selling the ancestral home became the last straw that broke our relationship. She didn't even take a glance at the house. This is too much. Su Xiaosu's small face turned red with anger as she waved her small fists. This woman is so bad. Master, you have been so good to her. How could she do this? Although Lin Ruoxi didn't speak, her eyes were filled with pain and indignation. She gently reached out her hand and placed it on Chen Nanxing's hand, silently offering comfort. Chen Nanxing felt the warmth from her hand and shook his head, his tone returning to calmness. Actually, if I think about it calmly, Lu Rian's choice is not wrong. Who doesn't want to live a good life? Being materialistic is not a great sin. What I hate is not that she chose to leave, but that she toyed with me like a fool for 4 years. When she needed me, she enjoyed my kindness. When she saw something better, she could kick me away without hesitation, without even the most basic respect. Chen Nanxing poured himself another glass of wine and looked at Lin Ruoxi. My story is over. What about you, Ruoxi? You don't look like someone from an ordinary family. How could you? Lin Ruoxi didn't expect Chen Nanxing to suddenly ask her, and she was stunned for a moment before revealing a bitter smile. My story might be even more cliché than what you imagine. I was born into a relatively good family. Both my parents are highly educated intellectuals, and we were well off. As an only child, I once had a carefree life. Until the year I turned 8, my parents, with good intentions of finding me a companion, adopted a girl who was only a few months younger than me from an orphanage. At first, I was very happy and treated her like a sister. But gradually, I realized she wasn't as innocent as she appeared. She would secretly break my toys and then act innocent in front of my parents. She would intentionally keep me chatting late into the night before my exams. She even forged my diary about early romance to show my parents. Small matters accumulated. And with her knack for pleasing and acting cute, my parents gradually began to think I was narrow-minded and couldn't accept this poor adopted daughter. I chose to go to an aviation school far away for college, and after graduation, I became a flight attendant, wanting to escape that suffocating home. A year ago, I dated a boyfriend introduced by someone. His family background was good, and he ran a small company. He treated me well at first. But a month before the apocalypse hit, he asked me to go to a hotel, and I refused. I felt things were moving too fast. And I indeed had a flight duty that day. After that, he gradually became distant, not replying to messages or answering calls. After the apocalypse, we completely lost contact. Lin Ruoxi sighed. As for my parents, under the continuous influence of that adopted daughter, they have long considered me a selfish, rebellious, and unfilial daughter. In our last call, my father said to consider that he never had me. So now, I really feel homeless. Su Xiaosu listened with righteous indignation. That adopted daughter is too bad. And your boyfriend is no good either. Don't be sad, Sister Ruoxi. Chen Nanxing gently pulled Lin Ruoxi into his arms. Don't be discouraged. After a while, Master will take you back. Let us slap their faces and show that family how the daughter they abandoned is doing now. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Lin Ruoxi's eyes, but more was helplessness. Thank you, Master. But this snow is poisonous. If we touch it for too long, we will die. We may never leave this community. Lin Ruoxi paused. Actually, I already feel very happy living like this now. Having food and clothing, a warm and safe place to stay, and with the Master, if I could live like this for a lifetime, it's more important than anything. The snow is not a problem. Chen Nanxing smiled lightly. And I won't stay in this community forever. Lin Ruoxi and Su Xiaosu were both stunned. But Master, if the snow doesn't stop and doesn't melt, how can we leave? Who said I was afraid of this snow? Chen Nanxing suddenly released Lin Ruoxi and walked towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room under the astonished gaze of the two women. Chapter 34 Nanxing. You have changed. With a whoosh, the window was pushed open. In an instant, the bone-chilling cold wind, along with the snowflakes, rushed in, causing the temperature in the living room to drop sharply. The warm air was instantly drawn away, and Su Xiaosu even shivered. Master, the two women exclaimed. But Chen Nanxing didn't care at all, taking a step forward and directly stepping onto the balcony. The poisonous snow fell on his head and shoulders. But he acted as if nothing was wrong, even extending his hand to catch some snowflakes, allowing them to melt in his palm. In the eyes of the two women, the poisonous snow was harmful to the touch and deadly if lingered too long. But Chen Nanxing stood in the snow, his expression calm, as if he was merely bathing in ordinary winter snow. Look, I told you, I'm not afraid of it. Chen Nanxing turned around and smiled at the two women, who were dumbfounded in the room. Su Xiaosu's mouth was agape enough to fit an egg, and Lin Ruoxi covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, they finally believed that Chen Nanxing had the ability to leave the community. But master, we can't. Lin Ruoxi looked helpless. Yes, master, you wouldn't leave us behind. Would you? Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, looking pitiful. Ha, what are you thinking? How could master not want you? You don't have to worry about the poisonous snow. Master will find a way. Chen Nanxing shook off the accumulated snow from his body, walked back into the house with ease, and closed the floor-to-ceiling window again, blocking the severe cold outside. Now, stay away from me. I have snow on me. Although it's harmless to me, if you get poisoned by the snow, I can't save you. Upon hearing this, the two women immediately stepped back obediently, but the shock and anticipation in their eyes did not diminish at all. Master, then you stay away from me, or your little maid will die. Su Xiaosu stuck out her tongue, looking at Chen Nanxing warily. Ha, so if you don't listen, master will poison you. No, master, I'm very obedient. Being obedient is good. Chen Nanxing walked straight to the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. Ruoxi, you tell Xiaosu the rules here, which places can be visited, which cannot, and what the taboos are. Then rest early. Yes, master. Lin Ruoxi replied respectfully. After finishing his wash, Chen Nanxing walked into the bedroom. Although his strength was formidable now, the cautious habits developed during the apocalypse made him still cleverly set up a shotgun behind the door. Anyone who dared to open the door without his permission would die. In the living room, Su Xiaosu's curiosity completely exploded as she grabbed Lin Ruoxi's hand, her face full of curiosity. Sister Ruoxi, what kind of person is master? The supplies seem to never run out, and he even has guns. Now he is not afraid of poisonous snow. This is too magical. Lin Ruoxi recalled her previous experiences and added, not only that, perhaps master has many abilities we don't know about. Besides what you mentioned, I have seen master kick down a reinforced security door with one kick. Kicking down a security door? Su Xiaosu was even more shocked, her eyes wide open. After a long silence, she suddenly lowered her voice. Sister Ruoxi, I know who master is now. He must be the immortal mentioned in novels or on TV, right? Immortal? Lin Ruoxi hesitated for a moment, completely unconvinced. If there really were immortals in the world, then there must be gods. Since there are gods, why don't they care about the suffering of humanity in peaceful times? Why didn't they stop the poisonous snow from descending and prevent this inhumane disaster? Hee. Sister Ruoxi, since master is an immortal, then we are his immortal servants. Haha. Doesn't that mean when master is happy, he will give me elixirs to make me immortal? What a delusional girl. Lin Ruoxi gave Su Xiaosu a light smack on the head. Stop guessing. Master is master. He has his secrets. We just need to remember, be obedient and do our part to stay in this paradise on earth. Come, let me tell you what the taboos here are. The next morning, Chen Nanxing was awakened by the continuous vibrations of his phone beside the pillow. He frowned and fumbled for his phone. Squinting at the screen, he saw a flood of messages from Lu Ru Yin on the lock screen. Lu Ru Yin, 12:12 a.m. Nanxing, are you awake? I didn't sleep all night. It's cold, and I'm hungry. I'm really scared. Lu Ru Yin, 12:40 a.m. It seems like it's getting a bit brighter outside, but the snow is still heavy. Are you going to find a way to come over today? Lu Ru Yin, 6:48 a.m. Nanxing, I finished the last half of the biscuit, and there's only a little bit of water left. Am I going to die here? Crying emoji. Lu Ru Yin, 7:32 a.m. Nanxing, please reply to me. Okay, I know you're still angry. You can scold me or hit me. Just don't ignore me. Lu Ru Yin, latest message, 8:11 a.m. Nanxing. I think I'm hallucinating. I feel like my whole body is heating up. Is this a sign of snow poison? I don't want to die. Please save me for the sake of our 4-year relationship. This woman has really become more skilled in her acting. For the sake of a meal. She even concocted such a clumsy excuse about feeling hot, merely trying to elicit sympathy and rush him into action. Chen Nanxing couldn't be bothered to reply and directly walked to the living room, throwing the phone to Lin Ruoxi. Ruoxi, respond to the messages that woman sent. The only principle is, make her unhappy, make her anxious. After saying that, Chen Nanxing walked straight to the bathroom. Lin Ruoxi took the phone, her eyes flashing with understanding and eagerness. After hearing Chen Nanxing's story last night, she had been feeling displeased with Lu Ruyan. If it weren't for her hurting the master, perhaps the master wouldn't have looked for a maid, but a girlfriend instead. So now, am I already Chen Nanxing's girlfriend? Damn it. Lin Ruoxi snapped a photo of the stacked boxes of mineral water and self-heating hot pot in the corner of the living room. Then, she began to reply in Chen Nanxing's tone. Nanxing. Lin Ruoxi replying, just woke up. The heating at home is too good, I overslept. Attached are the supplies. As soon as the message was sent, Lu Ruyan almost replied instantly. Lu Ruyan. Nanxing, you finally replied. So much water. And self-heating hot pot. That's great. When are you coming over? Have you figured out the route? Lin Ruoxi deliberately left Lu Ruyan hanging for a few minutes before slowly replying. Nanxing, what's the rush? It seems like it's snowing even harder outside. Going out now is like sending yourself to death. Besides, I need to eat first to have the strength to think of a way. Next, Lin Ruoxi instructed Su Xiaosu to set breakfast on the dining table and took a photo. Nanxing, let us have breakfast first. Safety first. Don't rush me. Image, Lu Ruyan. Nanxing, you've changed. You used to never talk to me like this. Always caring about whether I was hungry or cold. Now you're telling me not to rush. Lin Ruoxi raised an eyebrow, her fingertips tapping lightly. Nanxing, you said that was in the past. On the other end, Lu Ruyan seemed to be stung by this remark and immediately sent a series of voice messages, her tone tearful. Nanxing, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Back then, I was misguided. I'm sorry for you. But for the past 3 years, I haven't stopped thinking about you. You've always been the one I love. Please give me a chance to make it up to you, okay? Lin Ruoxi remained expressionless, leisurely sipping the hot tea that Su Xiaosu had just brewed, showing no intention of replying. The silence completely shattered Lu Ruyan's psychological defense. A few minutes later, her messages became incoherent. Lu Ruyan, Nanxing, why aren't you replying? Talk to me. Lu Ruyan, are you still blaming me? Hating me? Please say something. I beg you. Nanxing, a bit. The brief response made Lu Ruyan grab onto a lifeline, and she immediately began to apologize frantically, filling the screen with words of regret and deep affection. Lin Ruoxi looked at these cheap words and sneered. Nanxing, apologize? With just these few light words? I see no sincerity. Lu Ruyan, then what do you want me to do for it to count as sincere? You tell me. I'll do anything to make you feel better. Lin Ruoxi's gaze sharpened. After laying the groundwork for so long, she was finally ready to get to the main act, and the critical moment had arrived. Nanxing, when others apologize, they admit their mistakes. Considering you're a girl, I want to make it hard for you. Just kneel down, slap yourself 10 times, saying you were wrong with each slap. Record a video and send it to me. Chapter 35 Online relationships come with risks. Meet with caution. The phone fell into a long silence. It took Lu Ruyan 5 full minutes to respond. Her words filled with disbelief. Lu Ruyan, what? Nanxing, how can you make such a request? This is too insulting. Lin Ruoxi gave Lu Ruyan no chance to breathe, her tone decisive. Nanxing, that is my condition. Do it or not. You have half a minute to decide. If not, let us delete each other. These words completely shattered Lu Ruyan's fantasies. She couldn't let Chen Nanxing delete her. Lu Ruyan, I'll do it. Just don't delete me. A few minutes later, a video file was sent. Lin Ruoxi opened the video. And in the frame, Lu Ruyan was kneeling on the cold floor, her face pale and her eyes filled with humiliation. She raised her hand and slapped her own cheek hard. Smack. This one is for not appreciating the poor and loving the rich. Smack. This one is for leaving without saying goodbye. Smack. This one is for treating you like a backup. 10 slaps, not one less. Lu Ruyan's cheeks became red and swollen, her hair disheveled, no longer resembling her former exquisite self. At the end of the video, she tearfully asked, Nanxing, are you feeling better now? When are you coming to find me? All this time, Su Xiaosu, who had been nervously watching from the side, was now completely stunned. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, looking at Lin Ruoxi with unprecedented admiration. Ruoxi, you're amazing. Su Xiaosu excitedly grabbed Lin Ruoxi's arm like an excited sparrow. That bad woman really hit herself. Wow, how did you come up with this idea? It's simply a divine tactic. Su Xiaosu mimicked the action of slapping her face, her little face flushed with excitement. Ruoxi, you really avenged the master. So satisfying. Lin Ruoxi was amused by Su Xiaosu's lively and cute demeanor. Just as she was about to say something, the bathroom door opened. Chen Nanxing walked out, drying his hair, and upon seeing the two girls laughing together, casually asked, What's so happy? Master. Su Xiaosu immediately jumped up. Eager to speak, but was stopped by Lin Ruoxi's gaze. Calmly, Lin Ruoxi picked up the phone and handed it to Chen Nanxing. Master, take a look at this. Chen Nanxing took the phone with confusion. The screen showed Lu Ruyan slapping herself in the video. Watching Lu Ruyan's disheveled appearance, a complex sense of pleasure flashed in Chen Nanxing's eyes. After watching the video, he put down the phone, his gaze landing on Lin Ruoxi's slightly smug face, and suddenly laughed, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Not bad, Ruoxi. You've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Receiving Chen Nanxing's praise, Lin Ruoxi's cheeks turned slightly red, and she lowered her head a bit. It's because the master taught me well. I just followed her thoughts to help her show sincerity. Ha ha, well done. Chen Nanxing was in a great mood and planted a kiss on Lin Ruoxi's face. Ruoxi, you've helped me vent this frustration. As the master, I should also help you vent your frustrations. Tell me, is there anyone in this community that makes you unhappy? Let us go have a chat with them. Lin Ruoxi gently shook her head, elegantly pouring a glass of milk for Chen Nanxing. That is very kind of you, master. However, as a flight attendant, I fly around the country all year round and don't interact much with the neighbors in the community, so there is really no one who has provoked me. Chen Nanxing looked a bit disappointed. Staying at home was a bit boring. Surely I can't just hang out with two maids all day, right? How boring would that be? Xiaosu, what about you? Su Xiaosu, who was sneaking a snack, was suddenly called out, almost choking. She quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, and her little face fell. Master, you wouldn't believe it, there's really a disgusting guy. Su Xiaosu puffed up her cheeks and waved her small fists. There's a lewd uncle named Yang Dianfeng in Building 13 who used to follow me around. Once, he even knocked on my door in the middle of the night, saying he wanted to take me out for a late-night snack. And I was so scared I didn't dare to go out for days. Chen Nanxing's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued. Oh, is that true? How outrageous. Do you know his exact location? 1402. Su Xiaosu blurted out, then realized something and quickly covered her mouth, her big eyes rolling around as she looked a bit guilty. Chen Nanxing keenly caught Su Xiaosu's unusual behavior. How do you remember that so clearly? Well, Su Xiaosu twisted her fingers, stammering for a long time before finally blushing and saying softly, actually, he's a long-time fan of my live stream, although he never gifts me anything. He's been with me for a whole year. I thought companionship was the longest confession of love, but when I finally met him offline, I found out he was just a lewd uncle trying to get something for free. Ha. Chen Nanxing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even the usually dignified Lin Ruoxi couldn't hold back her laughter. Master, Sister Ruoxi, you're laughing again. Su Xiaosu stomped her feet in grievance, her little face turning red. I was really sad at the time. I thought I had found true love. Lin Ruoxi finally managed to stop laughing and gently patted her shoulder. Xiaosu, online relationships have risks. Be cautious when meeting in person. You have to keep your eyes open. Su Xiaosu pouted, shrinking into the corner of the sofa like a wronged child. After Chen Nanxing had enough of laughing, he suddenly became serious. Xiaosu, do you want to personally teach that lewd uncle a lesson? Huh. Su Xiaosu suddenly looked up. Personally teach him a lesson? That's right. Chen Nanxing's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Su Xiaosu first nodded excitedly, then hesitated. But I'm just a small girl. I can't beat that lewd uncle. A glint of amusement flashed in Chen Nanxing's eyes. I have a way. He then turned and walked into the storage room, and when he came out again, he was holding 2 Desert Eagles and 200 rounds of ammunition. Take these. Chen Nanxing handed each of the 2 women a Desert Eagle and placed the ammunition on the coffee table. 100 rounds each. These guns will be yours from now on. Lin Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat. These are real guns. A weapon that can decide life and death in an instant. Chen Nanxing actually just handed them over so easily. A complex mix of emotions surged within her. There was a thrill of being trusted, but more so a sense of solemnity and vigilance. This was both a tool for protection and potentially a deadly test. Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath, not immediately reaching for the gun, but instead raised her eyes, looking gently at Chen Nanxing, and quietly confirmed, Master, is this really for us? Chen Nanxing took a sip of milk, casually replied with a and his gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep across Lin Ruoxi's face. Would there be any abnormalities? After receiving a positive answer, Lin Ruoxi extended her hands and carefully cradled the Desert Eagle in front of her. Her movements were a bit awkward but extremely serious. When her fingertips touched the cold gun body, she trembled slightly, then steadied her grip, as if she had received a gift that needed to be treated with respect, rather than a weapon. Throughout the process, Lin Ruoxi's eyes remained clear, imbued with a sense of reverence for power and deference to the one granting it. Chen Nanxing observed Lin Ruoxi's performance, nodding slightly in his heart. Her intelligence and sense of proportion had been validated once again. On the other hand, Su Xiaosu's reaction was much more direct. Wow, real guns. So cool, she exclaimed, her big eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity, immediately reaching for her own gun. Her gun handling was clearly untrained. She held it with both hands, looking left and right, even pointing the muzzle at herself. Do you want to die? Lin Ruoxi quickly whispered a warning. Oh. Su Xiaosu stuck out her tongue and quickly pointed the gun downwards, but the excitement on her face remained undiminished. She tried to weigh it, her little face scrunching up. It's so heavy. Master, how do you use this? Can I try it? Chapter 36. Master, don't be so fierce. Eat first, and after we finish, I'll teach you the basics. Chen Nanxing set down his milk cup and picked up his chopsticks. As if what he had just done was a trivial matter, breakfast ended in a subtle and calm atmosphere. Chen Nanxing briefly taught the two women how to unlock the safety, aim, and fire. Lin Ruoxi learned quickly, her expression focused. Su Xiaosu appeared a bit flustered but was extremely enthusiastic. After the meal, the three of them put on warm clothing and prepared to go out. Chen Nanxing walked to the entrance first, facing away from the two women, seemingly casual, but all of his muscles were in a subtle state of readiness. He exposed the back of his head defenselessly in front of the two women who had just received weapons. What would they do? As long as either of them showed any unusual movement, Chen Nanxing would instantly spring into action without hesitation, taking them down. Lin Ruoxi followed half a step behind Su Xiaosu, her gaze appearing to survey the surroundings. But the corner of her eye was always locked on Su Xiaosu's right hand holding the gun. Was this girl truly naive? Or was she a high-level hunter pretending to be a sweet innocent? If Su Xiaosu made any unusual move, the gun hidden under Lin Ruoxi's trench coat would fire immediately. After all, Chen Nanxing was her only support in this apocalyptic world. Moving against Chen Nanxing would mean cutting off Lin Ruoxi's future. Moreover, even as master and servant, Chen Nanxing had never mistreated her. He was even better to her than many men were to their girlfriends. This peace, she would not allow anyone to disrupt. Su Xiaosu was completely unaware of the silent undercurrents. Watching Chen Nanxing's pace quicken, she couldn't help but call out in grievance. Master, slow down. Wait for me. My legs are short. Chen Nanxing's footsteps paused slightly. Was this girl short-legged? He remembered her legs being quite long when they played. However, the tension in Chen Nanxing's nerves relaxed a bit. With how much she eats, shouldn't her legs be longer? Next time, I'll cut your rations. Master, please don't. If I eat less, my bear will shrink. Su Xiaosu directly started running, seemingly truly afraid of having her rations cut. Lin Ruoxi secretly let out a sigh of relief, her fingers that had been resting on the trigger guard quietly moving away. This girl was really pure. The three of them walked in a subtly charged atmosphere to the iron gate of the underground passage. Today, guarding the gate were Zhang Hao's little brother, A Liang, and a cultured man. A Liang saw Chen Nanxing arriving and immediately nodded and bowed. Big boss, are you going out? Yeah, I'm bored at home, just going out for a walk. Big boss, should I notify brother Hao and have him bring a few brothers along? It's not very peaceful outside right now. No need. Just running some personal errands. A Liang didn't dare to ask more and quickly stepped aside. Big boss, please be careful. The three of them passed through the dark, cold underground parking passage, and before long, they arrived at the foot of Building 13. Here, it was also locked by an iron gate, with two people on guard inside. Chen Nanxing stopped and nodded at Su Xiaosu. Xiaosu, you go and ask the guards inside to open the door. Huh, do I have to go? Su Xiaosu was taken aback, hesitating as she looked at the tightly closed iron door, pointing at her own nose. But master, what if they don't open it? Chen Nanxing turned his head to look at Su Xiaosu. In that moment, his demeanor suddenly turned cold, exuding an oppressive aura, his eyes sharp as knives. Don't open? What is the gun in your hand for? Just for show? I taught you how to unlock the safety, aim, and fire. Was it just for you to play with? Do you know how to threaten someone? Can you kill? Su Xiaosu was startled by Chen Nanxing's sudden change in attitude and icy words. Her little face turned pale, and her eyes instantly reddened, pouting in grievance. Master, please don't be so fierce. I will go. Su Xiaosu sniffed, vigorously wiping away the tears that had not yet fallen from the corners of her eyes. She tightly gripped the heavy gun, taking stiff steps towards the iron gate. When she reached the door, Su Xiaosu timidly knocked. A male voice from inside responded impatiently. Who is it? What do you want? Open the door. I want to go in. Su Xiaosu tried to make her voice sound fierce, but due to her nervousness, it came out trembling. Who is this little girl? Get lost. The man inside clearly did not take Su Xiaosu seriously. It drives me crazy. Master is fierce to me, and now you are too. Just after being scolded by Chen Nanxing, Su Xiaosu felt wronged. and now being scolded by the man in front of her made her completely explode. She raised her Desert Eagle, not caring about aiming, and pulled the trigger at the iron gate. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of 3 gunshots echoed in the narrow corridor, scaring the 2 guards inside out of their wits. Fortunately, all 3 bullets missed, but the marks left on the wall said it all. Is this really a gun? The guard's voice trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. They usually felt tough with just a metal rod. How could they have encountered something like this where someone opened fire without a second thought? Although her shooting skills were ridiculously poor, it was a real gun. What if the next shot hit? Are you going to open the door or not? If you don't open it, I will blow your heads off with the next shot. Although Su Xiaosu knew she couldn't do that. Seeing the other party scared out of their minds felt inexplicably satisfying. Please don't shoot. We will open the door right now. The man who had just scolded Su Xiaosu nearly cried out, frantically fumbling for the keys from inside, trembling as he unlocked the big lock on the iron gate. Su Xiaosu stared at the open door, dazed for a moment. Then, like a victorious little general, she proudly hummed and ran back to Chen Nanxing's side, raising her little face. Master, the door is open. Chen Nanxing looked at the 3 bullet holes on the wall that were all over the place, then glanced at Su Xiaosu's expectant little face and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Your shooting skills are terrible. Oh, it's my first time shooting. It's great that it went off at all. So, you need to practice more. Those 2 just disrespected you, so it's a good opportunity to practice on them. Huh. Practice on them? But they are living people. Su Xiaosu instinctively wanted to refuse, but when she looked up and met Chen Nanxing's indifferent expression, she immediately remembered how fierce he had just been. She shrank her little neck and swallowed the words back. A fierce master is so scary, it's better to obey. Su Xiaosu pouted her little face, raising the heavy Desert Eagle again, aiming at the 2 men who had already begun to bow and plead for mercy, murmuring softly, Then, I will try, but if I can't hit, don't blame me. The 2 men, upon hearing this, were terrified. Please spare us. We were blind. We won't dare again. The 2 men shouted while scrambling to flee deeper into the corridor. Stop. Don't move. My master told me to practice shooting. Su Xiaosu became even more nervous. Her hands trembled, and she instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out again, wildly, with bullets flying haphazardly in the corridor. Fortunately, the corridor was not large, and with enough bullets, they could still hit people. What was ridiculous was that Su Xiaosu fired more than 20 shots, but not one hit a vital point. However, the 2 escaping men each received 4 or 5 hits, collapsing to the ground, groaning in pain. I'm so sorry. Su Xiaosu looked at the 2 rolling and wailing on the ground, feeling a bit embarrassed as she apologized. It's my first time shooting. My aim is bad. Please bear with me. I'll try to get the hang of it. The 2 men nearly fainted directly. Killing someone is just a matter of a point. Can't you make it quick? One of them, enduring the intense pain, cried out, Please, just give me a quick death. Come closer and shoot me in the head. Just 1 shot. Chapter 37. Shooting skills are frightfully bad. Su Xiaosu cautiously took half a step back, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. No way. My master said that bad people might lie before they die. Are you trying to trick me when I get closer? I won't fall for it. Su Xiaosu felt she had uncovered a huge conspiracy, further solidifying her determination to shoot from a distance. So, she raised her gun again, aiming at the 2 men who were already too weak to move, mumbling to herself, I must hit. Again, with a series of bang-bang-bang shots. Bullets hit the walls and the floor, sending countless fragments flying, occasionally grazing or hitting the 2 men who were already on the brink of death. Finally, after wasting a large number of bullets, the 2 men on the ground were completely silent. Su Xiaosu let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the non-existent sweat from her forehead, and turned around excitedly to run to Chen Nanxing, her big eyes sparkling. Master, I'm done shooting. They don't seem to be moving anymore. Have I become a sharpshooter? Chen Nanxing looked at the mess of bullet holes and the 2 men lying in tragic states, his lips twitching violently. A sharpshooter? Even the king of hell would shake his head. Xiaosu, you need to practice more. Huh, am I still bad? I think I'm already pretty awesome. The handsome man was speechless. The 3 of them walked up the stairs, and Su Xiaosu seemed to still be immersed in the excitement of her shooting practice, her little face flushed, hugging her Desert Eagle, humming a tune out of tune. Chen Nanxing and Lin Ruoxi followed behind Su Xiaosu, looking at her cheerful figure with extremely complicated feelings. Do simple-minded people really have no worries? Just as they reached the 14th floor, before Chen Nanxing could say anything, Su Xiaosu eagerly rushed to the door of 1402, confidently turning back to Chen Nanxing. Master, let me do it this time. I have experience now. Chen Nanxing non-committally raised his chin, indicating for her to go ahead. Su Xiaosu took a deep breath. mimicking her previous actions, and raised her little foot to kick the heavy security door hard. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Dianfeng, you perverted old man. Get out here. The sound of her kicking the door combined with her slightly childish angry shouts created a peculiar comedic effect. Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but facepalm, while Chen Nanxing crossed his arms, watching with great interest, wanting to see what this lively one could come up with next. Inside, there was a flurry of footsteps and a man's uncertain voice. Who is out there? It's your great aunt. Su Xiaosu. Open the door. Su Xiaosu put her hands on her hips, brimming with confidence. The room fell silent for a few seconds, then Yang Dianfeng's voice came. Somewhat incredulous yet with a hint of perverse delight. Su Xiaosu? Is it really you? How did you find this place? I know you live here, so I came looking. Yang Dianfeng clearly wasn't easily fooled. The door downstairs is locked. How did you get up? Although Su Xiaosu was innocent, she wasn't dumb. With a glint of pride in her eyes, she replied, "Humph. Your great aunt is a beauty." The security guard downstairs saw that I was cute and pitiful, and without a word, let me in. Yang Dianfeng was skeptical and pressed on. Just you alone? Of course not. Su Xiaosu immediately denied it, deliberately raising her voice. There are 3 of us, and my sister Ruoxi is here too. She is prettier than me. She is a big beauty. Yang Dianfeng eagerly leaned closer to the peephole to look outside. When his gaze landed on Lin Ruoxi's cool and graceful figure, his breathing suddenly quickened. What a stunning beauty. This was much more appealing than Su Xiaosu, who only knew how to be cute and act spoiled. Yang Dianfeng suppressed his excitement and swallowed hard. But there's still one person, right? Didn't you say there were 3? Oh, there's me, my master. Su Xiaosu pulled Chen Nanxing, who was standing slightly behind, to the front of the cat's eye. Seeing that although Chen Nanxing was handsome, he was slender and not a muscular man. Yang Dianfeng quickly calculated in his mind. This guy looks like no threat, probably just a pretty boy. Although I'm a bit older, with a surprise attack. I can take this man down first, and then the 2 delicate women will be at my mercy. At that time, the 2 beauties, Su Xiaosu and Lin Ruoxi, with their different styles, desire and a sense of luck clouded Yang Dianfeng's mind. He no longer considered. So it turns out it's a distinguished guest arriving. Please come in. The door clicked open. Yang Dianfeng pretended to be enthusiastic as he stepped aside to create a passage, but his gaze involuntarily darted towards Lin Ruoxi. Su Xiaosu hopped in, curiously looking around. Lin Ruoxi followed closely, her expression indifferent, with a hint of barely noticeable disgust. As Chen Nanxing stepped into the room, a fierce light flashed in Yang Dianfeng's eyes. He suddenly grabbed the metal baseball bat he had hidden behind the door and swung it hard at the back of Chen Nanxing's head. Kid Dai, the beauty is mine. Chen Nanxing didn't look back, casually raising a hand to precisely catch the incoming bat. The action was effortless, as if he were brushing away a fallen leaf. Yang Dianfeng felt an irresistible massive force coming from the bat. His hand went numb, and he could no longer hold on to it, letting it slip away. The sneer on his face instantly froze, replaced by immense shock. How can you be so strong? Chen Nanxing slowly turned around, playing with the baseball bat in his hand. With this little skill, you think you can ambush me? Chen Nanxing lifted his leg and kicked, hitting Yang Dianfeng squarely in the belly. Bang! Yang Dianfeng was kicked away like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the living room wall, then sliding down to the floor, clutching his stomach and letting out a pig-like wail, nearly vomiting bile. Chen Nanxing casually tossed the baseball bat aside like garbage and nodded to the stunned Su Xiaosu. What are you staring at? This person is yours now. Do as you wish. Su Xiaosu snapped back to reality, seeing that Yang Dianfeng had dared to ambush Chen Nanxing. Her face turned red with anger, and the little experience she had just forgotten in the clouds. She raised the Desert Eagle, aiming at the writhing and howling Yang Dianfeng on the ground. You pervert. Bad guy. Daring to ambush my master. I'll kill you. Bang. 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 The familiar, chaotic gunfire echoed throughout the room once again. Bullets flew everywhere, and the decorations in the living room were constantly damaged. Vases, picture frames, and TV screens were all shattered. With shards flying, Yang Dianfeng was terrified, forgetting about his stomach pain, rolling and crawling to escape. Please spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Ouch. My butt. Su Xiaosu chased after Yang Dianfeng while shooting, although her aim was still tragically poor. The sheer number of bullets and the limited space of the room made it hard to miss. Yang Dianfeng's arms, thighs, and buttocks were hit repeatedly. Although they were not fatal wounds, blood flowed freely, and he howled in pain, creating a scene that was both chaotic and comical. How dare you do evil? How dare you think of taking away Sister Ruoxi? Yang Dianfeng lay on the ground, now a bloody mess, gasping for breath. Using his last bit of strength to plead, Xiaosu, for the sake of our acquaintance, Please give me a quick end. I beg you. It hurts so much. Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, seemingly finding his words reasonable, and nodded. All right, since you look so pitiful. Another series of gunshots rang out, and this time, one bullet finally hit the right spot, ending Yang Dianfeng's painful and miserable life. Su Xiaosu let out a long breath and ran to Chen Nanxing's side. Master, it's done. Chen Nanxing couldn't help but facepalm. Yang Dianfeng must have suspected he was being tortured in hell before dying. How could it not be done? Cough, Xiaosu. Do you really need so many bullets to kill one person? Huh, not needed. But he didn't die completely, and I still have some left. Then how many bullets do you have left? Su Xiaosu hurriedly ejected the magazine, counted, then raised her small face, a bit proud. Report, Master. There's still one bullet left. Damn it, I used 99 bullets to kill 3 people. What a waste. Chen Nanxing's mouth twitched slightly as he continued asking. Then how will you deal with the trouble coming next? Chapter 38. Luckily Su Xiaosu doesn't go out much, otherwise she would have lost her kidneys. Trouble? Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, looking confused. What trouble? Didn't I already kill Yang Dianfeng? Chen Nanxing was completely defeated by Su Xiaosu's silly cuteness. Sigh, Xiaosu, it's a good thing you haven't gone out much before, otherwise you would definitely be down 2 kidneys by now. Almost the moment Chen Nanxing finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor on the 14th floor. Looking up, there were at least 20 people. All of them had unfriendly expressions, holding various weapons like rusty steel pipes, shiny kitchen knives, and even fire axes and homemade spears. The leader was a tall, strong man with a full beard. His gaze darkened as he swept over the messy living room. The tragic corpse of Yang Dianfeng, and the 3 of them. When he saw the conspicuous desert eagle in Su Xiaosu's hand, his pupils constricted sharply. Sure enough, the gunfire he heard was real. 3 of you. May I ask why you came to our building 13 to kill? Chen Nanxing glanced at the bearded man. Killing. Does it need a reason? He made my maid unhappy, so he deserves to die? The bearded man's face instantly turned ashen. He had been dominating in Building 13 for a long time. When had he ever been so disdained? Especially in front of so many of his subordinates. It was like having his face shoved into the ground. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Killing my people on my territory. And you think you can just brush it off with my maid is unhappy? Do you think I'm made of clay? At this moment, the bearded man's lackeys also started to stir, waving their weapons. Brother Biao, why waste words with them? Just take them out. Right, they only have 1 gun. And we have so many people, what is there to fear? Leave those 2 girls behind. Chen Nanxing originally didn't want to start a massacre. But these people really had no sense of danger, did they? Didn't they know that a gun is fast beyond 7 steps, and accurate and fast within 7 steps? They actually wanted to keep his maids? Ruashi, practice your skills. Lin Ruashi didn't hesitate at all. Her right hand shot into her trench coat, swiftly drawing her gun. The action was smooth, as if she had practiced it 1,000 times, without a flaw. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp gunshots were almost completed in an instant. The first shot hit the forehead of the tall, thin man who had just yelled to take them out. The second shot pierced the throat of the burly bald man who had shouted about being afraid. The third shot struck the heart of the bald man who had been spouting vulgarities about keeping them. 3 bodies fell to the ground simultaneously, blood gushing out, staining the corridor floor red. The rioters, who had just been agitated, suddenly felt as if their throats had been collectively choked. All sounds were caught in their throats. They stared in horror at their instantly dead companions, then looked at the cold-faced woman standing there with a gun. She stood there, her gaze calm and unruffled. Not even a hint of disorder in her breathing. Su Xiaosu watched in shock, her mouth forming an O. Glancing between the corpses on the ground and the gun-wielding Lin Ruashi, her big eyes filled with disbelief and a strong sense of grievance. Why? Su Xiaosu's little face fell. Hugging her desert eagle with only 1 bullet left, pitifully snuggling up to Chen Nanxing's side. Master, why is Sister Ruashi so accurate when she shoots? Didn't we learn together? I shot first. I shot so many bullets and only killed 3 people, but she only shot 3 times. The more Su Xiaosu thought about it, the more wrong she felt, thinking she was a fool. She had worked so hard, wasting bullets, yet the results were worlds apart. Chen Nanxing rubbed Su Xiaosu's head and said, talent is unpredictable. Ruashi might just be naturally more suited for this. That's not true. My talent shouldn't be bad. I just can't shoot accurately because I haven't practiced enough. Then practice. I haven't stopped you, but I don't have any bullets left. Ah, what a pity. Chen Nanxing casually pulled 2 golden bullets from his pocket and handed them to Su Xiaosu. Here, take them and practice. There are plenty of bullets. Su Xiaosu's eyes lit up like crescent moons. You're the best, master. On the other side, Zhang Daipio watched in shock as Chen Nanxing pulled out so many bullets. his eyelids twitching and his heart racing. One gun isn't scary. What's scary is having almost endless bullets. Even if he and his men were powerful, with dozens of bullets coming their way, they wouldn't have a way to survive. Wait. Zhang Dapio finally panicked, his face twitching as he forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. We didn't recognize your greatness and offended you and the two ladies. Zhang Dapio quickly threw his machete to the ground to show his sincerity. Brother, let us leave some room for each other. We'll meet again in the future. That bastard young Dianfeng deserved to die. We're leaving right now. Definitely not looking for trouble. Can you be merciful? But my little maid has already loaded the bullets, right? I can't just let her chamber around for nothing. Su Xiaosu looked at the crowd in front of her, her eyes shining with excitement, her little face full of eagerness to show her skills. She kept chattering. So many live targets. This time I can't miss, right? I don't believe Su Xiaosu, can't become a sharpshooter. Master, watch me. Bang. Oh no. What did I miss? After missing one shot, Su Xiaosu wasn't discouraged and took a second shot. As Su Xiaosu began shooting, Zhang Dapio realized that begging for mercy was useless, and despair and ferocity erupted simultaneously. Damn it. We're dead anyway. Brothers, let's fight. If we kill these two women and take their guns, the neighborhood will be ours. Zhang Dapio suddenly bent down to pick up the machete on the ground. However, at that moment, bang, Lin Ruashi's gunshot rang out first, and the bullet didn't aim for his hands, but precisely pierced through his knee that he had just raised. Zhang Dapio screamed as he knelt on the ground, this shot completely shattering his last bit of courage to resist and igniting the remaining thug's madness. Bang, 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 bang. Almost simultaneously, Su Xiaosu excitedly pulled the trigger. This time, she learned a lesson and didn't shoot wildly. Instead, she aimed at the densest part of the crowd. Although her aim was still terrible, there were so many people that some bullets hit their mark. Ouch! My arm, it's broken. Damn, this crazy woman is shooting blindly. My cow, how can you leave me? Don't push me. I want to pick up my cow, don't crowd me. Screams and curses instantly erupted. Finally, Su Xiaosu ran out of bullets in the magazine. Oh no, I'm out of bullets. Wait for me, I'll be ready soon. At the moment Su Xiaosu bent down to focus on reloading, a small man hiding in the back of the crowd, who had been waiting for an opportunity, suddenly flashed a fierce light in his eyes. Taking advantage of Lin Ruashi's shooting at another enemy, and Su Xiaosu being completely defenseless, he lunged at her like a ghost, aiming a sharpened rebar directly at Su Xiaosu's temple. If this hit, it would surely take Su Xiaosu's life. Xiaosu, Lin Ruashi exclaimed, pivoting her gun. But it was already too late. However, a shadow moved faster than her voice. Chen Nanxing, who had seemed lazily watching from the sidelines, moved as soon as the small man acted. He didn't use a firearm. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, an ancient-looking saber appeared in his hand with a fierce whoosh. The blade flashed like a ribbon. Poochie! With a soft sound, the small man's forward motion suddenly froze. He looked down in disbelief, realizing a thin line of blood was rapidly expanding on his chest, and then blood gushed out. He fell into eternal darkness, his body collapsing to the ground. Chen Nanxing returned to his original position, the saber pointing diagonally to the ground, a droplet of blood slowly sliding down the blade. As if he had just done something trivial, he lightly said to Su Xiaosu, who had just finished reloading and was still in a daze, focus. When reloading, find cover. Or get close to me and Ruashi. Su Xiaosu finally realized how dangerous it had been just now, her little face turning pale as she patted her sizable bear, terrified. Wow, Master, you're so fast. Thank you, Master. Then, she angrily raised her Desert Eagle, which had just been reloaded, and shot 2 bullets into the corpse. Bad guy. How dare you sneak attack me? I'll kill you. Sigh, why is she so childish? However, Chen Nanxing wouldn't force Su Xiaosu to change her personality as long as she wasn't a saint. After this lesson, although Su Xiaosu's shooting skills were still lacking, she subconsciously moved closer to Chen Nanxing. She began her suppressive fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets still flew everywhere, but occasionally hitting 1 or 2 unlucky souls could cause a commotion. Meanwhile, Lin Ruashi, having just experienced the earlier danger, had an even colder gaze. She no longer limited herself to precise kills. Instead, she began consciously providing fire suppression and cover. She used accurate shots to drive away enemies trying to approach Su Xiaosu, and would quickly shoot to block the enemy's charging routes when Su Xiaosu was reloading. One woman was like a clumsy yet vibrant rookie, pouring bullets like water, creating chaos and area damage. The other was a calm and deadly night queen, where every bullet pursued extreme efficiency, eliminating threats and filling gaps. Chen Nanxing held the saber, standing like a stabilizing force in a relatively safe position. His sharp gaze scanning the area. He wouldn't easily intervene unless someone threatened the safety of the two women. Under this unusual cooperation, the number of thugs in the corridor sharply decreased. Zhang Dapio, dragging his broken leg, watched as his subordinates fell one by one, letting out a desperate and unwilling roar, only to be calmly shot in the forehead by Lin Ruoxi, ending his evil life. The last few thugs completely collapsed, dropping their weapons and trying to flee. But how could they outrun the bullets? When the last echo of gunfire faded, the corridor was left with a floor full of corpses and a thick, suffocating smell of blood. Su Xiaosu had emptied the last magazine, panting heavily, her little face flushed, but she excitedly looked at Chen Nanxing. Master, am I super amazing this time? I feel like I hit so many people. Lin Ruoxi quietly checked her firearm, confirmed it was safe, and walked to Chen Nanxing's side, slightly nodding. Master, the area is cleared. Chen Nanxing looked at the two completely different, yet unexpectedly harmonious combinations before him. Feeling a strange sense of accomplishment, he reached out and ruffled Su Xiaosu's hair. You've made progress. Let us aim for you to kill one person with 20 bullets next time. Then he looked at Lin Ruoxi, his gaze filled with approval. You did well. Su Xiaosu beamed with joy at the praise, her eyes narrowing happily. Lin Ruoxi slightly lowered her head, the corners of her lips curling into a faint arc. Does the master recognize her? The smell of blood in the corridor was thick and nauseating. Chen Nanxing glanced at the mess and corpses on the ground, his expression indifferent. Let us go, it's time to head back. He turned first, walking back the way they came. The saber had vanished without a trace, his hands leisurely tucked into the pockets of his trench coat. Lin Ruoxi immediately followed, her steps light and alert, her gaze habitually scanning for potential dangers around her. Only Su Xiaosu was in a peculiar state of excitement. She jogged to catch up with Chen Nanxing, keeping pace beside him, her little mouth chattering away like it was wound up. Master, did you see that? My last few shots, bang bang bang. Didn't I look super cool? That guy who tried to run was so scared he fell flat on his face. Ha! Sister Ruoxi, you're so calm. How did you practice your shooting? Teach me. Oh, I used the bullets a bit too quickly, Master. I'm out of the ones you gave me. Can you give me some more? Chen Nanxing felt a bit of a headache from her chatter and helplessly glanced at Su Xiaosu. Do you think my bullets grow on trees? If you want bullets, you have to show some corresponding value. Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, looking innocent. Value? I'm very valuable. I can cheer for you. I can eat. Oh, and I can dance, classical dance. Dance, classical dance. Chen Nanxing paused slightly, turning to look at Su Xiaosu, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. He knew that Su Xiaosu was a dance streamer before, but she had become his maid for too short a time, and with everything happening one after another, he hadn't had the chance to appreciate it. Okay, when we get back, you can dance for me, and make it spectacular. Huh, Master. Can we not make it too spectacular? And how many bullets will you give me? Su Xiaosu immediately asked with anticipation on her little face. Her adorable appearance hit Chen Nanxing's funny bone, but he pretended to be serious. Little Su, am I too good to you? Asking you to dance. And you still dare to ask me for bullets? Should I give you a grand reward? But a grand reward is useless now. It's not as good as a bullet. Su Xiaosu, you're done for. I've decided to starve you for 3 days. No, Master. If I go 3 days without food, I'll be nothing but skin and bones. Su Xiaosu's little face immediately fell, pouting in grievance. I can dance really well. I put in a lot of effort. And if you don't give me bullets, that's fine, but why do you have to cut my rations? Let's see how you perform. Room 3001. As soon as she entered, Su Xiaosu switched to a mode of extreme flattery. She first jogged to help Chen Nanxing take off his slightly cold jacket and hang it up, then squatted down to help him change into slippers. But her hurried movement almost caused her to trip over herself, and it was Chen Nanxing who helped her steady herself. Why are you so clumsy? Chen Nanxing lightly scolded, but there was no anger in his tone. Su Xiaosu stuck out her tongue and hurried to make tea. This time she was especially careful, testing the water temperature repeatedly and adjusting the tea leaves. Although she still seemed a bit inexperienced, her attitude was very serious. She brought the hot tea to Chen Nanxing and then ran to get some fruits, looking eagerly at him as he took a sip, only then revealing a relaxed smile. After ensuring that Chen Nanxing was comfortably seated on the sofa, Su Xiaosu fidgeted with her fingers. Master, the dancing is fine, but I don't have an appropriate dance outfit. Wearing these clothes to dance doesn't look good. Doesn't look good? Are you saying you want to dance without clothes? Chapter 40. Digesting food. Digesting what food? I haven't eaten yet. Oh, Master, how can you say that? Su Xiaosu stomped her feet shyly. Why can't I say that? Didn't you say it doesn't look good to dance in clothes? Is that what I meant? Isn't it? Not at all. You're so troublesome. Chen Nanxing walked into the storage room, and a few seconds later, he came out with a set of light green classical dance attire, the fabric light and airy, embroidered with exquisite bamboo leaf patterns, along with matching shawl and headpiece. Here, try this on. Su Xiaosu was delighted to receive the outfit. The fabric smooth and cool to the touch, the craftsmanship exquisite. She happily ran into the guest room to change. After a while, the door to the guest room gently opened, and Su Xiaosu walked out in her dance attire. In an instant, Chen Nanxing felt that the living room seemed to brighten a few notches. The light green dress complemented Su Xiaosu's snow-white skin, her waist cinched perfectly, with flowing sleeves and a skirt that trailed elegantly behind her. Su Xiaosu simply tied her hair up, inserted a jade hairpin, and applied a bit of makeup, transforming her originally cute face into one that exuded an air of elegance, like a lady stepping out of a Jiangnan ink painting, lively yet gentle. Master, how does it look? Su Xiaosu shyly twirled around, her shawl flowing gracefully. Chen Nanxing suppressed the fleeting surprise in his eyes, feigning indifference. It's just okay, stop rambling. Dance already. Lin Ruoshi subtly took out her phone and played a hauntingly beautiful ancient melody. As the music started, Su Xiaosu instantly got into character. At first, her movements were a bit tense, but after a few beats, it seemed that her body's instincts were awakened, and her dance became more fluid and natural. Her movements were light and graceful, sometimes like a willow swaying in the wind, her flowing sleeves creating beautiful arcs, sometimes like a startled swan, spinning and leaping, her skirt blooming like a flower. Although the living room was limited in space, Su Xiaosu cleverly utilized her posture and the changes in her shawl to perform the classical dance with rich charm, her every expression and movement carrying an indescribable allure. Especially when she executed a move that required exceptional flexibility and balance, her body arched back, her flowing sleeves lifted, her gaze dreamy and focused. That moment of beauty made Chen Nanxing's heart skip a beat. As the dance concluded, Su Xiaosu was slightly out of breath, a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. Her cheeks flushed, looking expectantly at Chen Nanxing. Master, how was it? Chen Nanxing was indeed impressed. He hadn't expected this usually silly little foodie to have such charm when dancing. The focus and dedication she exhibited made her glow from within. Chen Nanxing suppressed the inexplicable flutter in his heart, clapped his hands, and looked at her with genuine appreciation. I didn't expect you had this skill. You danced well. Receiving the affirmation, Su Xiaosu was as happy as a little cat that had just been petted, immediately scooting closer to Chen Nanxing, her big eyes wide with anticipation. Then, Master, about the bullets. Chen Nanxing smiled, reached into his pocket, and like a magic trick, pulled out a box containing dozens of golden bullets. Here, a reward for you. Thank you, Master. You're the best. Su Xiaosu took the bullet box, hugging it to her chest, grinning from ear to ear. All right, now that you've got what you wanted, shouldn't you accompany your master for a little digesting? Digesting? Digesting what food? I haven't eaten yet. I don't need to digest. However, Chen Nanxing didn't explain, directly scooping her up. Ah, Master, Su Xiaosu exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Chen Nanxing's neck, and the bullet box fell straight to the ground. Haven't eaten? You're burning energy from exercise, so it's just right for Master to feed you some high-protein food to replenish your energy. Chen Nanxing chuckled softly, striding towards the master bedroom without further ado. Really? Then I want to eat braised pork and hairy crabs. Really? Chen Nanxing turned toward the bedroom. Hey, Master. That's not the right direction. Shouldn't the food be in the kitchen? What follows is 3 hours of digesting exercise time. Non-VIP users are prohibited from viewing. 3 hours later, Chen Nanxing walked out of the bedroom, feeling refreshed, gently closing the door behind him. Su Xiaosu had long since fallen asleep, her little face still carrying a rosy glow and looking pitiful. Chen Nanxing stretched his muscles, still full of strength. Indeed, after his combat power level rose to LV10, his physical fitness underwent a qualitative change, with endurance and explosive power far surpassing that of ordinary people. That previous session of exercise was merely a warm-up for him. This was just LV10. What if his combat power level increased further? Chen Nanxing stroked his chin, a glimmer of worry and anticipation flashing in his eyes. I don't know if Lin Ruoshi and Su Xiaosu can handle the impact of double sports in the future with their small frames. Recruiting a maid cannot be delayed, otherwise. Who will share the burden for the two of them? Chen Nanxing picked up his phone, ready to try again in the Baiwa Happiness Community Owner Group. After all, another day has passed. Perhaps those women who meet the maid standards have come to their senses? As soon as Chen Nanxing opened the Baiwa Happiness Community Owner Group, he was attracted by the heated discussions inside. Building 13. Unit 2101 News Informant. Brothers and sisters. Something big has happened. Our Building 13 was bloodily washed a few hours ago. Dozens of people died. It's terrifying. Fearful expression. Building 17. Unit 1201 Luban assistant. Is it true? Don't spread rumors. 2101. More than 20. I can't even get that many kills in a game. Building 13. Unit 2101 news informant. Absolutely true. It happened just a few hours ago. It wasn't outsiders. It was someone from our community. I'm so scared I don't even dare to go out. Images. Chen Nanxing clicked on those images. Although the angles were somewhat tricky and the images were a bit blurry, he could still clearly see the horrific scene in the corridor of the 14th floor of Building 13. Bodies were lying all over the place, and the walls and floor were covered in bullet holes and splattered blood. A complete mess. The smell of blood seemed to seep through the screen. This was exactly the scene where Su Xiaosu and Lin Ruoxi were practicing a few hours ago. The owners in the group exploded when they saw the pictures. Building 9. Unit 2303 man has 3 legs. My God, this is too tragic. Who did this? Is no one going to do anything about it? Building 5. Unit 1601 growing strong. Insane. It's absolutely insane. In this apocalypse, instead of helping each other, they're killing each other. Morality has collapsed. Building 11. Unit 1503 tomato fried tomato. How did they die? These wounds don't look like ordinary fights. They look like gunshot wounds. Building 13. Unit 2101 news informant. Building 11. Unit 1503 tomato fried tomato. Good eye, brother. It was a gun. At that time, the gunshots sounded like firecrackers, ringing for a while. The word gun was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up greater waves. Building 8. Unit 802 cherry blossoms in my hometown. A gun? Who in our community has a gun? I remember there were gunshots from Building 28 the other day, but we couldn't find out who it was. Building 2. Unit 703 Tokyo is hot. Yeah, I remember now. It seems like there were indeed a few gunshots from Building 28 a day ago. At that time, I thought I misheard it, but now it seems like it could be the same person. Building 1. Unit 1801 Mom Li Jia. This is terrifying. With a gun and killing innocents like this. What does this person want? To kill us all. Property Manager Wang. Everyone, please remain calm. We will do our best to investigate this matter. If any owners have clues, please message me privately. Of course, if any owners are willing to become part of our property management, I can guarantee you 3 days of safety. Building 19. Unit 1102 I haven't been the boss for many years. Property Manager Wang. Idiot. At this time, instead of wanting to catch the murderer, you want to recruit new members and compete with my Qingling gang for control of the community? Building 19. Unit 1102 I haven't been the boss for many years. Everyone. The threat from the shooter is very high. I suggest we kill her together first. If anyone has information about the shooter, please provide it. Chapter 41 After a meal. Su Xiaosu was wanted by the entire community. The group was in an uproar due to the bloody images and the shooter, with everyone on edge and arguing endlessly. Some people had even started to insult each other. Finally, a new message and image were pushed to the top, the speaker's avatar dim, and the tone filled with fear and resentment. Canyon Raising Dad. I know what the shooter looks like. Image JPG, Canyon Raising Dad. Everyone. It's the crazy woman in the picture. When I was watching the door, I saw her shoot my brother dead, and shortly after she went upstairs, Biao Gu and the others all disappeared. This woman is a killing machine. The image was clearly taken in extreme fear and panic, somewhat blurry and shaky, but it was still easy to recognize the protagonist, a sweet-looking girl in a cute winter outfit, excitedly holding a signature desert eagle. Although the angle was tricky, it was undoubtedly Su Xiaosu. The owner group immediately exploded as if cold water had been splashed into hot oil. Building 17. Unit 1201 Luban assistant. No way. Is this true? Such a beautiful and cute girl, holding such a glaring gun? The contrast is too big. Building 5. Unit 1601 growing strong. You can't judge a book by its cover. She looks harmless, but her actions are so vicious. She must be severely punished. Building 9. Unit 2303 man has 3 legs. Canyon Raising Dad. Brother, are you sure it was just her? Why did she go to your Building 13? Canyon Raising Dad. It wasn't just her. She was followed by a man and a woman. The man looked ordinary, but the woman was very beautiful and had a good temperament. But this crazy woman is the main force. The gun was mainly fired by her. Why did they come? How do we know? Maybe she was thirsty and wanted to drink some human blood. Panic began to spread, and an image of a powerful, unpredictable, crazy woman took root in everyone's hearts. Building 8. Unit 802 cherry blossoms in my hometown. With such a dangerous person in the community, who can sleep at night? Building 2. Unit 703 Tokyo is hot. Everyone. Does anyone know this woman? Who knows which building she lives in? We must find her first. Building 1. Unit 1801 Mom Li Jia. This is terrifying. Requesting property management and Qingling Gang to uphold justice. We can't let her kill again. Building 28. Unit 2702. I have a mind. I know her. The woman in the picture is named Su Xiaosu. Before the apocalypse, she was a dancing streamer on ENU platform. Somewhat famous, and used to live in our Building 28, Unit 2802. Yesterday, there were indeed intense gunshots coming from her house. I thought it was an illusion or some other noise, and now it seems it was her. But after yesterday, she moved away. And now I don't know where she lives. Property Manager Wang, Building 19, Unit 1102. I haven't been the boss for many years. The situation is already very clear. This Su Xiaosu is an extremely dangerous element. She has a gun, and she has already killed so many people. Who knows who she might aim at next? I strongly suggest that for the safety of the entire community, we must quickly control her. No, such a dangerous person must be eliminated. The comments from Building 28. Unit 2702, I have a mind, acted as the final catalyst, directing everyone's fear and hostility towards Su Xiaosu. Building 11. Unit 1503 Tomato Fried Tomato. The rich guy from Building 28 has spoken. It seems it's definitely her. Building 19. Unit 1102, I haven't been the boss for many years. Property Manager Wang. Old Wang, did you see that? The evidence is conclusive. This woman named Su Xiaosu must die. I suggest we temporarily put aside our prejudices and join forces. We need to concentrate our strength to eliminate this disaster. Otherwise, no one will have a good life. Property Manager Wang. Building 19, Unit 1102, I haven't been the boss for many years. Agreed. An extremist threatening the safety of all owners cannot be tolerated. I, on behalf of the property management, am willing to cooperate with the Qingling Gang to eliminate Su Xiaosu first. Does anyone know where she lives now? The group fell silent. No one answered. Clearly, those who dared to speak did not know, and those who knew did not dare to speak. Property Manager Wang. Everyone is not saying anything, right? All right, then we will proceed according to the rules. An hour later, all the building leaders of Happiness Community Building 32 gathered in the underground parking area zone B to discuss where Su Xiaosu was hiding. Anyone who doesn't come, don't blame the property management for being rude. Building 19, 1102. I haven't been a big brother for many years. Old Wang is right. Who the hell dares not to come? I'm the first one in the Qingling Gang to refuse. By then, not only will the men of that building be slaughtered, but the supplies will be seized, and the women, will be left for the brothers to enjoy. Let's see who dares not to come. The group fell silent, filled with a sense of oppressive fear. No one dared to speak again, but the invisible pressure had already spread to every building leader. Zhang Hao, the leader of Building 30, stared at his phone screen, cold sweat instantly dripping down his forehead. He certainly knew where Su Xiaosu was, but could he say it? No. He had witnessed Chen Nanxing's methods firsthand. He could kick down a security door, and he had a gun. Offending Chen Nanxing meant a dead end. But if he didn't say anything? The Qingling Gang and the property management had teamed up, and there were already over 200 people involved. Could Zhang Hao and the brothers of Building 30 withstand them if they really came? He couldn't even bear to imagine the scene of men being killed and women being humiliated. Trapped in a dilemma, Zhang Hao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the cold room. Finally, gritting his teeth, he tremblingly dialed Chen Nanxing's number. Hello, is this Boss Nanxing? Zhang Hao's voice was clearly filled with panic. Speak. Chen Nanxing's voice was as indifferent as ever, devoid of any emotion. Boss, something big has happened. The property management and the Qingling Gang are going to unite against Su Xiaosu. They are forcing all building leaders to go to the underground parking lot for a meeting in an hour to find out Su Xiaosu's whereabouts. Whoever doesn't go will face a massacre. What should I do, boss? Chen Nanxing sneered. Is that all? What's there to panic about? But boss, there are a lot of them. Over 200 thugs. And they have weapons. A lot. Chen Nanxing interrupted. They are not united. Just kill a few leaders. And that will be enough. Don't worry. I'll go down and handle it shortly. Yes. Yes. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Zhang Hao felt as if he had been pardoned, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, and the huge stone in his heart finally fell by half. Although still anxious, Chen Nanxing's confidence that looked down upon everything inexplicably gave him a bit of courage. After hanging up the phone, Chen Nanxing instructed Lin Ruoshi, who was quietly wiping a cup. Ruoshi, go wake up Xiaosu. Yes, master. Lin Ruoshi put down the cup and quietly walked towards the master bedroom. In a little while, the bedroom was filled with Su Xiaosu's drowsy and spoiled murmurs. Sister Ruoshi, let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes. Xiaosu, get up quickly. Something happened. Something happened? What could happen? The sky can fall. and the master will hold it up. Su Xiaosu turned over, wanting to stay in bed. Lin Ruoxi had no choice but to lean down and whisper in her ear, "You have been wanted by the entire community. The property management and the Qinglang gang have joined forces to kill you." Huh. Su Xiaosu instantly woke up, sitting up in bed, wide awake, her big eyes wide open. "Wanted for me? Why?" "Because of what happened yesterday when you practiced shooting in Building 13. Someone exposed it," Lin Ruoxi said succinctly. "Who knew?" After being stunned for a moment, Su Xiaosu not only didn't feel scared, but instead was incredibly excited, her little face blooming with an unusual glow. "Really? Wow. I've been wanted. Just like in the movies." Su Xiaosu immediately jumped out of bed, ignoring her sore body, quickly put on her clothes, and then, as if it were a treasure, picked up her Desert Eagle, took out the bullets Chen Nanxing gave her, and carefully wiped the gun and loaded it. Just right. I have a lot of bullets. I can practice well now." Chen Nanxing leaned against the door frame, watching Su Xiaosu's carefree and eager appearance, unable to help but facepalm. This girl's way of thinking was indeed different from ordinary people. "Xiaosu, do you know how many people are down there?" "Maybe hundreds. Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" "With you, master. Here, no matter how many come, it's just delivering food." Su Xiaosu winked playfully at Chen Nanxing. There was not a trace of fear at all. The inexplicable trust made Chen Nanxing feel both gratified and helpless. He could only walk up to Su Xiaosu, looking her straight in the eyes. "Xiaosu, the master can't protect you forever. The outside world is very dangerous. Someday you will need to face it alone. Being strong yourself is the real strength. Relying on others is ultimately unreliable. Do you understand?" The excitement on Su Xiaosu's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of helplessness and grievance. Her little mouth pouted slightly, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the gun. "Master, why do I have to face it alone? Don't you want me anymore? Are you going to leave me alone in the future?" Su Xiaosu's big eyes instantly filled with tears, her voice choked, like a little animal about to be abandoned. Chen Nanxing's heart softened, and his tone softened a bit. "It's not that I don't want you. It's just that in the apocalypse, anything can happen. What if one day I'm not by your side? At least you need to be able to protect yourself." Su Xiaosu sniffled, nodding as if she understood. But the dependency in her eyes showed no sign of diminishing. Then, master, you have to always be very powerful, so you can always protect me. I will also work hard to practice shooting. I won't hold you back." The little girl waved her small fist vigorously, but with those red-rimmed eyes, she looked especially lovable. Chen Nanxing knew that saying more was useless. Time would teach Su Xiaosu everything. However, the safety of the two girls still needed to be ensured. Otherwise, how boring would the apocalypse be if they died? So Chen Nanxing took out 2 brand new Glock 17 handguns and several boxes of bullets, each box containing 50 rounds, totaling 400 rounds. "Ruoxi, Xiaosu, come here." Lin Ruoxi quietly walked up to Chen Nanxing. Su Xiaosu curiously came over as well, her big eyes fixed on the 2 new guns. "The Desert Eagle I gave you before has great power, but it also has strong recoil and a relatively small magazine capacity." Chen Nanxing handed each girl a Glock. "This Glock 17 is lighter, has less recoil, and most importantly, it has a magazine capacity of 17 rounds. Here, each of you gets another 200 rounds of bullets. That should be enough for you to deal with this crisis." Chen Nanxing paused, looking seriously at the 2 girls. "Remember, if one gun runs out of bullets and the situation is urgent, don't insist on changing the magazine. Immediately pull out the other gun and continue shooting. Survival is the priority, understand?" "Understood, master." Lin Ruoxi took the gun and bullets, skillfully checking the firearm, then tucked it into the holster on the other side of her windbreaker, organizing the bullets neatly. Her movements were clean and swift, without any hesitation. Su Xiaosu, on the other hand, acted like a child who had received a new toy, excitedly taking the Glock, touching this and that. "Wow, it's a new gun. It's much lighter than the Desert Eagle. You're so good, master." After playing with it for a while, she tried to stuff the gun into the pocket of her cute down jacket, only to find the pocket too small to fit, and she was suddenly anxious. "Oh no, where should I put it? Sister Ruoxi, where did you put your gun?" Lin Ruoxi shook her head helplessly, stepped forward to help Su Xiaosu adjust her belt, placing the Glock at her lower back and slightly covering it with her clothing. "Try this." Su Xiaosu wiggled her little butt, feeling it. This is good. Thank you, Sister Ruoxi." Then she hugged the heavy box of bullets in her arms, her little face beaming. So many bullets. Let's see who dares to hunt down this young lady. I'll turn them into a sieve." Everything was ready. Chen Nanxing waved his hand. "Let's go down and see what tricks they want to play." The 3 went downstairs. When they reached the iron gate on the first floor, Zhang Hao was already waiting outside in the cold wind with 4 or 5 little brothers. The faces of a few little brothers showed obvious tension and unease, constantly rubbing their hands or looking around. When Zhang Hao saw Chen Nanxing and the three of them come out, he immediately stepped forward, forcing a smile that was more unsightly than crying. "Boss, you're here." Chen Nanxing's gaze swept over Zhang Hao and the few trembling younger brothers behind him, and he said lightly, "Zhang Hao, are you sure you want to come with me? Aren't you afraid of dying? There are quite a few of them. And once the fighting starts, you might not make it out alive." Zhang Hao shivered, a flicker of struggle crossing his face, but it was soon replaced by determination. "Boss, although I, Zhang Hao, don't have any great skills, I know how to assess the situation. Since I've chosen to follow you, I can't have second thoughts. The Qingling gang and those property people seem powerful, but they all have their own agendas, and they're like a pile of loose sand. Whereas you, boss, are unfathomable." Zhang Hao paused, stealing a glance at Chen Nanxing's unperturbed expression, as well as Lin Ruoxi and Su Xiaosu behind him, who had different yet equally intimidating auras. Especially when he saw the distinctive desert eagle in Su Xiaosu's arms and the bulging pocket full of bullets. His eyes twitched slightly as he continued. "I believe that following you, boss, is far more promising than following that bunch of misfits. There are definitely risks. But in this apocalyptic world, how can there be no danger?" Chen Nanxing nodded noncommittally. Zhang Hao was a smart person, and if he didn't die in the short term, he might achieve something in the future. Since he had made up his mind, they should go. The group made their way through the cold, dark underground garage passage towards Area B. The oppressive atmosphere grew thicker as they approached Area B. Upon reaching a relatively open space in Area B, the sight before Zhang Hao and his younger brothers made them gasp. There were at least 150 to 60 people standing in the open space, except for the building manager Zhang Dabiao from Building 13, who had already been killed by Lin Ruoxi. All the building managers were present. Each building manager was accompanied by 3 to 5 younger brothers, all of whom had unfriendly expressions and held various weapons, steel pipes, machetes, and cleavers. Some even had bows and homemade crossbows. These people had originally been chatting in small groups, but as soon as they saw Chen Nanxing and his group appear, they curiously sized them up, especially since there were 2 beautiful women in their team. "Wait a minute, the woman behind Chen Nanxing is Su Xiaosu? It's really her. That crazy woman. Su Xiaosu. Why is she here? Doesn't she know we're going to kill her? Isn't she's supposed to find a place to hide? Is she planning to confront us with that desert eagle? What the hell? Does she think a single gun can take on all of us?" Many people claimed they weren't afraid, yet their bodies unconsciously shifted backward. A single handgun couldn't kill everyone, but it could take down those in the front. Chen Nanxing took in everyone's reactions, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Hello everyone. I heard you want to kill my little maid. Can anyone tell me how you plan to do that?" Chapter 43. I'm timid. I might kill someone if scared. The noisy open space suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's gaze shifted from Su Xiaosu to Chen Nanxing. Who was this seemingly ordinary young man? Why did he look so incredibly confident? He even claimed Su Xiaosu was his maid. Could that be true? She was a ruthless killer. How could she willingly be someone's maid? Seeing that no one spoke, Chen Nanxing took 2 steps forward. "Why is no one talking? Wasn't he at Lively just a moment ago? I heard you all gathered here to discuss how to execute my little maid." Chen Nanxing tilted his head and pointed at Su Xiaosu, who was puffing up her cheeks and trying to look fierce. "Now my little maid is right here. Aren't you going to make a move?" After a brief silence, the crowd finally reacted. A building manager with a face full of flesh stepped forward, directly pointing at Chen Nanxing. "Kid, it seems you can't tell the situation. Can't you see how many of us there are? Guns are indeed powerful, but they also need time to fire. If we all rush you at once, how many can you kill? 3 or 5? Probably none. So be smart and hand over that crazy woman Su Xiaosu. Otherwise, you'll be buried with her." After the man threatened Chen Nanxing, he turned to Zhang Hao and the others. "If you don't want to die, stay away from Su Xiaosu. Otherwise, my big knife has no eyes." Zhang Hao and his younger brothers visibly stiffened, their gazes instinctively turning to the figure standing at the front, Chen Nanxing. Would he retreat to save himself, or stand firm until the end? Chen Nanxing used his pinky to dig at his ear. "Heh, threatening me, huh? I really hate being threatened." The moment his words fell, Chen Nanxing moved. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes as Chen Nanxing pulled out a cold, gleaming saber from beneath his trench coat. "Kid, you." The fleshy-faced building manager hadn't finished his words when the saber rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Uft. The building manager's massive head shot up into the sky. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before heavily collapsing to the ground. Silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone was paralyzed with shock by this sudden brutality. They had anticipated conflict, thought about gunfire, even considered negotiation, but they never expected that this seemingly gentle young man would be so vicious. With a single disagreement, he publicly executed someone. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd instinctively retreated a few steps, clearing a large area and isolating Chen Nanxing and his group along with the headless corpse in the center. Zhang Hao and his younger brothers turned pale, their legs turning to jelly. Although they had chosen sides, they never expected their boss to take such drastic action right from the start. Chen Nanxing rested the saber on his shoulder, looking at everyone. Everyone, be polite when speaking to me because I'm timid. If I get scared, I might just kill someone. No one spoke. Over 100 people didn't even dare to breathe. Those who had been eager to act just moments ago, thinking they had the upper hand with numbers, now looked at Chen Nanxing as if he were a demon rising from hell. Can you hear me? Su Xiaosu peeked out from behind Chen Nanxing, her big eyes full of excitement, whispering, "Master is so handsome." Lin Ruoxi, on the other hand, had a blank expression. Her right hand seemed casually hanging at her side, but it was actually discreetly resting on the grip of her Glock beneath her trench coat. Her gaze scanning the crowd like a hawk, locking onto every potential threat. Chen Nanxing was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. What he needed was absolute deterrence. People from the Qingling gang and the property management, have you arrived? Didn't you lead the charge to kill my maid? The crowd stirred, automatically parting into two paths. On the left, a middle-aged man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, looking quite refined, stepped forward. This man was Manager Wang from the property management. On the right, a bald, muscular man with a vicious scar on his face and a fierce gaze also stepped forward, his neck covered in tattoos and a blood-stained fire axe hanging from his waist. Chen Nanxing recognized him at a glance. On the first day of the apocalypse, this scar-faced man had kicked Zhang Dajie to death, igniting chaos in the community. He was known as Scar Wolf. Manager Wang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, suppressing the fear in his heart, and forced his voice to sound righteous. "Sir, you are too arrogant. In broad daylight, you dare to commit murder in public. Do you not have any respect for the law?" Scar Wolf grinned as he stepped forward, patting the fire axe at his waist, trying to regain control of the situation. "Kid, your skills are impressive, but can you kill 1, 10, or even 100? That crazy woman Su Xiaosu has been killing innocents in Building 13, and we have solid evidence. We must act for the safety of the entire community and uphold justice. You are sheltering her, which means you are against the entire community." Chen Nanxing's broadsword remained motionless on his shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone slightly mocking. "For the safety of the community? Upholding justice? Heh, what a nice way to put it." Chen Nanxing raised his sword, the tip slowly gliding through the crowd. "Among you, how many have clean hands? Since the apocalypse, how many of you have killed for a bite to eat? For survival supplies? Who will help those you've killed seek justice?" Manager Wang maintained his composure, shamelessly defending himself. "We did what we had to do. It was for survival, but we would never massacre dozens like Su Xiaosu did for no reason." The scarred wolf echoed, "Right. We kill to survive, to restore order in the community. What about Su Xiaosu? She kills purely for pleasure. This twisted murderer must be eliminated." Chen Nanxing looked at the two with their ugly faces of self-righteousness, suddenly feeling bored. The accusation could be made at will. Reasoning with these people was purely a waste of time. He turned his head to look at Su Xiaosu, who was making faces at Manager Wang and the scarred wolf behind him, and asked lightly, "Xiaosu, did you hear that? They say you're an indiscriminate killer, a psychopath. What do you think we should do about being wronged like that?" Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, tilted her head, and thought seriously for a moment. Then uncertainly, and with a hint of grievance said, "Shouldn't I explain it to them clearly? Tell them I didn't do it on purpose. That those people provoked me first, or prove to them that I'm actually very kind." Chen Nanxing was nearly amused to the point of laughing at Su Xiaosu's thought process, giving her a light tap on the head. "Ouch!" Su Xiaosu hugged her head, looking pitiful, "Proving my innocence." Chen Nanxing scolded irritably. "Remember, in the apocalypse, the best way to clear your name when wronged is to make the accusation stick." Su Xiaosu was initially confused, but her big eyes suddenly lit up, like two little flames igniting, all her grievances instantly replaced by extreme excitement. "Make it stick? Master? Do you mean?" Chapter 44. The Devil. Chen Nanxing. "Yes. Didn't they say you're a madwoman, a killer? Then you show them what that means. Kill for them to see. Let them know what it truly means." "Wow. Master, I understand." Su Xiaosu instantly became exhilarated, her little face turning red, like a little demon ready to do evil, raising the desert eagle in her arms, almost bouncing as she shouted, "Then I'll be a qualified madwoman, a killer. Ha ha. You bad guys dared to wrong me. Die." Without giving the crowd time to react, Su Xiaosu eagerly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire rang out again. Still that familiar, chaotic spray of bullets. The bullets whizzed toward the most densely packed part of the crowd. Ah, my eyes. Why am I so unlucky? Why are they shooting at my eyes instead of somewhere else? Bro, stop screaming about your eyes. Didn't you notice your head just got blown off? Mom, I'm going to die. I shouldn't have killed you to save food. Haha, it's karma. The crowd erupted into chaos, with screams and gasps echoing. Although Su Xiaosu's shooting was still impressively terrible, the sheer number of people meant some unlucky souls were hit, either dead or injured. Manager Wang and the scarred wolf were terrified, screaming, "Stop her! Quickly stop her! Whoever gets her gun can control the community." The two were desperately shrinking back into the crowd, using others as human shields, despite knowing that moving forward could mean death. The immense temptation of seizing the gun drove some desperate individuals to rush forward, waving their weapons. "Brothers, charge. She only has one gun. The bullets will run out eventually." Right. Brothers, don't be cowardly. With the gun, all the beauties and supplies in the community will be ours. Damn it, once I get the gun, I'll definitely ride on Su Xiaosu and do it 1,000 times, 1,000 times. The crowd surged forward like a tide towards Chen Nanxing and the others. Lin Ruoxi also stopped pretending and directly joined the fight. Bang, bang, bang. 3 precise shots rang out. The 3 thugs charging in front had blood flowers erupt from their foreheads or hearts almost simultaneously, collapsing to the ground without a sound, instantly dead. Precise, efficient, cold-blooded. The crowd that was rushing forward suddenly froze, all shocked by the sudden precise shooting. What the hell? How is there still a gun? This woman's shooting is so accurate. It's not suitable for a frontal confrontation. Retreat, retreat. Panic began to spread. However, at that moment, the crowd was already out of control. The people in front wanted to stop, but those in the back who couldn't see the situation kept pushing forward. Don't shove. There's a sharpshooter in front. Stop. Don't push from behind. Damn it. Are you looking for death? Amid the cries of despair, the people in front were uncontrollably pushed forward by the tide from behind, continuing to rush toward Chen Nanxing and the others. Lin Ruoxi's gaze was cold, showing no signs of fluctuation, her arms moving steadily as she pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet accurately killed one person. Seeing this, Su Xiaosu got even more excited, shouting while crazily pulling the trigger as the master's little maid. She didn't want to kill fewer people than Lin Ruoxi. Even though Lin Ruoxi hit every shot, Su Xiaosu was spraying bullets everywhere. But the frenzied crowd continued to be pushed forward by the confused ones behind. As the closest thugs were now less than 3 meters away from Su Xiaosu and Lin Ruoxi, their fierce faces and waving machetes were clearly visible. Chen Nanxing, standing still like a pine tree, no longer watched the show. His figure flickered, seeming to transform into a bolt of black lightning, actively crashing into the surging crowd. The broadsword in his hand drew a chilling arc, blood and flesh flying wherever he passed. There were no screams. Only the dull sounds of blades cutting through flesh and bones, and the thud of bodies hitting the ground. Chen Nanxing's movements exceeded the limits of human visual perception, and everyone felt a flash before their eyes, a black shadow sweeping by like the Grim Reaper, and then people around them began to drop in clusters. Every slash targeted the throat, heart, and neck with deadly precision. In just a few dozen seconds, a vacuum zone of nearly 10 meters in radius was cleared around Chen Nanxing. Over 40 corpses lay scattered on the ground, blood instantly staining the cold concrete. Such a terrifying scene made everyone who could see it tremble in fear. What a monster! He is not human. He is a devil. Run, run. The few who were lucky enough to survive in the front completely collapsed, letting out heart-wrenching screams, desperately trying to squeeze back. They finally understood that the most terrifying thing wasn't those 2 guns, but the man wielding a cold weapon. His killing efficiency was absolutely dozens of times that of the 2 women. Moreover, judging by Chen Nanxing's ease, as if he hadn't even exerted himself, it seemed like he was just playing with a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The commotion and extreme panic in front finally affected those in the back. Although they still couldn't see the specific situation, they felt something was off. Why were the screams in front not the cries of those shot, but desperate screams as if they had seen a ghost? The pushing force suddenly diminished significantly. What is going on in front? Don't push. Something seems to have happened up there. I think I heard them shouting devil. A few taller individuals who were pushed slightly forward stood on tiptoe and finally caught a glimpse of the hellish scene ahead, instantly scared out of their wits. Their legs going weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Retreat. Quickly retreat. There's a killing god in front. 1 slash per person. So many have died. A tall person shouted with all their might, their voice changing pitch. Panic swept through the entire team like a plague. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Although the people in the back didn't understand what was happening, they were also infected by this extreme fear and began to madly surge backward. Just moments ago, over 100 people had been fierce and imposing, but now nearly half were dead, and the remaining ones were fleeing in a panic, trampling each other, creating chaos. Chen Nanxing did not pursue the fleeing rabble. His gaze swept through the chaotic crowd like a hawk, quickly locking onto Manager Wang, who was scrambling to escape amid the crowd. Chen Nanxing exerted force beneath his feet, and with a few ghostly leaps, he easily caught up to the disheveled Manager Wang. Manager Wang felt a chill at the back of his neck and turned around in terror, only to meet Chen Nanxing's cold, merciless eyes. No, I can be your dog. Manager Wang's pleas had not yet finished. A flash of the blade. A head wearing gold-rimmed glasses flew high into the air, its face frozen in extreme fear and disbelief. The headless corpse staggered and collapsed to the ground, gushing blood. Chen Nanxing did not even glance at the result. His gaze shifted again and quickly found another target, Scarred Wolf. He was using brute force to shove aside those blocking his path, desperately sprinting toward the exit deep in the garage. Trying to run? Chen Nanxing snorted coldly, his arm muscles tensing sharply as he hurled the blood-stained saber like a javelin. The saber transformed into a deadly cold light, tearing through the air and emitting a sharp whistle as it pursued Scarred Wolf at an astonishing speed. Thud! The blade pierced flesh, followed by the terrifying sound of the spine being severed in an instant. Scarred Wolf's running motion suddenly halted, and he incredulously looked down to see his upper body separating from his lower body, blood and intestines spilling out. Impossible. Bang! Scarred Wolf's two halves fell to the ground. He could clearly feel his insides losing support, his life force ebbing away with the flowing blood. What terrified him even more was that Chen Nanxing could have easily ended him with a single strike, but chose instead to bisect him, making him endure inhuman torment. Why? Why not give him a quick death? Chapter 45. An eye for an eye. The underground garage was eerily silent, with only the thick, inescapable smell of blood remaining. Lin Ruoxi and Su Xiaosu quickly rushed to Chen Nanxing's side. Master, you're amazing. One slice for each little kid. Faster than Sister Ruoxi with a gun. Su Xiaosu's big eyes sparkled with admiration, completely ignoring the blood-soaked ground. Lin Ruoxi, on the other hand, observed Chen Nanxing and, seeing his calm demeanor and that his clothes were only slightly stained with blood but not torn, softly asked, Master, are you okay? I'm fine, Chen Nanxing replied blandly, his gaze turning to the struggling Scarred Wolf on the ground, signaling to Lin Ruoxi. Do you recognize him? Lin Ruoxi's gaze fell on Scarred Wolf, and her previously cold demeanor changed abruptly. Cold hatred and murderous intent uncontrollably radiated from her, her eyes instantly sharp as knives, her fingers instinctively tightening. How could she not recognize him? On the first day of the apocalypse, when everyone was selfish and unwilling to help others, Lin Ruoxi, who had no supplies at home and was starving, couldn't buy a single bit of food. It was Aunt Zhang from Building 9, Room 302, who shared her food and water, helping her through that tough time. She could even say it saved her life. However, just a few days later, in this very underground garage, Scarred Wolf kicked Aunt Zhang away in front of everyone for a bottle of mineral water and a small bag of rice, leading to Aunt Zhang's death. At that time, the crowd was chaotic and fraught with danger, and Lin Ruoxi was afraid of falling into the hands of the thugs, even daring not to step forward to collect Aunt Zhang's remains. The sense of powerlessness and guilt was like a nightmare, deeply imprinted in Lin Ruoxi's heart. Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her surging emotions, and turned to Chen Nanxing, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Master, can I handle him? Chen Nanxing raised an eyebrow with interest. He had not killed Scarred Wolf in one blow just to see Lin Ruoxi's reaction. You can, with permission granted. Lin Ruoxi no longer spoke and stepped toward the dying Scarred Wolf, her steps steady, but each one felt like treading on a long-suppressed fury. Kill me, please. Give me a quick death. Scarred Wolf, seeing Lin Ruoxi approach, erupted with a strong plea in his eyes. At this moment, death seemed to be a relief. I will certainly kill you, but not here. Lin Ruoxi bent down, grabbing the back of Scarred Wolf's tattered shirt, dragging his half-body toward the depths of the garage. The concrete floor was marked with a winding blood trail, shocking to behold. Scarred Wolf was dragged along, the intense pain causing him to emit incoherent gasps, his consciousness starting to blur. It wasn't until they reached a familiar load-bearing column that Lin Ruoxi finally stopped. The dark red bloodstains on the column had long since dried, and the steel reinforcement bar that had taken Aunt Zhang's life still jutted out, silently recounting the horrors of that time. Do you remember this place? Scarred Wolf's dazed eyes focused on the steel bar, memories instantly awakened. Right here, he had kicked out, tearing apart the curtain of chaos in the happy community. Of course I remember. Why didn't that self-righteous woman just give me the mineral water and rice? She deserved to die. So, you brought me here to take revenge for her? She was my benefactor. You shouldn't have killed her. Lin Ruashi's arms suddenly exerted force, violently swinging Scarred Wolf's half-body toward the protruding steel bar with precision. Thud! The steel bar easily pierced through Scarred Wolf's chest, emerging from his back. His body convulsed violently, his eyes bulging as he stared at Lin Ruashi, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately just tilted his head and fell silent. Scarred Wolf's corpse hung on the steel bar, his position eerily similar to that of Aunt Zhang back then. Truly an eye for an eye. Chen Nanxing quietly observed this scene, his evaluation of Lin Ruashi rising another level. Clear distinctions between grievances, repaying hatred with hatred, and the sense of ritual and revenge left no room for criticism. More importantly, Lin Ruashi remembered her benefactor. A person who understands gratitude is naturally much less likely to betray. This woman is useful. Lin Ruashi stood in place, watching her enemy die in a similar manner, finally expelling the pent-up frustration that had been building in her chest. She turned around and walked to Chen Nanxing, kneeling directly before him. Thank you, master, for giving me the chance to take revenge myself. Chen Nanxing replied with a faint acknowledging Lin Ruashi's gratitude. His gaze shifted to Zhang Hao, who still looked a bit pale. Many people had died this time, and the heads of the property management and the Qinglang gang had been largely taken care of. The remaining crowd was leaderless, making it a good opportunity for you to expand your power. Building 30 has a solid foundation. Hurry up and gather as many people as you can. Zhang Hao was initially stunned, then his face surged with uncontrollable excitement and joy. He had thought it would be good enough to survive today, but unexpectedly, Chen Nanxing not only dealt with the biggest threat, but also gave him such a huge opportunity. By absorbing the remaining forces of the property management and the Qinglang gang, he, Zhang Hao, could immediately become the biggest power leader in the happy community. Thank you, boss. Thank you for your support. Zhang Hao was so excited that his voice trembled as he bowed repeatedly. I will definitely live up to your expectations and quickly integrate resources. From now on, I, Zhang Hao, and the brothers of Building 30 will follow your lead. Chen Nanxing waved his hand, non-committal to such loyalty declarations. Handle the scene properly. Don't leave any trouble. After giving a brief instruction, Chen Nanxing no longer glanced at Zhang Hao, turning to Lin Ruashi and Su Xiaosu. Let's go, back home. Yay. Going home. Su Xiaosu cheerfully responded and ran after her beloved gun. Lin Ruashi quietly got up, glanced at the Scarred Wolf corpse hanging on the rebar, her eyes flashing with a hint of relief, and then quickly followed Chen Nanxing's pace. Back to room 3001. After a simple wash, Chen Nanxing lazily leaned on the sofa and took out his phone. The moment the screen unlocked, a series of message notification sounds rang out densely, and the screen was instantly flooded with the name Lu Ruyan and a multitude of unread messages. Nanxing, are you busy? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Have you not forgiven me yet? I've sent you the apology video. I really know I was wrong, sad face. Nanxing, it seems like something happened outside again. I heard the sounds of fighting and screams. So scary. Please, just reply to me, okay? I know you must have seen the messages. Are you still testing me? I really can't hold on any longer. If you don't come, you might never see me again, crying face. I think I might be hallucinating. I saw my great-grandmother and she told me that I could be free soon, but I don't want to die. I want to see you one more time and say sorry to you in person. Image, selfie with a pale face and cracked lips. This woman has indeed become more skilled at acting, playing the victim, showing weakness, garnering sympathy, and creating a sense of urgency. If it were the Chen Nanxing who loved her back then, he might have rushed over, heartbroken and reckless. But now, Chen Nanxing just found it ridiculous. He wasn't good at dealing with this kind of green tea-style entanglement. Her roundabout thoughts annoyed him. With this time, he might as well have some tea. Chen Nanxing directly threw the phone to Lin Ruashi, who had just brought the tea. Take a look. That woman has started again. Handle it for me. The principle remains unchanged. Make her uncomfortable, make her anxious, but don't let her lose hope. Keep her around to play with slowly. Lin Ruashi took the phone, quickly skimmed through Lu Rian's messages, and a hint of understanding and disgust flashed in her eyes. Yes, master. Ruashi understood. After a moment of thought, Lin Ruashi came up with an idea.